Palgrave Historical Studies in Witchcraft and Magic. American Tabloid. Media and the Satanic Panic, 1970 to 2000. Sarah A. Hughes. The history of European witchcraft and magic continues to fascinate and challenge students and scholars. There is certainly no shortage of books on the subject. Several general surveys of the witch trials and numerous regional and micro studies have been published for an English-speaking readership. While the quality of publications on witchcraft has been high, some regions and topics have received less attention over the years. The aim of this series is to help illuminate these lesser-known or little-studied aspects of the history of witchcraft and magic. It will also encourage the development of a broader corpus of work in other related areas of magic and the supernatural, such as angels, devils, spirits, ghosts, folk healing and divination. To help further our understanding and interest in this wider history of beliefs and practices, the series will include research that looks beyond the usual focus on Western Europe and that also explores their relevance and influence from the medieval to the modern period. A valuable series. Magic, Ritual and Witchcraft. For Kenneth L. Kusmer. 7. American Tabloid Media and the Satanic Panic, 1970 to 2000 analyzes the Satanic Panic, an episode of national hysteria that was fundamentally tied to the changing media landscape of the 1980s. It involved hundreds of false accusations that children were being ritually abused at America's white middle-class suburban daycare centers. Communities around the country became embroiled in trials against center owners, the most publicized of which was the McMartin preschool trial in Manhattan Beach, California, which remains the longest and most expensive criminal trial in the nation's history. The panic both reflected and shaped a cultural climate strongly influenced by the overlapping worldviews of politically active conservatives. Their ideology was incorporated into the panic and reinforced through tabloid media, which expanded dramatically in the 1980s, particularly in its televised format. Through local news, talk shows, entertainment news, and actuality or reality programming, infotainment often sold conservative definite threats as news. The panic unfolded mostly through this growing genre, helping its appeal to rest on selling disinformation as fact. In the 1990s, judges overturned the life sentences of defendants in most major cases dealing with ritual abuse, and several prominent journalists and lawyers condemned the phenomenon as a witch hunt. They understood it to be a powerful delusion, or what contemporary cultural theorist Jean Baudrillard termed a hyperreality, in which audiences confuse the media universe for real life. Fundamental to the development, influence, and success of tabloid television, the panic was a manifestation of the hyperreal. 8. Preface. This book examines the Satanic Panic as an essential part of the growing relationship between tabloid media and American conservative politics in the 1980s. The panic was indispensable to the development and success of both, tying them closer together and providing them with several themes that remain prominent to the present day. The panic's central ideas of conspiracy, deception, and lost innocence have remained integral to conservatism, as well as infotainment programming and the related genre of reality television, which became increasingly popular in the 1990s. They continue to carry the gender, racial, and religious implications that were shaped amid the panic and privilege the panic's white suburban backdrop. One of the panic's main legacies was to validate the idea that the tranquility of America's white suburbs was an illusion. The safety and security they seemed to offer only served to mask a place of violence, evil, and rage. The content is mostly organized thematically, examining the panic as an essential part of the economic, political, and cultural climate of the 1980s. The panic was symptomatic of the conservative agenda to expand corporations globally and disseminate their moral values, which included a cultural backlash against 1960s social activists. The panic was part of contemporary conservative efforts to restore definitions of gender, sexuality, religion, and race to an early Cold War ideal, which subsequently faced strong opposition from a wide range of groups and individuals. These efforts were still visible in the 1990s, even as the panic came to a close. The panic's impact was substantial and continued to influence American culture in the decades that followed. Despite some challenges to conservative ideology through the proliferation of new media technologies, the nation's news structure remained dependent on sensational stories that were often anecdotal or unsubstantiated. Philadelphia, PA, USA. Sarah A. Hughes. 9-1 Introduction 1. To a Vast Wasteland, American Media in the 1980s. 13. 3. The Hyperreal and the Imaginary, the Satanic Panic as Infotainment. 55. 4. A Nightmare on Elm Street, Paranormal Activity in Evangelical Suburbia. 89. 5. The Perils of Punky, Gender, Childhood, and the Occult. 159. 6. Stay tuned, The Panic and Its Legacies. 215. Chapter 1. Introduction. In the summer of 1983, a woman named Judy Johnson dropped off her 2-year-old son Matthew at the McMartin preschool in Manhattan Beach, California. Although employees previously told Johnson the facility was full, one of the owners decided to accept Matthew for the summer. However, after a few days of taking Matthew to McMartin, Johnson determined that she had found evidence of sexual abuse. She called the police, reporting that a young male employee named Ray Bucky had sexually assaulted her son. Police sent her son to reputable medical specialists at the University of California, Los Angeles, who quickly confirmed Johnson's claims. After police arrested Bucky, a group of social workers arrived in Manhattan Beach to interview children who had attended the preschool. Although they used controversial interrogation methods, the social workers and dozens of McMartin children, most of whom had initially denied allegations against Bucky, began putting together a narrative of abuse, occult practices, and child pornography at the preschool. Over the next several years, Bucky and his grandmother, preschool owner Virginia McMartin, as well as his mother, sister, and other center employees, stood trial for hundreds of counts of conspiracy and abuse tied to a recently articulated phenomenon known as satanic ritual abuse. In early 1984, as police shut down the preschool, WABC-TV Los Angeles reporter Wayne Satz broke the story on local news, and within a year hundreds of copycat cases had emerged throughout the country. 2. Fears over devil worship in other arenas, including schools, cults, corporations, and the music industry, simultaneously circulated throughout the culture. Publicized ritual abuse trials resulting in long prison terms for several defendants continued until 1990, when a second hung jury acquitted Ray Bucky, the only member of the McMartin preschool who still faced charges, on all counts. The tide subsequently shifted toward skepticism, and the verdicts in similar cases were nearly all overturned over the course of the next decades. As accusations of satanic ritual abuse at daycare gained credibility and momentum during the 1980s, the United States experienced a panic over devil worship unrivaled in the Western world. Ray Bucky and other defendants were some of the many casualties of the decade's satanic panic, which lasted from 1983, when Bucky was first accused of molesting Matthew Johnson, until 1990, when a second hung jury led to Bucky's FNAL acquittal on all counts. Bucky's criminal trial remains the longest and most expensive in American history. While the panic was steeped in anxieties over occult rituals, blood sacrifice, and mind control, its most tangible component was the hundreds of accusations of satanic ritual abuse in America's white middle-class suburban daycare centers. In part, the panic stemmed from national anxieties surrounding the recently articulated problem of child abuse. The issue began receiving widespread attention after President Richard Nixon signed the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, or CAPTA, into law on January 31, 1974. CAPTA was the first comprehensive federal initiative to recognize that many children in the United States suffered injury or death at the hands of parents, guardians, or other adults. Child abuse was not a new problem, explained Senator Walter Mondale of Minnesota at CAPTA's 1973 Senate hearings, but continues to go undetected and untreated in case after case. 3. The law mandated that federal funding to states, as well as public and non-profit agencies including tribal organizations, be used in support of prevention. 1. Assessment, investigation, prosecution, and treatment activities. 4. It enacted standards for reporting and investigating abuse and provided funds to gather information on child protection efforts. 5. In 1978, President Jimmy Carter signed a bill extending the act for 4 more years and included sexual abuse. 6. These efforts, which represented years of collaboration between various interest groups, may have heightened anxieties simply through increased attention to the problem. However, fears were also potentially exacerbated in 1981 when President Ronald Reagan cut budgets for child abuse and other welfare programs. 7. A director of the Texas Child Welfare Department expressed concerns that the cuts could result in more abuse in all tiers of society, as middle-income families would be unable to receive resources for counseling. 8. However, the panic was also symptomatic of the major social, cultural, political, and economic changes that had taken place in the United States since the late 1960s. It was specifically connected to the rise of the New Right, the major strands of which converged and expanded in the 1980s against a backdrop of economic instability, even in the seemingly prosperous environment of America's white middle-class suburbs. During the 1970s, neoconservatives, libertarians, economic conservatives, and religious conservatives, particularly evangelical Christians, began their cultural ascent. 9. Despite major differences in ideology, they united through shared financial interests, as well as an explicit antagonism toward 60s activists, members of social movements who were culturally prominent in the 1960s and early 1970s. Conservatives directed their anger at groups such as feminists, gay rights activists, black power advocates, and scientists, whom evangelical conservatives often identified with liberalism. They also collectively derided communists or fellow travelers, who remained reliable Cold War foes, as well as hippies, the name given to those who embraced a 60s countercultural lifestyle portrayed as lazy, greedy, and dangerous. This conservative coalition influenced state and local politics, as well as many of the nation's dominant print and electronic media, which started stereotyping 60s activists as threatening to idealized notions of the nuclear family, the main unit around which conservatives rallied. The evangelical animosity toward science, evident in numerous local campaigns to remove evolution as a subject from school textbooks, contributed to media depictions of science as bizarre, meaningless, or magical, and scientists as sinister, erratic, maniacal, or inept. It also helped situate representations of white suburbia within a world of paranormal activity that often defied scientific explanation. Fictional movies and news reports on supernatural entities, including aliens, ghosts, and demonic serial killers, as well as occult practices like devil worship, portrayed them as some of the most dangerous threats to otherwise tranquil residential neighborhoods. Starting with Ronald Reagan's election as president in 1980, the trend of demonizing 60s activists began to aggressively intersect with depictions of suburbia as populated with the paranormal. Presented mostly through tabloid media, the panic was an indication of the new right's political, economic, and cultural influence. Sensational fare on television, or infotainment, increased dramatically throughout the 1980s. The genre's noticeable expansion was essential to the new right's agenda because it successfully portrayed many conservative definite threats to the white suburban nuclear family as news. News stories fueled and legitimated recent laws, particularly those addressing drug use, that chastised individuals who seemed to violate the sanctity and morality of suburbia and the nuclear model. 10. The expansion of infotainment in the 1980s also coincided with significant developments in television technology that potentially transformed the viewing experience for many consumers. Wealthier Americans, like those living in the many white suburban communities that experienced the panic, could afford the largest television sets on the market to that date. Sony's 1983 high-priced videoscope, for example, measured 48 inches diagonally and was described in a contemporary print ad as giant. 11. The number of households with more than one television increased throughout the decade, coinciding with the rise in the number of hours sets were on per day. 12. It became much more common to design whole rooms to accommodate the television, as well as its growing number of accessories. Home theaters, dens, and TV rooms effectively closed viewers off from the natural world and enclosed them in environments dominated by electronic media technology. By the late 1980s, in addition to purchasing more and bigger television sets, consumers invested in videocassette recorders, which included video home system and Betamax, laserdisc players, video game consoles, satellite dishes, cable television, pay-per-view services, premium channels, and Dolby Surround, an advanced stereo technology that became available for home use through audio cassettes, compact discs, TV broadcasts, video games, and personal computer software. 13. By 1990, the number of households with VCRs grew from 1.85 million in 1980 to 62 million, or two-thirds of all homes. 14. Sales of pre-recorded cassettes increased 6,500% over the decade, doubling every year between 1982 and 1986. 15. Cable television reached FFTY million subscribers, a number that had vastly expanded since 1950, when it served fewer than 100 customers. 16. Dozens of tabloid shows ran in syndication on networks and cable channels, making them available multiple times a day. The remote control, which also became popular during the decade, allowed viewers to engage in a process called grazing, in which they could scan through channels quickly without watching commercials or full programs. 17. Remote control devices proliferated more rapidly than VCRs, cable, and television sets. 18. According to contemporary French cultural theorist Jean Baudrillard, the decade's substantial expansion of television's role within the domestic space trapped viewers inside a hyperreality. In his influential 1981 study of American media, simulacra and simulation, Baudrillard describes Western society as helplessly descending into a simulated environment. Particularly in the United States, the availability and ubiquity of commercial media technologies had, according to Baudrillard, created a hyperreality, where the natural world became indistinguishable from the simulacra that invaded, exploited, and appeared to reflect it. Within a hyperreality, viewers mistook manufactured electronic images and sounds for authentic experiences. As media representation stimulated real emotions, the consumer's ability to tell the difference between the true and the false, the real and the imaginary dissolved. 19. Those who experienced the panic directly were arguably inside of a hyperreality. As a manifestation of the hyperreal, the panic proved integral to the development, influence, and success of tabloid media, particularly in its televised format, and appeared to lend legitimacy to conservative backlash politics. The panic was not limited to tabloid media in the United States. Areas of Canada, Great Britain, and Australia erupted in similar accusations of satanic ritual abuse. 20. Reports were often delivered through each nation's respective tabloid media, which borrowed from, and, in return, heavily influenced, their counterparts in the United States. However, the panic's long duration, high volume of cases, and level of media attention were unique to the United States and produced an unprecedented panic. This work adds to the number of important studies on moral panics in the United States, many of which mention the Satanic Panic as only one of dozens of unwarranted hysterical episodes over sexual behavior, Satanism, and issues of morality more generally in American history. 21. It also expands on a growing panic literature, mostly comprised of studies written by academics, journalists, or lawyers supporting various defendants in ritual abuse cases. 22. These works provide detailed accounts of case participants and a chronology of events, collectively mounting a compelling challenge to guilty verdicts. In No Crueler Tyrannies, Accusations, False Witness, and Other Terrors of Our Times, journalist Dorothy Rabinovitz analyzes the satanic ritual abuse case against Gerald Amirald and his family. The book was based on a series of Rabinovitz's articles initially published in the Wall Street Journal, for which she won a Pulitzer Prize. Rabinowitz laments that in the late 1990s, the Supreme Judicial Court in Massachusetts, where the Amirals resided and had run Fells Acres Preschool, continued to find no miscarriage of justice. 23 Journalist Debbie Nathan and lawyer Michael Snedeker offer one of the most comprehensive overviews of the satanic panic in Satan's Silence, Ritual Abuse and the Making of a Modern American Witch Hunt, FRST, published in 1995. The book centers on McMartin but delves into several other substantial cases that influenced, and coincided with, Ray Bucky's arrest. In an attempt to understand their cause, Nathan and Snedeker briefly cite the role of media sources, particularly books, but also news programs and tabloid television. 24 However, most works overlook the critical role of television and tabloid media, along with conservative cultural influences, in shaping and perpetuating the panic. In many ways, the panic represented a confluence of the new right's values and policies and demonstrated that their social impact, which was reinforced by the media, was significant. Chapter 2. A Vast Wasteland, American Media in the 1980s. Strong stuff for television. After reporter Wayne Satz FRST broke the McMartin L. preschool story on KABC Los Angeles in February 1984, several other cases became major local and national news stories. Less than a year later, in Malden, Massachusetts, a suburb outside of Boston, Gerald Amiralt, a 22-year-old daycare center employee, was charged with crimes similar to Ray Bucky's and served 18 years of a 30 to 40-year sentence. His sister and mother, who also operated the daycare, each served 8 years. In 1985, Frank Fooster and his young wife Ileana, who cared for children out of their home in Country Walk, a suburb of Dade County, Miami, were arrested for molesting children as part of rituals allegedly involving crucifix and the mutilation of animals. Ileana, who was only 16 years old when she married Frank, a Cuban immigrant 20 years her senior, turned against her husband after Janet Reno, the state attorney general of Florida, offered to reduce her sentence if she implicated him. Ileana and 20 of her clients' children testified against him, and he continues to serve out a 165-year sentence. In Thurston County, Washington. A region that includes the small capital city of Olympia, Paul Ingram, chief civil deputy of the sheriff's department, was sentenced in 1987 to 20 years in jail after being charged with assaulting his daughters as part of satanic ritual abuse. As accusations surfaced against Paul Ingram, Edward Clark, and his co-director, Arnetta Schuler of Citrus Daycare in Inverness, Florida, faced charges of shocking crimes. Although the charges against Clark were dropped, Schuler was formally charged although later acquitted after children told bizarre stories of abuse. In 1988, aspiring actress Margaret Kelly Michaels, an employee at WeCare in the small suburb of Maplewood, New Jersey, spent FVE years in jail after a child said she had taken his temperature. In 1992, Robert Kelly, who ran the Little Rascals Daycare Center in Edenton, North Carolina, was sentenced to 12 consecutive life terms for taking indecent liberties, sexual offense, and crimes against nature. After being charged in 1989. Kelly sat in prison for 3 years. Without a conviction. It was the state of North Carolina's longest and costliest trial to that date. Also in 1992, Francis and Dan Keller, who ran a daycare out of their home in Austin, Texas, faced charges of sexual abuse that included strange and horrific rituals. They were freed in 2013 after the emergency room doctor who examined the main child witness in the Kellers case recanted his testimony. There were other similar cases that varied slightly from the McMartin narrative. In 1983, 24 adults in the small town of Jordan, Minnesota, were arrested for abusing children. By 1985, all of the cases had been dropped except for one. In 1984, two couples Scott and Brenda Niffen and their friends Alvin and Deborah McEwen were convicted in Kern County, California, on dozens of counts of molesting their own children. 17 accusations against the couples, which predated and coincided with McMartin, eventually involved devil worship and sacrificing babies. 18 both couples were released in 1996 after the Niffin's two sons recanted their testimony. 19 in 1989, Arnold Friedman, as well as his teenage son Jesse, who ran an after-school computer class for younger children in Great Neck, New York, received 30 and 18 years, respectively, for charges of child pornography and sexual abuse. 20 While Jesse Friedman was released in 2001, his father committed suicide in prison in 1995. 21 These were only some of the most publicized cases of hundreds that swept the country in the 1980s. All of these prominent cases played out through tabloid media, mainly in its televised format, and added to its growing popularity. Although tabloid content was not new in the 1980s, existing for over a century in print through various publications, it became uniquely wed to television over the course of the decade. According to Kevin Glynn, tabloid television encompasses a loosely delineated collection of related genres rather than a singular cohesive one. 22 tabloid programs became a dominant part of the television landscape in the 1980s, differing from one another in style, delivery, and format, but sharing a focus on sensational content as news. 23 Although not all tabloid shows of the 1980s reported on ritual abuse cases, many of them gained popularity and legitimacy by exploring its main themes of abuse, cult membership, and devil worship. The most prominent and popular infotainment programs of the decade included Sally Jessy Raphael, The Oprah Winfrey Show, The Geraldo Rivera Show, and The Morton Downey Jr. Show, which were talk shows based on the model previously established by The Phil Donahue Show, Entertainment Tonight, A Current Affair, Unsolved Mysteries, Inside Edition, and Hard Copy, which networks classified as entertainment or unconventional documentary news programs, and America's Most Wanted and Cops, DefNet as reality or actuality programming, because they utilized actual crime footage like surveillance tapes. 24 Together, these programs joined dozens of other less popular tabloid shows and specials, as well as cable news network, the FRST 24-hour rolling network, and the growing number of local news shows, which had been reporting human interest stories to communities around the country since the 1940s. In the late 1960s, as television production relocated from New York to Los Angeles, the nation's big three television networks, American Broadcasting Company, National Broadcasting Company, and Columbia Broadcasting System, extended local news programs to half an hour. 25 The network's live national evening news broadcasts had also recently been lengthened from 15 minutes to 30, starting with CBS in 1963, 2 years after Newton Minow, chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, called television a vast wasteland. 26 As the popularity and profitability of local news helped to transfer the network's power base to the local station, the networks added local news shows throughout the day. 27 By 1968, a survey of 329 commercial stations around the country revealed that news is the major element in local programming, and the local television station has become the chief source of information for the country at large. 28 When the economy declined at the end of the 1970s, local affiliates helped keep networks profitable. The continued success of local news for the networks over the next 30 years was a major impetus for the explosion of other infotainment programs in the 1980s, many of which modeled their delivery on the local news format. As the panic dawned, networks were broadcasting local news inserts during the morning, as well as news at noon, and news in the evening and late at night. 29 When local television reporter Wayne Satz was the FRST to break the McMartin story, he revealed the extent to which local news was dependent on sensational content. In February 1984, the month of Satz's report, a TV guide cover included a headline that asked, "Is local news going too far?" 30 Through a mounting number of reports, local news programs around the country fleshed out much of the panic's ritual abuse narrative. In her criticism of the case involving Gerald Amirald and his family in Massachusetts, journalist Dorothy Rabinovitz observes, it had begun its long nightly run on the local news. 31 stories of satanic ritual abuse were potentially reinforced by reports of cults, devil worship, kidnappers, pornographers, and serial killers that simultaneously ran on both local and national network news, as well as other infotainment programs and CNN. Since the late 1960s, national news programs had been shifting their stories toward sensational human interest to stay competitive with local news, becoming more popular in the process. Between 1970 and 1980, viewers of national evening news exploded, increasing from 5 million to 56 million, according to a contemporary ABC study cited in an article titled TV News Growing Too Powerful, from the reputable weekly news magazine U.S. News and World Report. 32 At the same time, national news boosted the credibility of tabloid sources by reporting many of their same stories. National news segments on satanic ritual abuse indicated that by the 1980s, the networks were willing to support and enhance tabloid media's most extreme content. The solid reputation of network news programming served to reinforce the credibility of ritual abuse cases. Between 1984 and 1985, the NBC, CBS, and ABC National Evening News collectively ran more than 20 reports on the McMartin case, with a few labeled special segments. 33. The initial success of tabloid television stemmed from its live broadcasts, sensational stories, and innovative devices like dramatic reenactments and charismatic hosts. The genre helped revive the amount of live content on television, which had rapidly declined in the late 1950s due to the advent of videotape technology. 34. Infotainment joined the few remaining staples of live television, including network news programs, Saturday Night Live, awards shows, and sports broadcasts. 35. Despite its popularity, live television transmission was often not instantaneous as networks imposed delays for closed captioning and censorship purposes. 36. This delay was compounded by technological factors, such as the encoding and decoding of a video. 37. Although live was an ambiguous and complicated term, media sources, specifically CNN, talk shows, and the increasing number of local news programs, promoted it as a key component of television content. 38. Advertising the live quality of some tabloid content helped render material across the entire genre both urgent and credible. In 1981, a year after media mogul Ted Turner launched CNN, an article in the Columbia Journalism Review characterized the network as having an aptitude for vivid live television. 39. Its signature feature, as CNN assignment editor Ed Turner labeled it, was the fact that whenever something newsworthy is going on in the world, the network is on the air, ready to relay it. 40. Describing the speed of the network as dizzying, the article also emphasized CNN's growing popularity, citing that it currently reached over 6 million households, or one-third of the nation's 19.3 million cable homes. 41. A 1984 article in the popular, long-running quarterly magazine The Saturday Evening Post on Phil Donahue explained that the live delivery of the show's emotional content provided a guarantee that nothing was faked. 42. The author insisted that it was strong stuff for television. 43. The alleged legitimacy of live sensational material on television was bolstered by the use of anecdotal evidence. Eyewitness testimony, surveillance footage, on-scene reports, and dramatic reenactments that often involved intimate situations. Reports of satanic ritual abuse became a television news story partly because police logs supplied tabloid sources with content, as they had done historically, but also because they involved popular tabloid themes of violence, betrayal, and the occult. The sensational testimony of children in ritual abuse cases reinforced, and contributed to, tabloid media's ongoing circus of the grotesque, the scandalous, and the abnormal. 44. Critics initially called CNN the Chaos News Network and the Chicken Noodle Network, because of its news entertainment philosophy, although Turner argued that his channel went a lot deeper. 45. As it gained popularity, Infotainment increasingly focused on non-consensual situations where those with power and authority used it in exploitative, violent, conspiratorial, or deviant ways. Popular topics included stalking, abduction, abuse, rape, and murder, particularly, as Kevin Glenn argues, in the context of gender disturbances and ambiguities, troubled domestic and familial relationships, and paranormal phenomena that apparently outstrip the explanatory power of scientific rationalism. 46, once relegated to the fringes of syndication, explained a 1988 article in the weekly news magazine Newsweek titled Trash TV, the tabloid virus had infected all of television with its seamy exploration of life's sleazy underside. 47, infotainment promoted stories of rage, fear, and destruction, seeming to affirm the ubiquity of victimization and the loss of control over the outcomes of events, and of one's fate, explains Glenn. 48, during interrogation sessions with social workers, who served as experts and primary criminal investigators in ritual abuse cases, children supposedly revealed intimate stories of abuse. A team of social workers from Children's Institute International, a private child abuse research group founded earlier in the century, questioned the McMartin children. 49, social worker Key McFarland assumed the role of lead investigator because of a 1981 California state law allowing specialists to conduct criminal investigations into child abuse cases without police oversight. However, during her cross-examination with Daniel Davis, Ray Bucky's lawyer, McFarland could not recall if she had ever been tested for her credentials as an interviewer. 50, both non-tabloid and tabloid sources reported details of children's interview responses with McFarland and other social workers in similar cases. Articles and news broadcasts highlighted children's claims that they had been tortured and forced to watch and participate in animal and human sacrifice. Despite initially denying the charges against Ray Bucky, young people from the ages of 2 to 14 alleged that the defendants had terrorized them in meat markets, farms, and car washes and taken pornographic pictures of them. 51, while the social workers' controversial interview techniques, which included dressing as clowns and coaxing information from children using hand puppets and anatomically correct dolls, ultimately led jurors to acquit all of the McMartin defendants, they were accepted as credible in several other cases, as well as in tabloid media reports. Infotainment provided national audiences with details that vividly brought children's testimony to life. National news reports of ritual abuse cases began to decline after 1986, when the McMartin preliminary hearing ended with the dismissal of charges for all of the defendants except Ray Bucky and his mother. In February of that year, Glenn Stevens, a prosecutor for the district attorney's office, resigned after telling reporters of his growing doubts about the case. 52, Stevens publicly admitted that initial charges were fled prematurely and attacked CII's subsequent handling of the investigation. 53, by the late 1980s, national news was generally avoiding the topic of ritual abuse, but it remained prevalent on television through local news, which reported on cases throughout the late 1980s and early 1990s, as well as made-for-TV movies and talk shows, especially Geraldo, which aired 2 specials on devil worship after the show's 1987 debut. The second special, Devil Worship, Exposing Satan's Underground, earned NBC its highest ratings ever for a live 2-hour documentary. 54, according to journalist Lawrence Wright, it was one of the most widely watched documentaries in television history. 55, the Ingram family apparently watched the special before Paul was arrested. 56, part of the program's appeal rested with Rivera, a member of television's growing population of charismatic tabloid personalities. Following in the footsteps of Phil Donahue, talk show hosts Sally Jessy Raphael, Morton Downey, Jr., Oprah Winfrey, and Geraldo Rivera became household names. They graced the covers of magazines and appeared on television in a variety of capacities. For example, in 1984, Donahue co-moderated the televised debates between Democratic candidates for president, along with ABC network news anchor Ted Koppel. 57, other popular hosts included tabloid news correspondents Maury Povich of A Current Affair, Robert Stack of Unsolved Mysteries, and Bill O'Reilly of Inside Edition, as well as John Walsh, who hosted America's Most Wanted after his son Adam was abducted and murdered a few years earlier. Tabloid television hosts were a critical part of the genre's appeal. Although he was not a television host, CNN founder Ted Turner was also a prominent media personality in the 1980s. Turner became a media fixture during the decade as he built up a corporate empire that included successful sports teams and television networks. In the late 1980s, Turner's media company added a fourth network, TNT, to a lineup that already included TBS, CNN, and Headline News. 58 When he launched CNN on June 1, 1980, a Saturday Evening Post article on Turner described him as the 41-year-old brat, genius, internationally acclaimed yachtsman, multimillionaire owner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Hawks, who was revolutionizing the television news industry. 59 The magazine also labeled him a pioneer and helped perpetuate his nickname, Captain Outrageous, which was a reference to his 12-meter yacht Courageous. 60 After its first year on air, CNN reached over 3 million homes and was on for at least 2 hours a day in 3% of homes that carried the station, according to the daily national newspaper The Washington Post. 61 Turner was the subject of dozens of articles, news stories, and television programs. He made appearances on several shows, including some on CNN, and found his own tabloid fame in the 1990s when he entered into a high-profile marriage with actress Jane Fonda. The success of infotainment led it to quickly influence other television genres. Throughout the 1980s, a growing number of sitcoms, children's shows, after-school specials, network-made-for-television movies, and public service announcements presented the same content as tabloid sources. As issues surrounding children gained national attention, sitcoms in particular dealt with topics such as kidnapping, pedophilia, child abuse, and cult membership. In a 1983 two-part episode of the popular sitcom Diff'rent Strokes titled The Bicycle Man, Arnold, the younger of two African-American brothers living with wealthy white businessman Philip Drummond, encounters a pedophile named Mr. Horton. It was the second consecutive season in which television had seriously tackled issues of child abuse and pornography in its primetime evening lineup. 62 previous programs included 3 CBS made-for-TV movies titled Prime Suspects, Fallen Angels, and In Defense of Kids. 63 In the episode of Diff'rent Strokes, Mr. Horton, who owns a bicycle shop, lures Arnold and his friend with ice cream, wine, and comic books and introduces them to pornography. 64 The episode aired a year before Wayne Satz's FRST broke the McMartin story, which included allegations of pornography. 65 The show also visited the issue of kidnapping in a 1985 episode titled Sam's Missing, which involves the abduction of Arnold's new stepbrother. 66 As ritual abuse cases gained notoriety, episodes highlighting the plight of children picked up pace. Between 1984 and 1987, popular family-oriented sitcoms such as Silver Spoons, The Cosby Show, Growing Pains, Small Wonder, and The Facts of Life featured episodes with children who were lost, abused, neglected, or homeless. 67 A 1989 episode of the popular sitcom Charles in Charge, Curing the Common Cult, dealt exclusively with cult membership. When one of the children under the care of babysitter Charles joins a cult, Charles works to show her that its leader, Abacon, is a con artist. 68 Network made-for-television movies and after-school specials, produced by the station and a regular feature of the medium by the 1980s, also reinforced tabloid headlines, turning them into a fictional afternoon or evening drama that often claimed to be based on a true story or inspired by real events. Set in an affluent suburb, ABC's 1984 made-for-TV movie Something About Amelia centered on a young white female victim of incest. 69 A critical and commercial success, the FLM brought in 60 million viewers, or 46% of the television audience, and placed ABC as FRST in the ratings for that week. 70 for the season. The FLM was second only to ABC's The Day After, a made-for-TV movie about nuclear war that attracted 100 million viewers. 71 According to a positive review of Something About Amelia in the New York Times, the FLM's producers, who were obviously aware of the subject's built-in sensationalism, had mostly succeeded in approaching the topic responsibly. 72 Although Something About Amelia did not claim to be based on a true story, the movie's FNAL frame addresses the tangible consequences of incest, explaining, procedures for prosecution, correction, treatment, and criminal justice vary from state to state. 73 Airing a month before SAT's report on McMartin. The FLM was a singular, major event in unleashing confessions of abuse and dramatic multiple abuse cases, according to child abuse specialists quoted in the Washington Post. 74 Like sitcoms, the number of after-school specials and made-for-TV movies during the decade dealing with various forms of child abuse accelerated alongside ritual abuse accusations. Examples included Please Don't Hit Me, Mom, Adam, Kids Don't Tell, Children of the Night, Don't Touch, When the Bough Breaks, Terrible Things My Mother Told Me, and Do You Know the Muffin Man? Adam, which aired on NBC the same month Judy Johnson FRST accused Ray Buckey of abusing her son, was based on the abduction and murder of Adam Walsh, son of child advocate and future host of America's Most Wanted John Walsh. 75 By mid-decade, some movie plots closely mimicked facets of ritual abuse cases. When the Bough Breaks featured a psychiatrist and a detective working together in Los Angeles to uncover a secret and elite group of pedophiles described in a positive review in the Washington Post as part of a widening web of corruption with hideous secrets. 76 The Post article found the casting ironic, as both of the FLM's protagonists, which included Ted Danson, the father guilty of incest in Something About Amelia, had previously played child molesters in earlier roles. 77 A review in the New York Times critically viewed the FLM as tumbling rapidly into ever more unbelievable situations. 78 A few years later, Do You Know the Muffin Man? Was described in the Orange County Register as a thinly veiled take on the McMartin case. 79 The FLM featured a police officer and his wife from the suburbs of Los Angeles who learn their son is a victim of sexual abuse at a neighborhood daycare center. Charges against a seemingly gentle elderly couple involve pornographic photographs and satanic ritual abuse. 80 The FLM was a syndicated talk show come to life, stated a review in the popular national daily newspaper USA Today, despite the fact that the story was fictional. 81 PSAs, which had aired regularly on television since the 1950s, veered heavily into tabloid content in the 1980s as well. As the decade progressed, networks added more PSAs marketed exclusively to children. 82 In 1979, the Ad Council, a national non-profit organization that had produced PSAs since World War II, introduced McGrove the Crime Dog, a cartoon character designed to address crime prevention. 83 Using the slogan Take a Bite Out of Crime, PSAs featuring McGrove dealt with drug abuse, theft, bullying, and kidnapping, often portraying white suburban children as the intended victims. A 1984 PSA on kidnapping opens with a pigtailed girl introduced by McGrove as Jenny walking down a sunny, tree-lined suburban street. A sedan pulls up next to her, but McGrove warns the viewers that it's not Jenny's dad. 84 If she gets into that car, continues McGrove, you may be looking at Jenny for the last time. 85 A cartoon McGrove then appears on screen clad in a trench coat and introduces himself. The backdrop shifts from Jenny to a busy suburban playground. As McGrove then states that every day in this country 60 kids disappear, the children suddenly vanish and the playground becomes empty. 86 Some run away, but a lot are kidnapped by strangers or even by people they know. Almost 20,000 kids a year. 20,000 kids, one kid at a time, maybe your kid, on your street, just like Jenny, concludes McGrove, his voice almost at a whisper. 87 The ad's suburban backdrop, menacing tones, and unseated statistics were recurring devices of tabloid television. PSAs sponsored by the Ad Council joined One to Grow On and The More You Know, which were campaigns produced by NBC, as well as the show closing epilogues to cartoon shows for children like He-Man and the Masters of the Universe and G.I. Joe, a real American hero. 88 At the end of each episode of G.I. Joe, the show's explicit moral lesson was concluded with the tagline, "Now you know, and knowing is half the battle." 89 As the decade progressed, a growing amount of television content was invested in substantiating tabloid material, some of which was directly related to ritual abuse and the Satanic Panic. Merger mania. By the 1980s, the presence of tabloid television in the lives of millions of Americans partly stemmed from the rise of the New Right. That mass media platforms in the 1980s, particularly television sets, multiplied in number, became larger in size, and conveyed clearer images and sounds was partly tied to the cultural prevalence of several different intersecting conservative ideologies. Although cable television, satellite dishes, and VCRs opened up more commercial content choices for consumers throughout the 1980s, conservative values influenced new material and helped bring about television's cultural ubiquity. Tabloid television provided the media with one of its most effective means of promoting conservative ideals. While many books, movies, magazines, and songs increasingly reflected and shaped various conservative views, they did not generally share with infotainment a prestigious association with news, or the possibility of a live broadcast. McMartin and other ritual abuse cases were directly tied to the growing availability of sensational television content. The expansion of infotainment in the 1980s was partly a result of the decade's deregulation policies. By relaxing enforcement of antitrust laws, Ronald Reagan allowed for an intense and unprecedented period of merger and acquisition activity. In The Titans of Takeover, Robert Slater explains that between 1974 and 1984, American corporations spent the record-breaking sum of $398 billion on mergers and acquisitions in some 23,000 transactions. 90 previously, such massive transactions, which continued throughout the 1980s, had been rare. 91 Since many of them were considered hostile, the climate across all industries became increasingly predatory. 92 According to Deborah A. Valentine, General Counsel of the Federal Trade Commission from 1995 to 2001, despite new FTC merger guidelines implemented in 1982 to prevent undue concentration, the government did not actually apply them and relatively few enforcement actions were brought. 93 By 1989, at least 143 of the nation's 500 largest industrial corporations in 1980 had been acquired, with the decade's largest transactions occurring between 1983 and 1985. 94 The growing dominance of American conglomerates on a worldwide scale allowed their owners, top managers, and political advocates to amass great wealth and exercise vast influence over the material and cultural landscape. Corporate consolidation in the 1980s directly affected communities around the country in several ways, potentially causing instability that may have primed them for panic. It often resulted in massive layoffs. Along with the decade's high inflation and steady outsourcing of manufacturing jobs, mergers directly contributed to a national unemployment rate that remained above 6% between 1980 and 1987, reaching a peak of 10.8% in 1982. 95 As entire departments in an acquired FRM were dissolved, job losses were concentrated among the ranks of professionals or middle management, an off-channel from the New Jersey Department of Labor explained in 1989. 96 In the years surrounding the McMartin trial, mergers led to tens of thousands of job cuts in the Los Angeles area. In 1983, with California's unemployment rate reaching a record high of 11%, companies like Los Angeles-based Continental Airlines and Occidental Petroleum of Los Angeles significantly trimmed their 30 payrolls amid mergers with Texas Air Corp and Cities Services, respectively. 97 The 1986 acquisition of Crocker National Bank by Wells Fargo, the largest in U.S. banking history, led to the dismissal of Crocker's senior management for its Southern California operations, as well as over 1,000 employees. 98 Another 3,400 were expected to be laid off in 1987. 99 In 1987, discount retailer Target planned to convert all Los Angeles County Gemco department stores into Targets, including several in the suburbs surrounding Manhattan Beach. Thousands of Gemco workers lost their jobs as a result. 101 Although mergers could result in the creation of new jobs, few regions of the country were unaffected by the corporate restructuring that took place during the decade. Layoffs throughout Southern California were indicative of a larger national pattern of economic upheaval wrought by large-scale takeovers. At the community level, it's a terrible problem and can lead to turmoil and dislocation, stated a former Gulf corporate planner in 1984 of the decade's merger mania after Chevron, an oil company headquartered near San Francisco, acquired Gulf in the company's largest merger to that date. 102 While the impact of layoffs and high unemployment rates on communities experiencing ritual abuse cases is difficult to measure, it would also have been nearly impossible to ignore. Job security became increasingly more fragile, and the nature of work began to fundamentally change. By 1986, over 30 million people had become part of a rapidly expanding contingent labor force, comprised of part-time workers or independent contractors who could be easily brought on or let go as needed. 103 The loss, frustration, and uncertainty caused by these changes may have helped catalyze the panic. As conglomerates grew bigger and more powerful, the amount of space in a neighborhood designed for commercial purposes expanded. The decade witnessed a sizable increase in the number of multiplex movie theaters, banks, large retail chains, corporate centers, shopping malls, and gas stations. Rapid commercial growth was not exclusive to small towns and suburbs, like those where several ritual abuse cases took place, but was highly pronounced in these regions. In the early 1980s, the 44-acre, open-air Manhattan Village Mall was built less than 2 miles from the McMartin Preschool. 104 In the Malling of America, the landmark study of the nation's malls published in 1985, William Severini Kowinski observes there are more shopping centers than school districts, hotels, or hospitals. 105 A 1986 article in the New York Times marking the 30th anniversary of the indoor mall quoted Kowinski referring to the mall as the center of everything for suburbia. 106 A byproduct of commercial development in the 1980s was the birth of the mega-county, labeled as such because they are where the growth is, stated a 1987 article in the monthly news magazine Time, in population, construction, jobs, incomes. 107 mega-counties, such as Orange County, California, were often concentrated in the Sun Belt, where some of the most publicized panic cases took place. The site of growth industries such as aerospace and computers, Orange County had created thousands of jobs by the mid-1980s and was responsible for 1/4 of California's migration, according to a contemporary article in U.S. News & World Report. 108 It bordered Los Angeles County, which was home to Manhattan Beach. The rise of mega-counties was tied to the phenomenal growth of suburban communities more generally during the 1980s. As reported by the U.S. Census Bureau, suburbs accounted for most of the growth of metropolitan areas in the 20th century and began to significantly outpace urban expansion starting in the 1970s. 109 As the rapid growth of retail trade in the suburbs drew people away from cities, it fundamentally altered America's infrastructure and introduced new challenges to everyday life. As it squeezed out wildlife and farmland, suburban sprawl included more roads, intersections, traffic, population density, construction, parking lots, vacant buildings, and pollution, particularly in waterways forced to absorb runoff carrying oil, grease, and trash. 110 In many areas, residents faced longer commutes and found walking, as well as public transportation, less accessible. 111. These problems were potentially exacerbated in the Los Angeles area in 1984 as the city hosted the Summer Olympic Games. Before the Games began, California Highway Patrol formed a new TRAFC information agency to handle the unprecedented challenge for law enforcement. 112. The number of suburbs that fell into poverty during the 1980s increased from 3.5 million to 8.7 million. 113. Despite optimism expressed in many contemporary reports on megacounties and suburban growth, the changes taking place in America's suburbs were varied and potentially problematic. Suburbia isn't utopia, a 1984 U.S. News and World Report article observed. 114. Commercial growth in suburban neighborhoods also involved changes within the home as consumer products became cheaper and more widely available. The decade's growth of retail space included a rise in the number of big box stores, which housed an increasing number of products, particularly electronics, making them more accessible to consumers. Stores were enormous, sprawling, and well-stocked. In 1983, electronics store Sound of Music, based in St. Paul, Minnesota, rebranded as Best Buy and opened its first 18,000 square foot superstore in the suburbs, becoming the nation's second largest consumer electronics retailer over the next 10 years. 115. Walmart, which sold everything from ironing board covers to stereos, grew from one store in 1962 to over 1,000 by 1988, launching its first hypermarket that year in suburban Dallas, Texas, with a floor space measuring 222,000 square feet. 116. Described as disorienting in a Time article, the hypermarket was one of FFTY that Walmart planned to build over the next 8 years. 117. An issue of People from the early 1980s reported that Sam Walton, founder of Walmart, was America's second richest man, standing behind only oil magnate Gordon Getty. 118. In their efforts to branch out, Walmart and competitors acquired smaller regional chains like Caldor and Value City. 119. Amid these changes, smaller family-owned stores were often put out of business. During the first half of the decade, sales of automobiles and appliances steadily increased. In 1984, Thomas E. Swanstrom, chief economist at Sears, Roebuck & Co., projected good business for consumer durables through 1985. 120. Sales for microwave ovens skyrocketed, reaching 10.9 million units that year. 121. Along with dishwashers and disposal units, they dominated overall appliance sales. 122. According to a 1984 article in Businessweek, electronic products experienced a 20% increase in sales in 1983, a trend that was expected to continue. 123. In 1987, sales of electronic products and services were up 4.5% from the year before. 124. Television sets and VCRs were top performer. VCRs were so hot, explained a November 1984 article in the New York Times, that even with production capacity currently at 100%, manufacturers warned of shortages over the Christmas season. 125. Unit sales of both TVs and VCRs were potentially boosted by the fact that cable revenue jumped 17-fold to $993 million by 1986, and another 20-fold to $21.2 billion by 1989, explains Lizabeth Cohen in A Consumer's Republic, The Politics of Mass Consumption in Post-War America. 126. A 1981 People magazine article on Ted Turner accurate speculated, the future belongs to cable. 127. It also became increasingly popular for young people, especially teenagers, to have their own bedroom television set, a development that was crucial to the success of a growing number of consumer products marketed exclusively to children. 128. The influx of consumer products into homes, particularly electronic devices, gave media companies more opportunities to disseminate commercial messages. Several of the decade's most substantial mergers involved the media industry, which included FLM, radio, television, newspaper, magazine, book, music, computer, and telecommunications companies. While the biggest, most profitable mergers did not occur until the 1990s, those of the 1980s were both a cause and consequence of conservatism's political and economic success. Although the FCC explicitly prohibited cross-ownership of media industries beginning in 1974, the Supreme Court continuously ruled in favor of the many media conglomerates that objected to those rules in subsequent years. 129 by 2003, dozens of successful challenges led the FCC to relent and allow for unlimited ownership in large media markets. 130 over the interim, several media industries consolidated. By the mid-1980s, 20 corporations controlled more than half the nation's newspapers and accounted for over half of total annual magazine sales. Roughly FFTY companies controlled almost all print and electronic media. 131 these historic mergers included television networks, some of which had previously been independent multimedia corporations in their own right. 132 in 1985, a year after ABC bought sports television network ESPN from Getty Oil, the network, which had fallen to third place in primetime ratings, was purchased by Capital Cities Communications, becoming Capital Cities/ABC. 133 the $3.5 billion acquisition, which was completed in January 1986, brought Capital Cities control over the ABC television network and several affiliates, as well as a number of radio stations, cable television franchises, daily newspapers, direct mail operations, and specialty periodicals. 134 ABC was also involved in book publishing, music, video enterprises, movies, and scenic attractions. 135 at the time of the merger, Thomas S. Murphy, coined the unpretentious CEO of the new media giant in an article headline, earned a salary of $550,000 and also served as a director of Texaco, General Housewares, and Johnson & Johnson. 136 in 1989, a Forbes cover story on the 800 highest paid executives in the country ranked him 313. 137 according to a newspaper report in the Chicago Tribune, the FCC responded to the largest acquisition in U.S. broadcasting history to that date by stating they wouldn't automatically oppose a network takeover. 138 in 1986, General Electric bought RCA, parent company of NBC. 139 a Time magazine cover story. Headline dubbed the conglomerate a powerhouse in defense, electronics, and broadcasting. 140 before the merger, GE chairman John Welch insisted, the traditional independence of NBC's news operations will be maintained. 141 subsequent media mergers in the next decade included CBS and Westinghouse, Capital Cities/ABC, Touchstone, and Walt Disney Pictures. And Turner Communications and Time Warner. They involved billions of dollars and affected thousands of employees. In 1996, the deal between Turner Communications and Time Warner, which was initially rejected by the Federal Trade Commission, brought together FLM, television, cable, satellite, music, publishing, sports, and entertainment companies. 142 Hanna-Barbera Entertainment, New Line Cinema, CNN, Cartoon Network, Comedy Central, TBS, TNT, Sega Channel, Black Entertainment Television, the WB, Time Warner Cable, Warner Brothers Records, Atlantic Group, Elektra, Time Incorporated, Book of the Month Club, Warner Books, Little, Brown & Co., the Atlanta Braves, World Championship Wrestling, and Six Flags theme parks were just some of the companies acquired. 143 When Walt Disney purchased Capital Cities/ABC in 1995, the $19 billion deal affected 85,000 employees. 144 The consolidation of media industries in the 1980s was not possible without a simultaneous relaxation of FCC policies, which in part allowed corporate interests to enhance television's commercial role. Mark Fowler, who began his 6-year tenure as chairman of the FCC under Ronald Reagan in 1981, believed that sweeping deregulation of the television industry is in order, reported the New York Times in 1983. 145 The article quoted Fowler at a meeting of the North Carolina Association of Broadcasters pledging to take deregulation to the limits of existing law. 146 Fowler's early actions, which earned him the nickname Madman Mark, also a reference to his title as a radio disc jockey in the 1960s, included lifting the rule in 1982 requiring broadcast licenses to be held for 3 years and, in 1984, allowing broadcasters to own an unlimited number of AM and FM radio stations as well as UHF and VHF television stations by 1990. 147 Reportedly bowing to congressional pressure, the FCC limited the number to 12 of each type of station, which was the amount originally mandated for the interim period between 1984 and 1990. 148 A single owner was also prohibited from owning stations that, when combined, reached more 20 FVE% of viewers. 149 Despite the FCC's compromises, the number still represented a substantial increase from the previous maximum of 7 stations apiece. Fowler argued that the decision was pro-viewer and could foster the development of new programming choices for the American people. 150 The decision was integral to the 1985 Capital Cities/ABC merger because it allowed Capital Cities to acquire ABC's radio and television licenses. 151 Capital Cities also had to sell several radio and television stations, as well as cable systems, to meet FCC standards, which included a rule that banned television networks from owning cable systems. 152 KABC in Los Angeles, where Wayne Satz initially reported the McMartin story, was one of the stations initially expected to be sold, although a waiver granted by the FCC at FRST temporary but later made permanent allowed Capital Cities to retain it. 153 Properties, stated a 1985 article in U.S. News & World Report, change hands with lightning speed. 154 Fowler had opened the door to a video revolution through the rapid turnover of local stations and hostile takeovers of powerful networks, claimed the article, which referenced the Capital Cities/ABC merger as well as Ted Turner's unsuccessful bid for CBS in 1985. 155 Television stations can now be bought and sold nearly as easily as shoe stores or fast food franchises, echoed a 1986 article in the Washington Post on Ted Turner and Australian newspaper mogul Rupert Murdoch, who became a U.S. citizen in order to purchase American television stations. 156 At the time, Murdoch was launching Fox, a fourth television network, and Turner, whose CNN was available in 40% of U.S. homes, as well as in Europe, Japan, Canada, and Australia, had recently proposed Turner Classic Movies, a 24-hour 8A movie channel featuring FLMS he had acquired from his purchase of MGM/UA Entertainment Company. 157 The article attributed the success of Turner and Murdoch's respective media empires to FCC deregulation, which allowed acquisitions to go unchallenged, as well as to developments in satellite transmission and the availability of risky securities and junk bonds. 158 The FCC's critics in Congress raised questions throughout the decade about the quality of television content, particularly network news. With television stations continuously under new ownership, local affiliates could reject network suggestions by replacing news programs with alternative fare. 159 Massive budget cuts resulting from takeovers were also potentially problematic. In order to fend off Ted Turner's hostile takeover of CBS in 1985, the network bought back some of its stock from shareholders, raising company debt to $1 billion and leading to substantial job cuts in its news division. 160 In 1987, another 200 CBS News employees were discharged due to rising costs and falling revenues. 161 That same year, news divisions and corporate chiefs from the networks spent 3 days testifying before the House Energy and Commerce Telecommunications Subcommittee over whether their commitment to public service had been compromised amid the decade's mergers and acquisitions. 162 According to the Orange County Register, in an article partial to the networks, Democratic Representative Jim Slattery wondered if NBC's reporting about defense contracts might potentially be skewed under the ownership of General Electric. 163 Former CBS News chief Fred W. Friendly, who spoke at the hearings, condemned the networks as a midway of junk entertainment and headline service news. 164 The FCC also ignited widely reported controversy in the 1980s by deregulating children's television programming and abolishing the Fairness Doctrine. In 1983, the Commission voted to eliminate guidelines in place since the mid-1970s that limited advertising on children's programs to 16 minutes per hour. 165 Fowler reportedly argued that children's television should be dictated by market forces. 166 Networks and other channels subsequently introduced dozens of program-length commercials for toys, games, candy, and cereal, often produced by the manufacturer, who shared profits with station owners. 167 Cartoon shows like Pac-Man, Rubik, The Amazing Cube, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, The Transformers, G.I. Joe, A Real American Hero, and Thundercats were based on toys and games. 168 In 1985, the FCC voted to allow commercial tie-ins on children's programs, which had previously been banned. 169 That year, Associate Clinical Professor of Pediatrics at Yale University Victor Strasberger concluded that children view 350,000 commercial messages by the time they graduate high school. 170 The FCC's approval of program-length commercials for children prompted complaints from the American Academy of Pediatrics, members of Congress, and Action for Children's Television, a consumer advocacy group, that children were being exploited. 171 Articles critical of FCC policies during the decade called children's television intellectually barren and fled with violence and mayhem. 172 After Fowler resigned as chairman in 1987, the FCC voted 4-0 to overturn the Fairness Doctrine, which had been established with the Communications Act of 1934 and adopted by the FCC in 1949 to mandate equal time to both sides of a political issue, as well as political candidates. 173 The Fairness Doctrine had been responsible for the introduction of network evening news, establishing networks as public trustees. 174 Fowler waged a campaign throughout his tenure to strike down the doctrine, contending that those who supported it were enemies of a free press. 175 In the months leading up to the FCC's vote, a democratically controlled Congress passed a bill codifying the doctrine into law, but Reagan vetoed it. 176 Fowler, although at the time no longer a part of the FCC, claimed he had been involved in Reagan's decision. 177 FCC policies during the 1980s dramatically changed the television landscape. The growing commercial role of television, which included the expansion of infotainment, was a testament to the power of the new right. Tabloid television became an effective platform for launching their cultural war on the many liberal groups and social activists that continued to grow and arise, including those who questioned deregulation policies. Groups and individuals advocating social change were reduced to caricatures and often confounded with criminals, painted as dire threats to the security and sanctity of white suburbia and the nuclear family. Depicting the white suburban nuclear family as a precious and essential commodity that was constantly at risk allowed conservative interests to justify their political inefficiency, which included legislation, military engagements, and discriminatory rhetoric. It provided them with absolute moral authority to identify suburbia's threats and aggressively campaign against them. As the suburban landscape also transformed, it appeared to reflect neighborhoods represented on TV. The Satanic Panic serves as proof that many communities mimicked, and perpetuated, aspects of conservative ideology during the decade. Chapter 3. The Hyperreal and the Imaginary, the Satanic Panic as Infotainment. Mavericks. In 1968, Dr. Ray E. Helfer, an early leading expert on child abuse who testified at CAPTA's congressional hearings and co-authored the seminal text The Battered Child, expressed his concern that any system put in place to confront the abuse of minors could be exploited by opportunists using it for personal gain. Since young people could not always speak for themselves, Helfer feared they could be easily manipulated by a district attorney eager for an easy win or an overzealous police department, resulting in false accusations or imprisonment. He was especially concerned about the role of the news media, cautioning, sensationalism may sell newspapers, but it does nothing to help the people who deal with this problem. 2. Helfer urged journalists to report on the problem responsibly in order to help combat it, rather than to sell news. However, writing in the late 1960s, Helfer was unable to predict major developments in news content over the next decades that would effectively silence such warnings. Ritual abuse cases became an unparalleled media phenomenon, expanding on popular cultural narratives that helped secure the success of tabloid content, particularly on television. After Ray Bucky's September 1983 arrest, he continued to deny Matthew Johnson's charges against him and was initially released due to lack of evidence. Many McMartin parents also immediately questioned or openly challenged the charges. However, a month later, in October, a survey given to Los Angeles residents by the OFCE of District Attorney Robert Filibosian found that many considered child abuse a greater threat to children than drugs or drunk driving. 3. Filibosian, who was in the process of losing his campaign for re-election, decided to have Joan Matisinka, Assistant District Attorney, investigate the McMartin case. 4. Matisinka was a child abuse prosecutor who had worked with psychiatrist Dr. Roland Summit in founding Parents Anonymous, a child sexual abuse advocacy group created in 1967. 5. Matisinka was part of several different child abuse organizations, many of them in the Los Angeles area, that had been established by doctors, social workers, therapists, prosecutors, and parents over the past couple of decades. While a member of the Preschool Age Molested Children's Professional Group, a spin-off of the Interagency Council on Child Abuse and Neglect, Matisinka encountered social worker Key McFarlane, who was central to the efforts of both groups to improve police and trial interview techniques for young abuse victims. 6. Established in Los Angeles in the late 1970s, ICANN was a non-profit organization designed to serve as the off-Chale County body to coordinate the multi-agency development of services for the identification, prevention, treatment, and protection of child abuse and neglect. 7. Dr. Michael Durfee, a child psychiatrist who directed suspected child abuse and neglect teams at a growing number of hospitals in Southern California and would remain central to the McMartin case, worked closely with ICANN and headed monthly meetings of the Preschool Age Molested Children's Professional Group. 8. One of Drive Durfee's interns at SCAN had been the FRST to CONFRM that Matthew Johnson had been abused. 9. Matisinka recruited McFarlane and other female social workers from the latter's full-time employer, Children's Institute International, a private research group founded earlier in the century, to interrogate the McMartin children. 10. McFarlane was able to accept the role of lead investigator in the McMartin case as a result of a recent California state law allowing specialists to conduct criminal investigations into child abuse cases. 11. The law predated recommendations from legal experts that law enforcement off-chales should be used at a minimum. 12. CII came to Manhattan Beach in October 1983 to begin interviewing children at the preschool. Over the next 6 months, children and social workers renewed allegations against Ray Bucky and extended them to his mother, Peggy McMartin Bucky, his sister, Peggy Ann Bucky, who was reportedly arrested in front of her high school class, his grandmother and school founder Virginia McMartin, and 6 teachers. 13. The owners and employees of the McMartin preschool were collectively indicted on more than 300 felony counts of conspiracy and lewd and lascivious acts over a FVE-year period. 14. 5 government agencies, including the FBI and Interpol, began an international search for evidence, and Wayne Satz, who would eventually enter into a romantic relationship with Key McFarlane, began reporting the story on the local news. 15. Satz apparently learned about the case from a colleague at KABC whose children were a part of the investigation. 16. When Joan Matisinka brought in Key McFarlane and CII to launch the investigation, they were working primarily with 2-year-old Matthew Johnson's testimony as told by his mother, who was a diagnosed schizophrenic. 17. Despite Judy Johnson's deteriorating health, which prevented her from continued involvement in the case and led to her death in 1986 from liver disease, CII began testing out their new interview techniques on McMartin preschoolers. 18. The videotaped interrogation sessions of McMartin children conducted by CII's social workers were part of methods recently devised by members of the Preschool Age Molested Children's Professional Group, ICAN, and other such regional and national organizations, to coax information from young children about their experiences with sexual abuse. Lawyers and law enforcement agents were unsure of the most appropriate way to interrogate potential victims without further traumatizing them. The most pressing issue they confronted was piecing together an abuse case from a child who was too young or scared to speak. McFarlane claimed she and her team had successfully elicited testimony of abuse from young children by employing props like hand puppets and anatomically correct dolls. 19. Until the McMartin interviews, the latter were most often used to illustrate sex positions in classes for adults. Offered by famed sex researchers William H. Masters and Virginia E. Johnson in the late 1970s and early 1980s. 20. After interviewing nearly 400 children in this manner, CII concluded that more than 350 had been abused over the past FVE years. 21. Initial charges of molestation quickly grew to include allegations of pornography and satanic ritual. Children reported episodes of digging up dead bodies at cemeteries, jumping out of airplanes, killing animals with bats. 22. A critical 1990 article in the conservative editorial magazine National Review argued that they were utterly absurd accusations, with prosecutors alleging the full paraphernalia of Hammer horror movies, a reference to popular gothic horror FLMS produced by British company Hammer Film Productions in the 1960s and 1970s. 23. Although McFarlane told Ray Bucky's lawyer, Daniel Davis, during her cross-examination that she could not recall having ever been tested for her credentials as an interviewer, her controversial methods became standard practice in ritual abuse cases. 24. In March 1984, roughly 6 months after CII's interviews began, members of the McMartin family and 3 teachers were in police custody. Authorities had raided 11 locations in 3 Southern California counties, and McMartin parents had led several civil suits against the family. 25. Dozens of McMartin children began preparing to testify in court. In nearly every major ritual abuse case, interviews conducted with children by other social workers and child therapists versed in CII's techniques yielded narratives of abuse similar to one another. Kyle Zerpolo, one of a small number of McMartin children who openly testified for the prosecution, later spoke out against CII's interviews. In a 2005 expose in the Los Angeles Times titled "I'm Sorry," Zerpolo told journalist Debbie Nathan that he remembered thinking during an interview with CII, "I'm not going to get out of here unless I tell them what they want to hear." 26. Although Zerpolo told them that nothing happened at the preschool, he explained, "I remember them almost giggling and laughing, saying, 'Oh, we know these things happen to you. Why don't you just go ahead and tell us? Use these dolls if you're scared.'" 27. Zerpolo felt that their questions were manipulative, adding, "It was really obvious what they wanted. I know the types of language they used on me, things like I was smart, or I could help the other kids who were scared." 28. Another child in a ritual abuse case from neighboring Kern County cited similarly coercive techniques when later recanting testimony against his mother. Social workers, he explained, used the kids against each other. 29 They would say one child or another said that happened and we know it happened to you. Why don't you stop lying and admit it? 30 It's so easy to get kids to say what you want them to say, he concluded. 31 Brandon and Brian Niffen, sons of Brenda and Alan Niffen, later recanted the testimony against their parents, claiming they felt pressured by social workers, sheriff's deputies, and prosecutors. 32 The Niffen children were told during interrogation sessions that they would be helping their parents by admitting to abuse. 33 Although interviews from CII and other social workers provided a sensational news story, they were successfully challenged at some point in nearly all ritual abuse cases. On January 18, 1986, after a 19-month preliminary hearing, recently elected District Attorney Ira Reiner, who had defeated Robert Filibozian, dismissed charges against all McMartin defendants except Ray Buckey and his mother Peggy McMartin Buckey. 34 Hundreds of charges had already been dismissed by Municipal Court Judge Aviva Bob, who had presided over the preliminary hearing. 35 The number of victims had dropped from 41 to 14, with only 13 scheduled to testify. 36 Peggy's charges were collectively reduced due to what Reiner cited as incredibly weak evidence. 37 While all of her charges were dropped after the second trial, Ray faced a subsequent jury that eventually acquitted him on all counts for the same reason. Lawyers, jurors, and journalists ultimately criticized McFarland's use of leading questions and tactics that bordered on coercion. 38 I could not tell from watching the tape that the children were telling what actually happened to them or if they were repeating what their parents told them. An article in the American Bar Association Journal quoted juror Brenda Williams as saying after Bucky's acquittal. 39 However, in the cases of the Niffens, the Amiralds, Frank Fooster, Robert Kelly, Arnetta Schuler, Paul Ingram, Margaret Kelly Michaels, the Friedmans, and the Kellers, jurors initially believed the testimony of children and sentenced the defendants to substantial prison terms. While ritual abuse cases were problematic due to the controversial interrogation methods used by social workers, they were also complicated by the fact that they became integrally caught up in the decades-expanding tabloid media matrix, particularly in its televised format. McMartin was the first and most heavily televised case, with networks consistently pressing for more access to the courtroom. After CNN televised the formal arraignment in April 1984, it petitioned to provide live coverage of the McMartin preliminary hearing, alongside ABC, NBC, and CBS. 40 According to an article in Newsweek titled Turning an Eye on the Lurid, CNN executives felt that televising the proceedings would help educate viewers about a sensitive subject. 41 Several television journalists supported CNN's position, including Senior Vice President of ABC News Richard C. Wald, who felt strongly that such public events should be televised. 42 In June, McMartin preliminary hearing Judge Aviva Bob agreed to allow cameras, but only for exchanges between lawyers and the judge. The summations and the judge's decision, reported the New York Times, which strips the story of its value as a live event, argued Ed Turner, Senior Vice President of CNN. 43 Bob's decision was exclusive to CNN, which shared content with other network news program until both ABC and NBC News led motions requesting access to the courtroom. 44 In August, lawyers for CNN and KABC-TV in Los Angeles contested another of Bob's decisions, this time to temporarily ban all media from the courtroom ahead of the children's testimony. 45 The network attorneys felt the hearing should be open to the public because the children were testifying through closed-circuit television instead of in the courtroom. 46 The clear goal of the networks and CNN was to make cameras a permanent part of the McMartin trial. While other high-profile ritual abuse trials, like those for Gerald Amirald, Frank Fooster, and Paul Ingram, did not experience the same level of network coverage as McMartin, they ran regularly on local news. Nearly all the major ritual abuse trials of the decade were inextricably tied to their media representations. The individuals involved were regularly FLMED and featured in news reports and other tabloid programs. They cycled into and out of courtrooms, news reports, and documentary specials like Geraldo's Devil Worship, which earned some of them notoriety and turned others into temporary celebrities. The evil of televised trials. The June Times report on Bob's decision quoted former Supreme Court Chief Justice Earl Warren as stating in the 1960s, when televised trials began picking up pace, lies not in the noise and appearance of the cameras, but in the trial participants' awareness that they are being televised. 47. It also made them vulnerable to media manipulation. Participants, including journalists and reporters, began to fulfill prescribed roles. It became potentially impossible for them to see that tabloid sources might use ritual abuse cases to gain ratings and credibility. With cameras constantly present and infotainment rapidly expanding, participants in ritual abuse cases conform to easily identifiable types, which they also help to shape. Reporters like Wayne Satz and social workers like Key McFarlane appeared as vigilante heroes, defendants like Ray Buckey became demonic villains, and children were the indoctrinated victims. Trials seemed to play out like one of the decade's blockbuster action movies, which in turn took their cues from increasingly sensational news content. While these tropes were not new to media of the 1980s, nor were they exclusive to ritual abuse cases, they were exaggerated and exploited as accusations mounted and tabloid content grew in scale. The panic helped to further popularize them, giving them legitimacy and lasting appeal. Guilty verdicts in all major cases besides McMartin helped cement tabloid content's dependency on a narrative that positioned vigilantism against the demonic. One of the most common and popular types of vigilante heroes in media of the 1980s was the maverick, who saved the day through personal ingenuity. Despite sometimes being tied to law enforcement or the military, the maverick bucked authority and deaf-ed commands in order to successfully defeat the villain. One of the maverick's most important qualities was ingenuity, which made them uniquely capable of destroying a threat presented as both terrifying and imminent. The threat was also sometimes tied to a secret or hidden conspiracy that only the maverick could locate and expose. Mavericks of the decade were most often portrayed as masculine white men, demonstrating a connection to the era's rising conservative values. The growing number of physically strong male heroes of the 1980s worked to counter the racial, gender, and sexual politics of the previous 2 decades, conveying what Susan Faludi refers to in Backlash, the undeclared war against American women as a hypermasculine dreamland. 48 movies and television, she argues, were FLLED with all-male macho action shows that sent the number of female roles into a noticeable decline. 49 The interchangeability between hypermasculinity and the maverick persona became increasingly more pronounced throughout the decade. A contemporary New York Times review of the action movie Top Gun, one of the most successful FLMS of the decade, described Navy pilot Pete Mitchell, nicknamed Maverick, as a cocky, rule-breaking, daredevil superpilot, adding that actor Tom Cruise brings a good build to the role. 50 In the FLM's opening scenes, Maverick defies direct orders from a commanding officer in order to help a fellow pilot in distress. 51 Other popular FLMS of the decade like Uncommon Valor, First Blood, Missing in Action, Code of Silence, RoboCop, Above the Law, Lethal Weapon, and Die Hard embraced a masculine, paramilitary culture and set heroes against weak or corrupt bureaucracies of which they are sometimes a part. 52 According to Susan Jeffords in Hard Bodies, Hollywood Masculinity in the Reagan Era, such FLMS echoed one of the primary themes of Reaganism by portraying government bureaucracies as oversized and self-serving. 53 With the constant failure of those in charge, maverick heroes were forced to take matters into their own hands. One of the decade's most popular action stars, Chuck Norris, starred in several of these FLMS, including Missing in Action and Code of Silence, both of which debuted at number 1 at the box office. 54 Missing in Action and its sequel, Missing in Action 2, joined the spate of FLMS like Rambo, First Blood Part 2 and Uncommon Valor that took place in Vietnam. A 1985 article in the New York Times billed them revenge fantasies where Americans are able to restart the Vietnam War, which inept United States government fuddy-duddies would not allow to be won, and score decisive, totally fictitious victories. 55 In Code of Silence, Norris plays a Chicago cop who brings down a notorious drug gang on his own after being shunned by corrupt fellow officers. 56 During the McMartin case, Norris was named as a perpetrator by children during their interviews with social workers from CII. 57 The Maverick trope was not only CONFnet to movies, but pervaded the decade's popular books, television shows, and video games. As the decade progressed, tabloid television, with its expanding amount of live content, confrontational hosts, and on-the-scene reporters, was also well poised to aggressively push the Maverick trope, as were ritual abuse cases. Promoting conspiracies of a vast underground network of demonic villains, which had hitherto escaped detection by any formal bureaucracy, ritual abuse cases allowed the trope to thrive, especially as it was extended to social workers, prosecutors, and some members of law enforcement. It also included parents, who were encouraged to become detectives on behalf of their children. Police Chief Harry Kohlmeyer urged McMartin parents to ask children if they had ever spent time alone with Ray Buckey or seen him tie up a child. 58 Parents in the Gerald Amirald case were told to ask your kids about a magic room, a secret room, and an evil clown. 59. While not all tabloid hosts and case participants resembled the predominantly white male action heroes of blockbuster FLMS, the Maverick trope they adopted privileged personal action over collective, viewed bureaucracy with skepticism, and took total destruction of the alleged enemy as its sole objective. Individuals in ritual abuse cases gained media attention alongside the decade's popular fictional Mavericks, which included heroes like Rambo, Maverick, and the many characters played by Chuck Norris, as well as those who operated within a supernatural universe, like Indiana Jones. Making his debut in the 1981 FLM Raiders of the Lost Ark, Jones is an archaeologist who travels around the world to find coveted magical artifacts. In his quests, which transpire outside the purview of the law, he thwarts rich and powerful enemies who possess or seek those same artifacts for world domination. In the 1984 FLM Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, a prequel to Raiders of the Lost Ark, Jones rescues kidnapped children from the demonic Thuggee cult in his search for a missing sacred stone. The Thuggees practice black magic and human sacrifice in a dark, cavernous underground temple. During their ritual ceremonies, they wear horned headdresses, pound on drums, rhythmically chant, and place sacrificial victims in cages, ripping out the victim's heart and then lowering them into a pit of F60. The FLM opened in May, a few months before the McMartin preliminary hearing began. It set the highest single-day box office record and achieved the biggest weekend totals ever for a motion picture to that date, demonstrating the phenomenal commercial appeal of the Maverick trope, particularly when set against a demonic villain. 61 While the FLM's graphic violence may have initially deterred audiences, speculated industry analysts, positive word of mouth caused the FLM to make its dramatic, record-breaking comeback. 62 Since McMartin was the first and longest ritual abuse case, the individuals tied to it became the most prominent. Their roles in the media established precedents for subsequent, less publicized cases. Some served as mavericks, helping bind the trope to ritual abuse narratives. Key McFarlane, who headed CII's investigation, was one of the most recognizable. She appeared in national evening news broadcasts about McMartin on ABC, CBS, and NBC between 1984 and 1986. She consistently spoke on behalf of alleged victims and served as an authority on the subject of ritual abuse. As a maverick figure, she was in the unique position of being able to unearth and recount details of an apparent underground satanic conspiracy. In a June 1984 NBC News segment on McMartin, McFarlane disclosed that children were terrified of testifying because they feared Ray Buckey would kill them. 63 In April 1984, on a segment on CBS, she discussed the psychological torture used by the McMartin family against the children. 64 She also revealed some of her controversial interrogation techniques, which she again shared roughly a week later on an ABC World News Tonight special assignment on child abuse. 65 The segment examined a number of child abuse cases, including those involving ritual abuse. In August, NBC's hour-long special report entitled The Silent Shame presented taped commentary from dozens of individuals confronting abuse, including McFarlane. 66 Other key participants in the McMartin trial consistently appeared in the news as Maverick figures. An ABC multiple-part evening news segment that aired in 1984 entitled The Molested Child, the victim included an interview with Dr. Naaman Greenberg, an expert witness for the prosecution in McMartin, who explained the disruptive nature of abuse. 67 Glenn Stevens, initially a McMartin prosecutor before quitting the case in 1986, likewise made appearances in the news. He was quoted dozens of times in news reports describing the allegations against the defendants. In an NBC report in 1985 on McMartin, he discussed the ages of McMartin victims and the fear they were experiencing. 68 Other figures of both ritual abuse cases and news reports included renowned sociologist David Finkletter, co-author of the pivotal 1988 study on child abuse entitled Nursery Crimes, Sexual Abuse in Daycare, sex abuse specialists Dr. Michael Durfee and his wife, Deanna Tilton Durfee, who had once run the nation's largest branch of ICANN, and Dr. Roland Summit, who was featured along with Key McFarlane on The Silent Shame. The San Diego Union Tribune quoted Summit as stating that the McMartin children who were testifying are doing remarkably well, considering they are trying to describe atrocities that would reduce adults to pulp. 69 The opening paragraphs of Nursery Crimes warn, no child and no community was safe, from the nightmare of ritual abuse cases that were only recently being uncovered. 70 The study compiled statistics on child abuse in daycare, using McMartin as its centerpiece and ritual abuse cases as the bulk of its sample. However, the authors acknowledge that since they focus on extreme situations, they may have accepted as substantiated cases where no abuse really had occurred. 71 FBI agent Ken Lanning, who at the time of the McMartin case served as a special agent with the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit where he studied child molesters and other violent criminals, also made frequent appearances in the news but conveyed an increasingly skeptical perspective on ritual abuse as the decade progressed. In 1989, Lanning explained that when he first started hearing about ritual abuse cases he believed most everything, but by the close of the decade he had yet to be involved in or know of any case in the United States where stories of human sacrifice could be corroborated. 72 In 1992, Lanning made comments suggesting that ritual abuse cases had potentially been compromised by the allure of the maverick role, although he did not specifically use this term. He criticized the inefficiency of overzealous interveners, such as therapists and parents, who may be affected by their zeal to uncover child sexual abuse, satanic activity, conspiracies. 73 Their quest to expose a hidden threat can contaminate a case so much that no one will ever determine what, if anything, really happened. 74 Other cases had their own maverick figures, a few of whom gained national attention. One of the most prominent was State Attorney General of Florida Janet Reno, who successfully pushed for the conviction of Frank Fooster in 1985 during her re-election campaign. Already a public figure, Reno used her position to investigate children's claims of rape, animal killing and satanic rites, bringing in child development team Joseph and Lori Braga. 75 The popular 1986 book Unspeakable Acts by Jan Hollingsworth, which examines Fooster's case after his conviction, paints Reno as the case's savior. As towering as a redwood, and as quietly intense, describes Hollingsworth, Janet Reno appeared distinctly to shoulder the burden of the largest criminal prosecution jurisdiction in the southeastern United States. 76 At the time of its publication, reviews praised the book and celebrated Hollingsworth's message. In direct contrast to the maverick role, the McMartin family and other defendants in ritual abuse cases became demonic villains, which was coupled with the idea of children as their victims. These tropes were also tied to the era's conservatism, as notions of devil worship and childhood innocence pervaded the culture with the rise of the religious right. Through the lens of tabloid media, defendants appeared to present a terrifying threat whose deceptive, manipulative, and satanic nature justified the need for mavericks. A 1993 article in the San Diego Union Tribune examining the McMartin case in its aftermath described Ray Buckey as He-Man, who was once America's #1 villain. 77 The faces of his family, who were so familiar after all the TV footage, continued the article, had supplanted Charlie Manson and his family as the most vile people ever to come out of Southern California. 78 According to another article in 1995, McMartin was once dubbed the crime of the century. 79. Many sources throughout the 1980s suggested the guilt of defendants and portrayed them as sinister and eccentric. National news reports, which initially supported the tabloid narrative FRST introduced by Wayne Satz in 1984, used many of the same devices as local news, and tabloid media more generally, such as courtroom scenes, commentary from alleged experts, and graphic descriptions of criminal charges, to imply that defendants were guilty. For example, one network report included footage of a court clerk reading charges against Buckey, while another showed clips of a social worker describing the children's testimony. 80 According to a critical Los Angeles Times review of The Devil Worshippers, an episode of 2020's ABC's hour-long television news magazine show, which aired in 1985 and dealt mainly with McMartin, the report was high drama. 81 Parents of children involved in the McMartin case who watched the special told article reporter Howard Rosenberg that it was incomplete and was always concentrating on the lurid and the dramatic. 82 Rosenberg referred to 2020's as a hothouse video magazine that takes a backseat to none when it comes to drum rolls and camping for the camera. 83 Other 2020's episodes on McMartin included The Best Kept Secret, and Why the Silence, which aired in 1984 and 1985, respectively. On one of the specials, anchor Hugh Downs asked reporter Tom Jarrell, "How deeply marked are these children, Tom?" before inquiring whether they would ever recover. 84 Also in 1985, in a news segment on McMartin, ABC's substitute nightly news anchor Hodding Carter stated, "There is no question in the minds of investigators that children were abused over a period of many years." 85 He then asked, "How could it have gone on undetected?" 86 Print sources provided more detailed versions of television reports. A 1984 article in the weekly magazine People entitled "The McMartins, the model family down the block that ran California's nightmare nursery," provided quotes from parents interpreting previous actions of preschool employees as strange and sadistic. A human interest and celebrity gossip magazine introduced in 1974, People, was part of the rise of the celebrity sex entertainment niche that began with TV Guide in 1953, explains David E. Sumner in the magazine Century, American magazines since 1900. 87 It helped to supplement the growing amount of tabloid material on television. Their mutually reinforcing relationship was noted in 1988 by the president of King World, an independent production company responsible for distributing programs that included Oprah, who called tabloid television the continuation of People magazine. 88 According to the 1984 article, a mother who saw Peggy discipline a child claimed, "All she did was make him stand in a corner, but it seemed like she enjoyed it." 89 The article stated of Ray Buckey stated that some parents disapproved of the newly hired Mr. Ray, with his Muscleman magazines and his bent for wearing shorts with no underwear. 90 A few had already become actively suspicious of him before the police investigation. 91 An article in Newsweek with similar tones that same year titled "A Hidden Epidemic," which examined the phenomenon of child sexual abuse at length, reported that McMartin preschool staff allegedly forced children to watch the slaughter of pets such as rabbits and birds and were warned that the same thing would happen to them or their families if they told anyone what went on at school. 92. The article quoted both Dr. Roland Summit and Key McFarlane emphasizing that abusers thrive on secrecy and asked rhetorically, how could such a thing go on for so long? Why didn't the children tell? 93. Such reports also promoted the idea that children were under the control of the accused. The extent to which they were fearful and intimidated into silence was constantly emphasized. Defendants were accused of smashing turtles and hacking up rabbits to frighten the children into silence, reported the 1984 article in People. 94. As media outlets invested in these narratives, a growing number of American towns became mired in accusations of satanic ritual abuse. Satan's underground. While these tropes were evident in news reports, they were further strengthened and exaggerated on the decade's expanding population of talk shows. The slew of new talk show hosts in the 1980s embraced and further shaped the maverick persona, helping to make it a fundamental part of tabloid television content. As a crucial part of their success, they presented themselves as calm, rational authority figures who had heroically accepted the task of exposing taboo and controversial subject matter, seemingly without restriction or oversight. Their command over the environment was demonstrated by their ability to navigate the entire studio space at will, dictate the topic, and determine who spoke and when. 95. The wide range of emotions displayed by guests and live studio audience members also worked to underscore the relative control of hosts. A week after his 1988 Devil Worship special, host Geraldo Rivera suffered a broken nose during an episode of his show in which an altercation broke out between white supremacists and a black activist. As audience members stormed the set during the brawl, reported Newsweek, a bloodied Rivera calmly cut to a commercial, positioning himself as ever the macho role model. 96. The incident allowed Rivera to foster the role of maverick hero, appearing as the strong, composed male as everyone else descended into violence and chaos. While Kevin Glynn in tabloid culture finds some merit in the behavior of talk show hosts, which he argues allows an almost organic connection with the audience, others were less impressed. 97. Taking an anything goes as long as it gets an audience approach, chided the 1988 Newsweek article. Trash TV, talk show hosts were brash, show-busy hucksters bent on pandering to the most basic urges of the broadest possible constituency. 98. In the context of ritual abuse cases, they were fostering a dangerous atmosphere of vigilantism by helping rev up public opinion against the defendants, argued Retrial by TV Talk Show, a 1990 article in the Los Angeles Times by Pulitzer Prize-winning television critic Howard Rosenberg, who had earlier penned a critique of the Devil Worshippers on ABC's 2020's. 99. The article criticized talk shows featuring McMartin children and families for attempting to use TV to retry the case, this time in their favor. 100. The article came in the wake of Ray Bucky's FRST acquittal in 1990, as the alleged young victims and their parents became a sizzling TV ticket. 101. By arguing their case in the courtroom of TV talk shows, they succeeded in obtaining a second trial for Bucky on the 13 charges that had deadlocked the previous jury. 102. When Oprah Winfrey had McMartin children on her show, she proclaimed that she would not have made a good juror because I would say, the children said it, all right, you're right. 103. The article described a similar episode of Sally Jessy Raphael as an assassination of the defendants and noted that while Geraldo deserved credit at least for a semblance of fairness on his McMartin episode, since he did not openly take a side, the show was inevitably tilted in favor of the molestation charges. 104. However, the dangerous atmosphere of vigilantism exhibited in these 1990 episodes was an extension of previous talk show approaches taken to ritual abuse, the most dramatic of which was evident in Geraldo Rivera's 1988 live 2-hour documentary special Devil Worship, exposing Satan's underground. It was the second, and more popular, of two specials aired during the decade on the subject. The FRST, broadcast in 1987, was titled Satanic Cults and Children. 105. Devil worship revealed and strengthened the deepening relationship between tabloid sensationalism, the maverick trope, and the occult. Using ritual abuse cases as a key part of its narrative, it invited viewers into a society where devil worshippers were allegedly taking over and only Rivera could adequately expose them. Produced by Rivera's own investigative reporters group, it positioned Rivera as the ultimate maverick who had uncovered the demonic as society's greatest enemy. The sense that a horrifying secret was being revealed was reinforced through an announcer's ominous warning at the start special that parental discretion should be exercised because the program dealt with devil worship and satanic beliefs, as well as violent crimes and rituals. 106 Although devil worship was popular with television audiences, it did receive open criticism. It was produced by Rivera's independent company and bought by NBC Entertainment, which operated outside of NBC's news division. 107 The special aired carrying a limited number of commercials, including 2 for the National Enquirer and 3 for horror movies, which were right at home amid the gory fare, according to a 1988 article in the San Diego Union Tribune. 108 Several advertisers avoided the episode because of its content, which had also prompted executives of the Today Show to refuse Rivera's request to appear in a promotional interview. 109 An article in the Los Angeles Times quoted Today Show producer Marty Ryan defending the decision because they thought the subject was inappropriate for morning television. 110 NBC nightly news anchor Tom Brokaw stated of the special that the network's choice to air documentaries outside of the news division troubles me greatly. 111 Rivera addressed the problem by calling network standards a stone around my neck. 112 The day after the episode aired, The New York Times denounced the program as part of an overall decline in NBC's entertainment standards, which, no longer subject to the rules of the news division, had been all but eliminated recently. 113 The San Diego Union Tribune called it the most wretched 2 hours of television in memory and chastised Rivera for interviewing McMartin parents as if everything they said was the proven truth. 114 Newsweek's Trash TV derided its lineup of blood-soaked orgies, dismembered corpses, ritualistic child abuse as part of a conceivably irreversible muddying of the standards of television journalism. 115 Reluctance on the part of commercial sponsors may have also stemmed from the fact that, 2 years prior, Rivera had gathered reporters to record live as he and construction crews unsealed cement rooms under Chicago's Lexington Hotel. The NBC Live special, called The Mystery of Al Capone's Vault, scored high in the ratings, but reruns in syndication led to unusually low network numbers after the vault turned out to be empty. 116 Rivera resorted to singing songs when 2 hours of searching yielded only a few empty whiskey bottles. 117 However, Devil Worship earned NBC its highest ratings ever for a 2-hour documentary, reaching an audience of 19.8 million, or 1/3 of all television viewers for its evening time slot. 118 As a live, sensational documentary program, Devil Worship was both the essence of tabloid television and one of its most extreme manifestations. That it centered on satanic ritual abuse demonstrated the extent to which the phenomenon was integral to the development and success of both the genre and Rivera's notoriety. In the episode, Rivera claimed to expose a vast network of cults, pedophiles, pornography rings, and serial killers operating in America and tied them directly to heavy metal music and Satan. Satanism is more than a hodgepodge of mysticism and fantasy. It's more than a Halloween motif. It's a violent impulse, stated Rivera's voice-over narration, which also informed viewers that his show had chosen not to laugh it off as so many people did. 119 Rivera had instead chosen to ask why. 120 The live documentary attempted to represent to viewers a society characterized by depravity and chaos, where devil worshippers had vast power and influence. Rivera began the special by telling the sensational story of Tommy Sullivan, a young white boy who murdered his mother and then committed suicide after writing up a contract with the devil. Rivera asked, "How could this happen here?" To a nice boy from a good Catholic school and a FNE middle-class family. 121 The documentary cut to an image of a tree lined, yellow ranch house with a sedan parked outside. The police investigator told Rivera he did not expect to see such a brutal crime in a town like this. 122. The rest of the documentary showcased several similar stories of white suburban children whose violent fates were allegedly tied to devil worship. To confront and weave together the devil underground, Rivera interviewed law enforcement agents, convicted serial killers, sex offenders, and alleged victims of ritual abuse, including McMartin parents and children. He also questioned those who appeared to encourage the practice of satanic worship, including Ozzy Osbourne, lead singer of the successful heavy metal group Black Sabbath, and members of the Off-Chail Church of Satan, who were interviewed live via satellite and on the studio stage, respectively. However, Rivera interrupted and argued against their responses while sympathizing with, and supporting, those from alleged victims and law enforcement agents. He asserted to audiences that a nationwide network of satanic criminals exists in the United States, purportedly dating back to Charles Manson and demented son of Sam killer David Berkowitz. 123. A previously recorded segment showed Rivera talking with Manson, who was not handcuffed, inside a federal prison, with Rivera's arm casually resting on Manson's chair as they conversed. Other documentary footage included movie clips of exorcisms, courtroom videos of serial killer convictions, and taped interviews with famed American criminals. Rivera placed the notorious McMartin case within this context, explaining, "The children of McMartin are still FLLED with lurid stories of their awful experience there." 124. Rivera then asked two McMartin children, a boy and a girl positioned with their backs to the camera to protect their anonymity, "What did they say the devil would do to you?" 125. They said that if we told that the devil would come and kill our parents and he said that we wouldn't live to be the age 9, the boy responded. 126. They would scare us really much, the girl concluded. 127. Devil worship was infotainment at its most extreme, but its presence and popularity indicated that facets of society accepted and endorsed its message, as well as host Rivera's role as Maverick. It provided an exploration into ritual abuse and Satanism that had power and sustainability, as several more major ritual abuse cases, including those for Paul Ingram, Margaret Kelly Michaels, Robert Kelly, and the Kellers, emerged in the wake of the episode, and McMartin parents successfully pushed for a second trial for Ray Buckey. Some of the devices it introduced and utilized to create a satanic underground became standard to the infotainment genre and further cemented the centrality of Mavericks to tabloid content, especially when set against demonic villains. Through the success of specials like Devil Worship, tabloid television was effectively changing the format, style, and tone of news content. As a McMartin parent pointed out in the Los Angeles Times after watching The Devil Worshippers in 1985, the 2020th special showed the natural limitations of the medium itself. In 20 minutes, there is no way you can possibly do a fair story. 128. However, 20 minutes, concluded the article, is plenty of time for high drama indictment. Despite the climate of panic, some individuals began to effectively cast doubt on the phenomenon of satanic ritual abuse, particularly in the McMartin case, which had slowly been unraveling. In 1985, the number of charges was dramatically reduced after 13 children had testified over the past 10 months. 130. In January 1986, newly elected District Attorney Ira Reiner dismissed all charges against FVE of the 7 defendants. 131. The case had already cost the state $4 million. 132. That same year, Daniel Davis, Bucky's attorney, stated his belief that an interview on 60 Minutes between reporter Mike Wallace and the defendants of the McMartin case was wholly sympathetic to the defense point of view. 133. Glenn Stevens also quit the prosecution. 134. In 1987, Judy Johnson, who was the FRST person to bring accusations against Ray Buckey, was found dead in her home from alcohol-related illnesses. 135. In 1990, the 2 remaining defendants, Peggy McMartin Buckey and Ray Buckey, were acquitted of FFTY2 molestation counts. 136 AFNAL trial for Ray that same year led to his acquittal on 13 counts. 137 however, around the time of Bucky's FNAL acquittal in 1990. Skepticism of satanic ritual abuse cases turned to blatant condemnation. Articles and exposés in the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal labeled the panic a witch hunt and attacked the media's general complicity with the prosecution in every case. 138 in 1995, journalist for The New Yorker Lawrence Wright published Remembering Satan, a tragic case of recovered memory that took a skeptical approach to Paul Ingram's case. Lawyers like Michael Snedeker, who co-authored Satan's Silence in 1995 with Washington Post journalist Debbie Nathan to condemn the panic as an episode of hysteria, expanded their efforts to release individuals wrongly convicted of ritual abuse. The introduction to Satan's Silence explained, "The national mood has changed. Doubting is easy now." 139 The McMartin family also began filing lawsuits, indicating that they felt more empowered by the early 1990s. In 1990, Virginia McMartin, Peggy McMartin Bucky, and Peggy and Bucky sued Robert Curry, a McMartin parent, for slander. 140 The suit was a response to Curry's rounds on several talk shows, including Geraldo and Sally Jesse Raphael, after everyone in the family had been acquitted except for Ray Bucky. 141 Curry made remarks about abuse at the daycare described by attorney James H. Davis as disgusting and obscene. 142 According to Davis, Curry was targeted in the suit because he has made it a career of pursuing this case. 143 In 1991, Peggy McMartin Bucky led a class action suit against the city of Manhattan Beach, Los Angeles County, Robert Filibozian, Los Angeles County District Attorney, Children's Institute International, as well as Key McFarlane, Capital Cities/ABC, and KABC reporter Wayne T. Satz, claiming her rights to due process, privacy, equal protection, and a fair trial had been violated. 144 case transcripts cited that Peggy had accused McFarlane of leaking the story to Satz at ABC. She believed that Capital Cities/ABC wanted to sell a sensational story, and was willing to go beyond bounds of reasonable journalism to do so. In other words, Capital Cities/ABC created rather than simply reported the news. 145 Although she was unable to successfully appeal the lawsuit's eventual dismissal, its filing indicated that she understood the media's instrumental role in promoting the accusations against her family. In 1995, HBO aired its original FLM indictment, providing further evidence of the cultural shift toward supporting the innocence of the accused. The FLM examined the McMartin case from the perspective of the defense attorneys involved. The FLM, which starred James Woods as Ray Bucky's lawyer, Daniel Davis, was consistently unsympathetic to the prosecutors. A week after CBS Evening News aired a report on Kelly Michaels' overturned conviction, John Leonard of CBS News Sunday Morning described the FLM as a slam-bang, take-no-prisoners TV version of the McMartin preschool case. 146 It portrayed Key McFarlane as a dangerously misguided zealot, according to a Time review of the FLM. 147 However, indictment, claimed the article, reserved its starkest condemnation for media outlets, which were cast as the biggest villains. 148 Everyone from talk show hosts to newspaper reporters appeared as ruthlessly committed to depicting the McMartin family as torturers. 149 Wayne Satz, who had passed away by the time of the FLM's release, was shown inciting panic by reporting the ghastliest accusations against the McMartins with sensationalistic relish. 150 John Leonard on CBS referred to Satz as a tabloid TV reporter and the media as a vampire. 151 Another article on the FLM in the Orange County Register included the FLM star, James Woods, stating, "When I look at the case now, I think the people who prosecuted it should be brought up on charges." 152 Woods, whose mother was a retired preschool teacher, avidly followed the trial at the time and publicly rallied in support of the McMartin family. 153. The article also quoted Abby Mann, one of the writers of the FLM, arguing, McMartin was larger than the Salem witch trials in the 17th century because it had tentacles all over America. 154. Mann co-wrote the FLM with his wife Myra, who attended the trial every day, and produced it along with Oliver Stone and Janet Yang. 155. Mann had previously produced the Oscar-winning FLM Judgment at Nuremberg. With Indictment, which was nominated for 7 Cable Ace Awards in 1995, HBO provided television with another voice of dissent against the panic. 156. Over the next 2 decades, convictions for the defendants in all major ritual abuse cases were overturned, with the exception of Arnold Friedman and Frank Fooster. Accusations of satanic ritual abuse at daycare after Bucky's acquittal in 1990 became rare and largely ignored by the media. While many important and powerful people ultimately turned against the panic, it exacted significant damage to entire communities. Superior Court Judge William Pounders, who presided over Bucky's second trial, stated after the latter's FNAL acquittal, "The case has poisoned everyone who had contact with it." 157. Bucky's trial remains the longest in the country's history, spanning from 1987 to 1990 after a 19-month preliminary hearing. It cost the state of California over $15 million, which critics complained diverted resources from other parts of the judicial system, and amassed 63,000 pages of testimony and 121 witnesses. 158. Although other ritual abuse cases were less sizable, they had a similar impact on their respective county criminal justice departments, as well as on all of the families and suburban communities involved. Most defendants lost businesses, jobs, homes, and friends. They spent years in prison for unproven crimes. Alleged victims like Kyle Zerpolo, some of whom as young children had testified in court, later publicly apologized for fabricating stories. Despite Zerpolo's fears that everyone would figure out that his responses were false, he claimed that his only attempt to confess the truth failed because his mother refused to accept it. Concerning testimony of his alleged abuse, Zerpolo recalled, "It was like anything and everything I said would be believed." 159. Victims like Kyle Zerpolo alleged that they suffered great emotional turmoil, as did dozens of others involved, including doctors, judges, juries, law enforcement agents, lawyers, social workers, parents, and other relatives. The damage exacted by the panic was widespread and profound. While satanic ritual abuse was largely discredited by the 1990s and exposed the dangers of deregulated commercial television content, tabloid media continued to expand. Additional content in the 1990s included more channels, niche programming, reality television, and more rolling news networks. The maverick trope and demonic villains also continued to find success in both news and fiction. Although the panic demonstrated that extreme and fantastic stories conveyed through tabloid media were, for the most part, not legally sustainable, it also showed the extent to which tabloid media was shaping, influencing, and transforming the culture. Chapter 4. A Nightmare on Elm Street, Paranormal Activity in Evangelical Suburbia. Fire and Brimstone. Hysteria over ritual abuse at daycare centers throughout America was not only tied to the success of tabloid television, but also to the ideological power of the New Right, particularly conservative evangelical Christians. The Satanic Panic demonstrated that Protestant evangelicalism, as it was interpreted and sermonized by several prominent televangelists, or television preachers, had a strong influence on the culture in the 1980s. Televangelists used and controlled a growing number of mass media platforms, particularly television, to spread their doctrine, which often focused on identifying the Antichrist in its various manifestations. The panic unfolded as televangelists daily argued to millions of viewers that Satan's forces were destroying the world and hastening the apocalypse. These forces were often tied to movements and individuals linked to the counterculture, or liberal activism that began in the 1960s. During the 1980s, several televangelists helped mobilize an aggressive conservative backlash to their interpretation of 60s social movements. As they forayed into politics, they increasingly linked 60s activists to the devil. Ray Buckey and other defendants were accused of satanic ritual abuse amid a context of widely publicized conservative evangelical fears over allegedly demonic threats. 90. The ideology of televangelists was also tied to the decade's spate of big-budget FLMS about supernatural entities invading white suburbia, which became available for home viewing on television via pay-per-view, premium channels, and VCRs. As televangelists gained unprecedented cultural power and cemented ties with the Republican Party, they presented a devil who threatened to undermine a white suburban nuclear ideal. Using cutting-edge special effects, Hollywood simultaneously created monsters and demonic serial killers who stalked and terrorized white suburban teens and families. Many of these big-budget movies were FLMED in Southern California neighborhoods near Manhattan Beach, rendering McMartin's sunny, tree-lined backdrop a familiar location for paranormal activity and the occult. The panic was both a consequence of these representations and a means of validating them. Televangelists played an instrumental role in shaping America's political, economic, and cultural climate in the 1980s. They achieved global fame and influence during the decade through control of their expanding corporate empires and alliances with powerful members of the Republican Party. Televangelists also joined America's previous religious leaders in utilizing cutting-edge media technologies to gain popularity and disseminate their beliefs. Although several achieved success on the radio, in conjunction with print media, they became exceptionally popular during the decade through television. As American consumers invested in multiple, often larger, television sets, as well as more channels via cable, premium channels, and satellite dishes, televangelists began appearing on personal television programs, television specials, news broadcasts, and talk shows. The predominance of televangelists on TV was aided by evolving television, computer, and communications satellite technology, which lowered program costs and allowed signal transmission that was nearly instantaneous. It also gave televangelists more autonomy. In 1988, Dominion Video Satellite Incorporated, a Christian broadcasting company based in Naples, Florida, began the process of launching 3 direct broadcast satellites to transmit religious programs to paying subscribers. Since DBS eliminated the need for network, local, and cable stations, it provided televangelists with complete control over subject matter and viewership. Several were lined up to appear on Dominion's John 17:21 channel before the satellites were even launched. The most visible televangelists of the decade included Jim and Tammy Faye Bakker, Pat Robertson, Jimmy Swaggart, Jerry Falwell, James Robison, Billy Graham, and Oral Roberts. Other popular television preachers of the decade included Robert Tilton, Ernest Angley, Rex Humbard, Robert Schuller, Garner Ted Armstrong, and Peter Popoff. From their electronic churches on television, they entered millions of homes around the country. In 1985, a Time magazine cover story labeled them celebrities who were well-financed, visible, organized and effective. By 1987, according to ratings from Arbitron, which measured television viewership, electrifying preacher Jimmy Swaggart hosted the most popular weekly religious television show. He attracted viewers around the world, including a significant following in Latin America, where the Protestant population had increased from 12 to 30 million in recent years. In large metropolitan areas like New York and Los Angeles, Swaggart's preaching was broadcast throughout the day on different stations, including TBS, Ted Turner's cable channel. 10 Television, according to a People magazine cover story on Swaggart, was his manifest destiny, causing his ministry to explode. By 1987, he also owned a recording studio, several radio stations, a private jet, and a Bible college. 12 Jimmy Swaggart's rise to fame early in the decade mirrored that of the backers, who founded the PTL television network in 1972. Jim Bakker had recently left a position at Pat Robertson's Christian Broadcasting Network where he worked on the 700 Club, hosted by Robertson. 13 By the early 1980s, CBN and PTL were the most successful of several religious networks. Others included Trinity Broadcasting Network, American Christian Television System, National Christian Network, National Jewish Television Network, and Catholic stations such as Eternal Word Television Network and the Catholic Telecommunications Network of America. 14 Between 1982 and 1983, religious programs grew from 996 to 1081, and organizations producing religious content increased from 280 to 365. 15 In October 1985, Nielsen, a direct competitor to Arbitron, reported that more than 33 million households spent at least 6 minutes per month watching a television preacher. 16 However, according to U.S. News and World Report, members of other religious denominations complained that evangelical ministers dominated the airwaves because they had significantly more financial support, leading to a much narrower range of religious views. 17 Catholic networks, which ran on limited budgets, were mostly CONFnet to hospitals and Catholic schools, while JTN primarily served the Los Angeles area. 18 That year, PTL reportedly reached 13.5 million homes, and the network's anchor talk show featuring the backers, the PTL Club, aired on 178 stations. 19 While preachers newer to television in the 1980s experienced rapid success, those with longer on-air careers, like Pat Robertson, Jerry Falwell, and Oral Roberts, were able to expand ownership over a growing number of companies. Although reports gave CONF information on its cost, Robertson's multi-million-dollar CBN headquarters, built in 1979 and located in Virginia Beach, utilized state-of-the-art technology and included the lease of a satellite transponder. 20 By 1985, CBN aired 24 hours a day and was the nation's third-largest cable network, behind ESPN and Ted Turner's TBS 21. The network's anchor show, The 700 Club, attracted tens of millions of viewers each month throughout the decade. 22 Robertson also operated a university and owned several radio and television stations, including a television station in Lebanon, as well as a recording company, a publishing house, and a news network. 23 When a sex scandal and charges of fraud derailed Jim Bakker's career in the late 1980s, he passed control of his companies, which included an amusement park, 2 hotels, a television studio, a convention center, and a shopping mall, as well as his cable network and daily television show. Over to Jerry Falwell. 24 New Republic. A liberal magazine, reported in an article, subtitled Merger Mania Hits the Televangelists, that the combined Falwell-Bakker entity had revenues estimated at over $250 million. 25 Falwell's own empire, which he had begun building in the 1950s, included audio tapes, videos, books, magazines, newsletters, pamphlets, radio shows, and his popular television program, The Old Time Gospel Hour. 26 In 1980, the audience for Falwell's show numbered as much as 15 million and was, according to Falwell, available to 98% of all Americans. 27 An exceptional month in 1982 brought the ministry owned by Oral Roberts over $18 million worth of gifts. 28 A few years earlier, Roberts University in Oklahoma was one of the FRST to go online through the automated library information system developed by DataPhase. 29 By 1986, he was able to open his own broadcast center in Tulsa, Oklahoma. 30 At that point Roberts' empire, which included a university, medical complex, a private jet, and off-CES in 7 countries, was reportedly worth $500 million. 31 As televangelists expanded their media control and became an increasingly indispensable part of the television landscape in the 1980s, so did their interpretation of Scripture. They identified as fundamentalists, which, explains James Chukwuma Okoye in Scripture in the Church, the Synod on the Word of God, meant viewing the Bible as the absolutely inerrant Word of God. 32 Despite overlaps, fundamentalism was not synonymous with evangelicalism, which centers on a conversion experience and preaching the gospel, or born-again Christianity, which means accepting Jesus Christ as Savior. 33 However, media sources often referred to them interchangeably, particularly since many televangelists subscribed to them all, and suggested they formed an influential and rapidly growing movement. In 1980, a New Republic article warned its readers to take seriously the evangelical bent of top presidential nominees Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, and John Anderson for the light it throws on the present state of opinion in America. 34 Carter had won the previous election running as a born-again Baptist. 35 According to polls in 1986, born-again Christians made up 20% of the electorate. 36 In the crusade to spread their doctrine, televangelists concentrated much of their attention on the apocalyptic events surrounding the second coming of Jesus Christ, particularly Armageddon, or the final battle for mankind found in the New Testament's book of Revelation, from which the term Antichrist originates. 37 The apocalyptic war sets Jesus and his followers against Satan's armies after the second coming. Throughout the 1980s, televangelists presented the apocalypse as imminent or underway, particularly in the first half of the decade. On a 1980 episode of the 700 Club, Robertson predicted Armageddon would be instigated by the Soviet Union and Iran in the next couple of years. 38 In 1983, Billy Graham published Approaching Hoofbeats, Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which connected the prophecies in the Book of Revelation to current events. 39 The book reached the top 15 on the New York Times bestseller list. 40 While waving a Bible during his 1984 Wichita sermon, Jimmy Swaggart shouted that when the pitiful prose of others crumbles in the dust, this will still be here and it still says Jesus Christ is coming again. 41 Televangelists were not the only contemporary religious group promoting the apocalypse in the 1980s, but they were the most visible and insistent. Apocalyptic speculation again is rife, stated daily newspaper Christian Science Monitor in 1982, particularly among TV evangelists. 42 Their obsession with these events also partly explained their heavy investment in television. Pat Robertson was convinced that satellite technology would make it possible for the second coming to be broadcast around the globe. 43 A brochure from Dominion Video in the late 1980s interpreted a description of an angel from a passage in Revelations to be a satellite with huge outstretched solar wings. 44 For televangelists, modern telecommunications technology was an integral part of apocalyptic events. Televangelists focused much of their end-times rhetoric on the Antichrist, whose rise to global domination preceded Armageddon and Christ's return. Accusations of satanic ritual abuse surfaced in an environment where sermons about the devil aired all day on television. Ritual abuse cases lent credibility to regular pronouncements from televangelists that Satan's destructive forces were present throughout the world. In turn, daily sermons about the devil potentially validated the panic. The battle has just begun, warned Jimmy Swaggart in a 1984 televised sermon from Cincinnati. 45 Satan, he argued, can extinguish the light of freedom all over the world. 46 A year later, Billy Graham told a large, sunlit stadium full of people in Anaheim, California, located in Orange County, as man moves towards Armageddon, the devil will come down and possess a beast of a man, and he will be called upon to make war against the human race. 47 The fiery preaching of televangelists was also the most popular. A 1984 U.S. News & World Report article reported that soft sell messages on Christian soap operas, cartoon shows, and specials fared less well than Sunday church-style programs. 48 The highest-rated religious shows in 1983 included sermon-based programs from Robert Schuller, Oral Roberts, and Jimmy Swaggart. 49 Both televangelist ideology and the panic were legitimate through infotainment programs that dealt uncritically with devil worship and ritual abuse cases, beginning with Wayne Satz's local news report in 1984. Geraldo Rivera took a particular interest in the topic, as well as in devil worship more generally, culminating in his 1988 Devil Worship special. The day before the special aired, the subject of his show had been Satanic breeders, babies for sacrifice. 50 a year earlier, he had broadcast a special on Satanism in which he claimed there are over 1 million Satanists in this country. 51 Many of Rivera's assertions during these programs mimicked the language of televised preaching. For example, on devil worship, he confidently asserted that a nationwide network of satanic criminals exists. 52 Sally Jesse Raphael and Oprah Winfrey also aired episodes in the late 1980s on survivors of ritual abuse cults. 53 These episodes joined dozens of news reports on ritual abuse and Satanism throughout the decade. The serious obstacles to challenging ritual abuse accusations exposed and reinforced the power of regularly televised messages on the presence of demonic evil, led by televangelists. Born-again politics. The influence of televangelist preaching on television in the 1980s was not only due to changing technology and the expansion of their corporate empires, but also to their heavy investment in conservative politics starting in the 1970s. Jerry Falwell was one of the most politically engaged, beginning his personal activism in 1973, after the Supreme Court's Roe v. Wade decision legalized abortion. As Kathy Rudy explains in Beyond Pro-Life and Pro-Choice, Moral Diversity in the Abortion Debate, Falwell and other anti-abortion Christians were meeting to discuss the idea that America would never fully realize its Christian potential unless the sin of abortion ceased. 54 In 1979 Falwell created the Moral Majority, a conservative evangelical organization that sought to influence national policy. A year later, the Moral Majority claimed it had registered around 3 million new voters and amassed a membership list of 400,000. 55 In August 1980, NBC Nightly News ran one of its first major stories mentioning Falwell, a special segment stressing the significance of evangelicals in the presidential election. 56 It served as an example of Falwell's political and cultural success, as did his appearance a month later on the cover of Newsweek, which included the caption Born Again Politics. 57 The Moral Majority was the most prominent of several conservative evangelical political organizations that became influential in the 1980s. Others included Religious Roundtable, National Christian Action Coalition, and Christian Voice, which at the time was headquartered in Pasadena, California, located roughly 30 miles from Manhattan Beach. 58 As they gained power in Washington, D.C. during the previous decade, they aligned with other conservative organizations and politicians, collectively forming the New Right. Over a dozen Republican members of Congress sat on the board of Christian Voice by the late 1970s, including Senators Orrin Hatch, Gordon Humphrey, and Roger Jepsen. 59 Jerry Falwell and other political televangelists formed one of their most important alliances with Ronald Reagan, who promoted himself as an evangelical. During a 1980 televised press conference with Reagan after he was elected president, an ABC reporter asked, "How much consideration are you going to give to the advice of these new conservative organizations and the Moral Majority and people like the Reverend Jerry Falwell?" 60 Reagan responded, "I am going to be open to these people," adding, "I'm going to want to seek advice where I think that I can get advice with those who are familiar with a particular problem." 61 He concluded, "I'm not going to separate myself from the people who elected us and sent us there." 62 When Reagan was up for re-election in 1984, CBS Evening News reported on his appearance at the National Association of Evangelicals, noting that evangelicals were a primary target in his campaign. 63 Jerry Falwell delivered the benediction following Reagan's nomination. 64 In 1985 Pat Robertson interviewed Ronald Reagan on the 700 Club about politics, a few years before Robertson decided to make his own unsuccessful bid for president in 1988. 65. A 1983 article in the Washington Post described Robertson as somewhat less political than his televangelist cohort. 66. Together, the new right began to amass an expanding list of opponents. Jerry Falwell's political efforts were catalyzed by the legalization of abortion, which was directly tied to feminist efforts. Feminism quickly became a central target of conservative political hostility. 67. By the early 1980s, conservative groups also named homosexuality, communism, hippies, black activism, environmentalism, pornography, secular humanism, busing, devil worship, rock music, drug abuse, and welfare as dangerous and pressing social problems. 68. After Jimmy Swaggart reportedly condemned rock and roll performers, records, and magazines in 1986, Walmart removed rock magazines and some albums from its shelves. 69. Some televangelists added television to their lists, despite the paramount role it played in their success. Falwell wrote of his concern over the medium's excessive violence and illicit sex, in his 1980 political treatise, Listen America. 70. If we do not control television, it will control us, he warned. 71. The observable resentments that comprised much of the New Right's platform led one contemporary intellectual to characterize a fundamentalist as an evangelical who is angry about something. 72. The New Right's growing list of enemies partly represented a backlash to social activism of the 1960s and 1970s, although not all of their selected adversaries were directly tied to the politics of those decades. Anti-communist sentiments stemmed from the early Cold War but were renewed and redefined in the 1980s. Ronald Reagan helped revitalize aggressive anti-communist rhetoric of the 1950s and early 1960s, eliciting similar views from his allies and marking a departure on the issue from his predecessor Jimmy Carter. 73. Other named problems, like drug abuse, busing, environmental activism, and welfare, often arose from legal and economic policies that affected infrastructure, job opportunities, and rehabilitation options. However, the New Right's targeted enemies collectively seemed to represent a countercultural agenda that threatened conservative white male dominance and control. These backlash politics were integrated into televangelist preaching, often providing the devil with a clear identity as a caricature of a 60s activist. Several televangelists spent a significant portion of their media presence depicting their political foes as emissaries of Satan. 74. They argued that the goal of such groups and individuals was to destroy freedom, democracy, and the traditional family, as well as Christianity and those who preached it. Such arguments made it easier to associate enemies with the Antichrist. In the introduction to the New Right, We're Ready to Lead, a book published in 1980 by conservative activist Richard Viguerie, Jerry Falwell argues that godless leaders have brought our nation foundering to the brink of death. 75. When discussing feminism during a 1984 sermon, Jimmy Swaggart interrupted himself to remind audiences, "I'm telling you some of the dangers that are in this nation to try to destroy the Judeo-Christian concept which has given us Western civilization, Western culture, and every freedom that we have today." 76. Swaggart then directly equated feminism with the occult, citing to audiences a feminist who allegedly claimed that all of history must be rewritten in terms of the oppression of women, starting with ancient female religions like witchcraft. 77. Although Billy Graham softened his anti-communist rhetoric during the 1980s, his 1982 trip to Moscow to encourage nuclear disarmament prompted news sources to report on his previous comments equating communists with devil worshippers and proclaiming of the Soviets, "The devil is their god." 78. When he returned to the Soviet Union in 1984, Graham explained that, while he agreed with Ronald Reagan's view of the Soviet Union as a focus of evil, he believed that the source of evil was the devil, and not any country or political system. 79. As the New York Times argued in 1987, all of us, in business and politics as well as televangelism, tend to equate our opponents with the devil incarnate, thereby placing ourselves on the side of God. 80. Those who stood accused of satanic ritual abuse reinforced the conservative evangelical view of the Antichrist as a 60s countercultural figure. Accusations against defendants rendered them eccentric, marginal, and cultish. Virginia McMartin and Violet Amirault, Gerald Amirault's mother, both owned businesses at a time when the new right associated career-oriented women with feminism. Other centers subjected to accusations of ritual abuse placed women in significant roles. Arnetta Schuler co-directed Citrus Daycare with Edward Clark. Ileana Fooster's daycare in Country Walk was run out of the home she shared with her husband, Frank. Daycare centers in ritual abuse cases were also some of the few remaining family-owned businesses in areas undergoing rapid commercial development implemented by national and global conglomerates. As initial charges of abuse in panic cases expanded to include satanic ritual abuse, they demonstrated the power of televangelist morality. The fundamentalist worldview was not limited to television. It was promoted in variety of other formats, including radio, but also print. Christian book sales had doubled since 1980, topping $2 billion annually by 1988. 81 in 1984, 3 religious books made the top 15 on the New York Times hardcover bestseller list, which included 2 books from Robert Schuller and 1 from Billy Graham. 82 Besides televangelists, popular evangelical authors of the 1980s included Hal Lindsey, who first began ministering to students in college at UCLA, and San Diego pastor Tim LaHaye. 83 LaHaye also established several Christian schools and a college, as well as the Institute for Creation Research. 84 By the 1990s, both Lindsey and LaHaye, whose left-behind novels included dozens of volumes, had sold tens of millions of books worldwide. 85 Lindsey's success made him the most widely read interpreter of prophetic apocalypticism in history. 86 The growth of evangelical megachurches, or churches with more than 2,000 members, also introduced evangelical ideology to rising numbers of congregants. 87 Modeled after commercial malls. Explains Patrick Allitt in Religion in America since 1945, by concentrating worship, education, entertainment, retail, and amenities all in the same massive structures, megachurches proliferated rapidly in the 1980s. 88 Two of the country's largest megachurches, Rick Warren's Saddleback Church in Orange County, founded in 1980, and Robert Schuller's multi-million-dollar 12-story Crystal Cathedral in Garden Grove, which opened in 1981, were both located less than 40 miles from Manhattan Beach. 89 Schuller's popular Hour of Power was broadcast from inside Crystal Cathedral. 90 In 1983, his book, Tough Times Never Last, made the top 10 list for national book chain B. Dalton. 91 Both churches were Pentecostal, the evangelical denomination practiced by several televangelists including Oral Roberts, Jimmy Swaggart, and the Backers. According to Bill Ellis in Raising the Devil, Satanism, New Religions, and the Media, Pentecostals were particularly invested in an evil satanic counterpart to benign spirit possession, which they believed in and claimed was a regular occurrence. 92 For Pentecostals engaged in spirit possession, warnings on television of the encroachment of Satan's forces potentially validated such experiences. At the end of the 1980s, the careers of 2 of the decade's most prominent televangelists derailed. In 1987, Jim Bakker resigned from his PTL ministry amid accusations of infidelity, blackmail, homosexuality, and engaging with prostitutes. 93 A year later, in 1988, Bakker was indicted on fraud and conspiracy charges, an investigation that was first launched in 1979 by the FCC and was sentenced in 1989 to 40 FVE years in prison, although his term was later reduced. 94 During this time, PTL fled for bankruptcy. 95 The Bakker scandal, which was reported on by all major news media outlets, demonstrated that the careers of televangelists were not indestructible. They were prone to the same media scrutiny as sensational news stories like McMartin. The scandal also revealed that the alliance between prominent evangelicals was a facade. After the initial reports of Jim Bakker's infidelity, Jerry Falwell called him dishonest and accused him of making nude advances at the Heritage Village swimming pool. 96 Backer claimed that he resigned from his position to thwart a hostile takeover of PTL by fellow televangelist Jimmy Swaggart. 97 Backer's attorney insisted he had proof Swaggart was attempting to oust Backer, a charge that Swaggart denied. 98 After exhibiting an overt lack of sympathy for Backer, Jimmy Swaggart's own career also succumbed to scandal. In 1988, Swaggart stepped down from Jimmy Swaggart Ministries after he confessed to a congregation of several thousand people, including his wife, that he had sinned amid accusations of visiting prostitutes. 99 The confession came in the wake of a heated controversy between Swaggart and a New Orleans minister, Marvin Gorman. 100 Swaggart was temporarily placed on church-supervised probation but ran into problems again in 1991 after evidence of another encounter with a prostitute surfaced. 101 The outcome of these scandals compromised the careers of Jimmy Swaggart and the Backers and lowered the credibility and viewership of television ministries, which reportedly lost a third of their weekly audience by 1990. 102 Swaggart's viewers dropped from 2.21 million in 1985 to around 500,000 by 1989. 103 However, televangelism remained a cultural phenomenon. As top-name televangelists including Robert Schuller, Jerry Falwell, and Oral Roberts, along with Swaggart, suffered a post-scandal ratings decline, low-key televangelists were on the rise, claimed an article in USA Today. 104 The article quoted a university professor explaining that televangelists are here to stay. 105 Conservative evangelical ideology was still influential, although Pat Robertson believed that the news about Swaggart, which broke 2 weeks before the Republican primary, was a deliberate attempt to sabotage his own bid for president. 106 Despite Robertson's claims, televangelists and news reports successfully employed religious rhetoric during the scandals. After the Backer story broke, an article reported that PTL's attorney called Jimmy Swaggart to prevent a religious civil war. 107 When Jerry Falwell took over PTL in April 1987, a segment on NBC Nightly News reported that the Backers were threatening a holy war if he refused to give it back. 108 A Newsweek article also referred to the Backer scandal as evangelism's holy war. 109 A report in the Washington Post quoted Swaggart on the 700 Club stating that he played no part in Jim Backer's fall. 110 Swaggart also suggested Backer had other sins, had not fully repented, and was a cancer on the body of Christ. 111 Backer insisted that his downfall was the result of a diabolical plot. 112 The actions of televangelists were portrayed and discussed in biblical terms. Sensational news media that reported on these stories also flourished, and the scandals were a ratings success. From Good Morning America to the evening news to the highlights at 11 and the low blows on Nightline, stated a 1987 article in Newsweek about the Backers, the religion, sex and money scandal made the ratings soar. 113 Nightline host Ted Koppel reportedly said that the story enthralled him. 114 ABC's World News Tonight, hosted by Peter Jennings, had experienced a significant ratings increase between 1984 and 1988, a feat partly attributed to the fact that the show broke the story of Swaggart's infidelity. 115 When Nightline covered the Backers scandal, they had allegedly received a tip about Swaggart that they relayed to World News Tonight. 116 Neither the Backers nor Swaggart blamed news reports for their demise. Their silence on the issue contributed to a sense that the media could build and destroy careers but was itself indestructible. Close encounters as televangelists and their conservative allies rose to power, media sources increasingly portrayed paranormal activity, often demonic in nature, as a potent threat. The growing number of representations of supernatural entities in the 1980s, including ghosts, guardian angels, witches, sorcerers, time travelers, demons, vampires, monsters, werewolves, and zombies, reinforced elements of the conservative evangelical worldview, particularly their fascination with demonic evil. It also reinforced and fueled a contemporary cultural interest in the occult that was accompanied by the growing popularity of Ouija boards, magic crystals, seances, astrology, levitation, psychics, and fortune-telling games. However, depictions of the paranormal were not relegated to fiction, as television news and print sources reported on ghosts, UFOs, demonic serial killers, and devil worship. While these reports began in the late 1960s and 1970s, the panic serves as evidence of their singular power in the 1980s. Stories of satanic ritual abuse were part of the news media's legacy of uncritical reports on supernatural encounters. The panic was also tied to fictional representations of the paranormal. Throughout the 1980s, movies used cutting-edge special effects technologies to convey previously unachievable supernatural environments. In the late 1970s, Star Wars and Close Encounters of the Third Kind set new standards for the quality of special effects, using innovative techniques like go motion, which combines stop motion with live-action photography. 117 While Star Wars was strictly science fiction fantasy, Close Encounters exemplified the growing trend in the media of portraying supposedly average people, increasingly comprised of white suburbanites, encountering unearthly realms or beings. According to Andrew Gordon in his article on the FLM, Close Encounters also capitalized on the revival of born-again, fundamentalist religion. 118 In the FLM's F-Nail at Devil's Tower, Wyoming, the main character ascends into the night sky with the advanced celestial beings who have been contacting Earth throughout the FLM. 119 The proliferation of this theme of normal people experiencing fantastic scenarios across a wide array of genres and media sources coincided with the rise of televangelists in the 1980s and appeared to substantiate various aspects of their ideology. 120 While the relationship between evangelicals, who often publicly opposed the occult, and a growing cultural interest in the supernatural seemed counterintuitive, explains Lynn Schofield Clark in From Angels to Aliens, Teenagers, the Media, and the Supernatural. Evangelicalism provided a framework for thinking about and representing evil in popular culture. 121 Other changes in special effects after the success of Star Wars and Close Encounters included advancements in animatronics, stop-motion animation, pyrotechnics, and optical compositing, which allowed more objects per frame. 122 The elevated status of effects artists, who became known as wizards, was often based on their ability to convincingly portray otherworldly entities and environments. 123 While making Star Wars, director George Lucas established industrial light and magic. 124 ILM developed revolutionary special effects for dozens of big-budget FLMs in the 1980s, including Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Back to the Future, and The Abyss. 125 One of the most significant developments of the decade, much of it pioneered by ILM, was the incorporation of computer-generated imagery into scenes in order to create an illusion that Steve Williams, a Disney animator, claimed was potentially so powerful you won't be able to tell what's real and what's not. 126 The use of CGI was tied to the FLM industry's concern over growing competition from video games. In 1981, Pac-Man, an arcade game released the previous year, made roughly $1.2 billion, or, as the New York Times reported, 3 times as much as Star Wars, history's most popular movie, has earned in the FVE years since its initial release. 127 With a budget of $20 million, the Disney FLM Tron, in which characters are downloaded into the digital world, was one of the FRST to combine live action with CGI. 128 It was part of early industry efforts to use computers to build movie sets. 129 As the quality and quantity of special effects per FLM in the 1980s rose, so did the number of big-budget movies that focused on character interaction with the paranormal. Some of the most popular and commercially successful FLMs of the decade, including E.T. the Extraterrestrial, Poltergeist, Ghostbusters, Gremlins, Back to the Future and Beetlejuice, feature various supernatural entities invading the daily lives of human characters. Their success prompted several sequels before the decade ended, such as Poltergeist 2, The Other Side, Poltergeist 3, Back to the Future Part 2, and Ghostbusters 2. Gremlins 2, the new batch was released in 1990. In 1985, the New York Times noted the climbing costs of sequels as Hollywood had noticeably amped up the rate at which it was spewing them out. 130 of the top 10 box office movies of 1984, 9 are already being mined for sequels, stated the article. 131 other movies with similar themes of everyday individuals encountering paranormal situations included those about aliens and space travel like The Last Starfighter, Starman, Howard the Duck, and Asterisk Batteries Not Included, those involving supernatural robots, computers, or artificial intelligence such as Electric Dreams, Weird Science, and Short Circuit, Tales of Soul Swapping in Trading Places, Vice Versa, and Big, and narratives of time travel in the Terminator, Flight of the Navigator, and Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. A few def-ed easy categorization, like Teen Wolf, about a suburban teen who transforms into a fun-loving werewolf, and Mannequin, which FNDS a female department store mannequin brought to life and experiencing a romance with a male employee. In The Golden Child, Los Angeles-based social worker Chandler Jarrell, played by popular comedian Eddie Murphy, is tasked with offending a missing Tibetan boy with magical powers. His help is sought by a woman who initially saw him on a local television show. 132 Sardo, the FLM's antagonist, is described in a positive review of the FLM as supernaturally wicked. 133 Along with his gang of thugs, he imprisons the kidnapped child with evil hexes in his satanic sanctum. 134 The review also described Los Angeles, where much of the FLM takes places, as a fun Gomorrah. 135 Ghostbusters was one of the few successful FLMs of the decade that tethered paranormal activity to city dwellers, rather than white suburbanites. However, the FLM joined several others of the decade in which spirits can only be stopped through the use of pseudoscientific experts. The latter replaced priests and other Catholic figures who claimed authority on the paranormal in FLMs of the previous decade like The Exorcist, The Omen, and the Amityville Horror. The Ghostbusters of the FLM's title are parapsychologists initially associated with a university. The Entity, a horror FLM from the early 1980s that centered on a woman who is raped by an evil spirit, also features parapsychologists. In both FLMs, such experts are given the prefix Doctor. Poltergeist and Beetlejuice contain spiritual mediums or psychics who, like parapsychologists, act as authority figures on otherworldly beings. Tanjana, the medium in Poltergeist, cleanses the house of an evil entity called the Beast, also a moniker for the devil found in the Book of Revelation. Tanjana speaks of a light that has come for the spirits trapped under the influence of the Beast. Quoting scripture, televangelists often referred to the light of God or Christ. Conversely, they often referred to satanic forces as darkness. 136 With the exception of Ghostbusters, supernatural activity was increasingly placed in the context of white suburbia. In E.T., which earned $435 million domestically, making it the highest-grossing FLM until 1997, a white suburban boy helps an alien return to his home planet. 137 The special effects for E.T. were done by ILM, which was directed by Steven Spielberg and produced by Amblin Entertainment, an independent company founded by Spielberg in 1981. 138 Amblin also produced Gremlins and Back to the Future. 139 E.T. was FLMED in the suburbs of Los Angeles, including Northridge, Tujunga, and the San Fernando Valley. 140 Gremlins, Back to the Future, Poltergeist, and Beetlejuice centered exclusively on white suburban nuclear families and also FLMED scenes in the suburbs of Los Angeles, including Universal and Warner Brothers studio backlots. 141. Most of these locations were roughly 32 FFTY miles from Manhattan Beach. Parts of Beetlejuice were shot at Culver Studios in Culver City, which was only 11 miles away. 142 residents may have passed through or near movie sets at various points, viewing a model of a supernatural, fictional universe that potentially overlapped with their reality. These FLMS collectively reinforced a growing relationship between the occult and the suburbs of Los Angeles that was both reflected and endorsed through McMartin. Along with Poltergeist, Gremlins, and Beetlejuice demonstrated the decade's trend of veering supernatural entities in white suburbia explicitly toward the demonic. Beetlejuice, the demonic character on which the FLM's title is based, simultaneously terrorizes both the Dietzes, a white suburban family, and the Maitlands, a deceased couple who haunt the Dietzes' home. Summoned from the netherworld by the Maitlands, Beetlejuice hopes to become mortal by marrying Lydia, the Dietzes' only child. As an arrogant trickster, he boasts to Lydia, "I'm the ghost with the most, babe." 143. Ultimately the two families work together to banish him. In Gremlins and its sequel, small creatures from Chinatown called Mogwai, which apparently in Chinese means demons that harm humans, transform into violent creatures called gremlins if they get wet or eat after midnight. 144. In the FRST-FLM, struggling gadget salesman Randall Peltzer gives his son Billy a Mogwai named Gizmo for Christmas. When Gizmo encounters water and food late at night, he spawns more Mogwai who turn into evil, snarling gremlins and subsequently wreak havoc on the small, picturesque town of Kingston Falls. A contemporary Newsweek article on the FLM described Mogwai as nasty devil dolls who will chew their way into your heart. 145. During the FLM, patriarch Randall Peltzer continuously repeats that, as a salesman, he makes the illogical logical, a phrase that acutely captured the goal of much of the decade's entertainment. 146. Gremlins and Beetlejuice, as well as E.T., Back to the Future, and Ghostbusters, were released along with a wide range of merchandise including action figures, dolls, video games, trading cards, home goods, snacks, cartoon shows, rides, toys, and games. A month before the release of Gremlins, FFTY companies had signed up for tie-ins. 147. Along with toys and games, Gremlins products included school supplies, Halloween costumes, apparel, comic books, and swimming pool accessories. 148. Ritual abuse cases emerged in an environment where fictional movies on supernatural scenarios, many of them taking place in California suburbs located near Manhattan Beach, reigned at the box office and on television sets through the proliferation of cable, premium channels, and VCRs. News reports on ritual abuse cases portrayed suburban communities in ways that rendered them similar to the sunny Southern California neighborhoods depicted in these FLMS. They were tranquil, bright, and financially secure but concealed a bizarre and sinister reality. An article on Frank Fooster in the San Diego Union Tribune described Country Walk, where Frank and Ileana Fooster were arrested, as a comfortable Miami suburb. 149. According to Florida St. Petersburg Times, Citrus County, North Carolina, where Edward Clark and Arnetta Schuler were arrested, was a small town and safe haven that contained world-class golf courses and a gleaming network of lakes and rivers. 150. The city administrator of Jordan, Minnesota, where 24 adults were accused of sexual abuse in 1984, was quoted as calling it typically small-town U.S.A. 151. Eatonton, North Carolina, home to Little Rascals run by Robert and Betsy Kelly, was a picturesque village where restored mansions quietly reside on the shores of Albemarle Sound. 152. Sources described Manhattan Beach as an oceanside community, suburban, and coastal. 153. The interview Geraldo Rivera conducted with children in the McMartin case took place at a picnic table surrounded by trees on a sunny day, presumably in Manhattan Beach. His other interviews with alleged victims of ritual abuse also took place in bright, tree-lined suburban settings. the real communities dealing with ritual abuse cases and the Los Angeles suburbs of many popular fictional FLMs experienced similarly strange scenarios, all of which played out in front of a camera. Gremlins and Ghostbusters were both released in theaters on June 8, 1984, a few days before the judge presiding over the McMartin case rejected requests from the defense to keep the preliminary hearing closed. 154 CBS, ABC, NBC, and CNN requested the hearings remain open. 155 On June 16, an Associated Press article reported that Babette Spittler, one of the teachers charged in McMartin, surrendered to sheriff's deputies after refusing to give up to local police because television camera crews were waiting for her. 156 movies simultaneously became more available to consumers throughout the decade. As the FLM industry vertically integrated and the major FLM studios experienced a wave of intense mergers and consolidation, the number of theaters across the country reached a record high of 23,132 by the end of the 1980s. 157 in 1986, when MCA acquired 50% interest in Cineplex Odeon, the latter company, which was already the largest FLM exhibitor in North America, went from 1068 screens to 1,510 screens 8 months later. 158 The companies also jointly announced plans to construct the world's largest movie theater complex at MCA's Universal Studios in California, with 17 screens and 5,600 seats. 159 Big budget. Movies often opened on more than 2,000 screens in theaters that were more spacious and modern than their predecessors. 160 While the FLM industry's profits reached their highest levels since the 1940s, with revenues climbing from $2.75 billion in 1980 to $5 billion in 1989, videocassette sales emerged as the main revenue source for the industry. 161 It became much easier to watch movies on television, as box office success guaranteed the FLM would be available through syndication, cable, and home video. 162 The FRST Blockbuster Video opened in Dallas, Texas in 1985, joining national chains like West Coast Video, Video Station, and National Video, as well as regional chains and locally owned stores. With over 8,000 movies in stock, Blockbuster chairman and President David P. Cook stated the superstore had the largest selection of videotapes in the Southwest. 163 By 1986, as revenues for home videos began to surpass global box office revenues, doubling them by the end of the decade, Blockbuster owned or franchised more than 250 stores. 164 In 1985, pay-per-view services, which had previously been offered only in individual cable markets, also went national. Viewers' choice and request television became available via satellite to cable systems in 6 and 7 states, respectively, offering movies recently released on VHS to hundreds of thousands of subscribers. 165. Television also incorporated more fictional programming that revolved around paranormal encounters. Popular primetime network television shows like Knight Rider, Alf, Small Wonder, and Quantum Leap had supernatural themes. Knight Rider and Small Wonder feature self-aware artificial intelligence, presented as a car in the former show and the young daughter of a white suburban couple in the latter. Like Small Wonder, Alf features a supernatural entity residing with a white nuclear family in the suburbs. After crashing into the Tanner family's garage, Alf, which stands for alien life form, decides to stay with the family on Earth. 166 Due to the success of the show and its many related products, including toys, games, and apparel, Alf had reportedly taken the market by storm by 1987. 167 Quantum Leap, about the soul of a man that leaps through the past and brief why inhabits the bodies of other people, capitalized on the popularity of stories about time travel during the decade, as did the 1987 made-for-TV movie Time Stalkers, which focuses on time travelers from the year 2586. 168 In 1985, CBS rebooted the classic television series The Twilight Zone with new episodes written by famous popular authors like Ray Bradbury and Stephen King. 169 Teacher's Aid, an episode that aired November 8, 1985, centers on a teacher possessed by a demonic entity. 170 media depictions of paranormal activity were not relegated to fiction. They were sold as part of everyday life through infotainment programs and television news. Since the late 1960s, various television shows, including network news programs, presented claims of supernatural phenomena. In 1981, an article in the Washington Post entitled The Twilight Zone argued that morning talk shows are littered with astrologers, psychics, swamis, pop-tart prophets, and would-be telekinetics, and criticized That's Incredible, a show recently introduced on ABC that featured occult-themed stories. 171 Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, network evening news programs provided reports on hauntings. In 1988, ABC featured a story about ghosts aboard the USS Forrestal, an aircraft carrier that had caught on fire during the Vietnam War, killing 134 service members. 172 They also offered several segments on UFOs, two of which came within months of the FRST reports on McMartin. 173 In May 1988, perennial news champion KABC Los Angeles, on which Wayne Satz's FRST broke the McMartin story, lost in the ratings to KNBC partly due to the latter's segments on UFOs. 174 As the Orange County Register explained, KNBC's reports proved more of a lure than KABC's offerings on speculation about Elvis. 175 Simultaneously, KCBS, whose evening news came in last in the ratings, got a boost from the sparkling debut of Geraldo's talk show, which achieved the network's highest ratings for that time slot in 4 years. 176 Unsolved Mysteries also debuted that year, featuring episodes on paranormal phenomena such as hauntings, reincarnation, and Bigfoot. 177 It grouped these segments with those on murder and missing person cases. By 1984, when the FRST reports on the McMartin case emerged, supernatural phenomena was an integral and growing part of the media landscape. The devil worshippers, while accusations of satanic ritual abuse surfaced amid reports of UFOs and ghosts, as well as fictional representations of supernatural phenomena, they were also directly tied to a larger satanic panic that was reported on throughout the decade. Ritual abuse cases were just some of the several stories on devil worship and criminal activity allegedly linked to demonic evil that pervaded the culture in the 1980s. Fears emerged over Satanism in schools, cults, corporations, and the music industry, quickly ending endorsement through tabloid media. Regular reports of ritual abuse that began in 1984 with McMartin came in the midst of several national news stories on devil worship, demonstrating that concerns over Satanism had been gaining momentum since the start of the decade. One of the most publicized involved household goods manufacturer Procter & Gamble, which held the title of television's biggest advertiser in the early 1980s. 178 In 1981, just as the company withdrew advertising from FFTY network programs due to content it deemed too violent or sexual, rumors apparently began to circulate connecting the conglomerate's 100-year-old logo to devil worship. 179 According to a 1983 article in the New York Times, Leaf ETS sent to California residents stated that the logo's bearded face formed two devil horns and an inverted 666, a number associated with Satan. 180 The logo's 13 stars also supposedly had demonic connotations. 181 The Times article quoted a senior vice president denying allegations that a Procter & Gamble representative had gone on the Phil Donahue show and linked company Prof TS to the Church of Satan. 182 A spokesperson for the talk show also dismissed the claims. 183 The Times story was one of dozens of reports throughout the decade regarding controversy over the logo. Procter & Gamble called upon Jerry Falwell, Billy Graham, and other powerful religious figures to help debunk the rumors. 184 On a CBS Evening News segment in 1982, Falwell reportedly considered the rumors ridiculous. 185 Despite the company's public relations efforts, Procter & Gamble faced tangible consequences for the rumors and news reports. The 1982 CBS story mentioned that some evangelical ministers were urging consumers to boycott Procter & Gamble products. 186 The company, which claimed it received up to 15,000 phone calls a month that year about the logo, anticipated financial repercussions including a drop in sales. 187 When the story reappeared in early 1985, after Leaf ETS were once again distributed, Procter & Gamble began immediately removing the logo from product packaging. 188 The old logo was replaced as the McMartin case was underway and several other ritual abuse cases were gaining prominence. Marketing experts, according to the New York Times, called it a rare case of a giant company succumbing to a bizarre and untraceable rumor. 189 The story resurfaced for a FNAL time in 1990, after the company had replaced the logo on its products, but not on its letterhead or at various facilities. 190 The Procter & Gamble controversy was reminiscent of reports in the late 1970s over rumors that Prof. T.S. for popular fast food chain McDonald's went to a devil-worshipping cult and that its hamburgers contained worms, which led to a decline in sales. 191 Various news sources recalled the story in January 1984 when owner Ray Kroc passed away in La Jolla, California. 192 Although McDonald's, as well as Procter & Gamble, remain successful global corporations, the persistence of such rumors as well as their negative impact demonstrated that accusations of devil worship carried substantial weight. They were also palatable to news sources that potentially encouraged them. Infotainment served a vital role in providing the alleged rumors with clout. In both cases, news sources cited The Phil Donahue Show as the platform from which company owners allegedly revealed their satanic proclivities. According to a 1978 ABC World News Tonight report, rumors on Kroc claimed he went on Donahue and stated that McDonald's supported devil worshippers. 193 The net effect of both stories was to endorse devil worship as a credible phenomenon that potentially reached into the nation's highest echelons of power. Other major publicized controversies over devil worship involved the debates surrounding Ronald Reagan's bill allowing religious meetings in public schools and the activism of the Parents Music Resource Center, which was formed to monitor content in music marketed to young people. Reagan introduced his bill in 1984 following two failed attempts at a constitutional amendment permitting prayer in schools. Prominent evangelicals, including the director of Christian Voice, the National Association of Evangelicals, and Jerry Falwell, who blamed problems in schools to lack of God, had supported the amendment. 194 After its defeat for a second time, Reagan pushed for a bill mandating that student religious groups have access to school facilities outside of class. 195. Opponents of the measure cast their arguments primarily in terms of devil worship, as debates were punctuated with horror stories of cults in the schools, according to one report. 196 An Associated Press article quoted Democratic Representative Gary Ackerman asking, would the demonologists be given preference to use the gym to have a coven to worship the Antichrist? 197 He continued, would you deny the animal sacrifice to slaughter a pig in the classroom? Would you prevent Charles Manson as a guest speaker for a group of 12-year-olds? 198 Others, like Democratic Representatives Charles E. Schumer and Howard Metzenbaum, weighed in with similar sentiments. 199 The cult groups of the country will be standing on the sidelines applauding and maybe laughing as well, an article quoted Metzenbaum as stating. 200 News accounts of ongoing debates over the bill coincided with a mounting number of accusations against the employees of the McMartin preschool. When the Senate finale passed the bill in June, they simultaneously rejected a proposal to establish after-school daycare programs for children of working parents. 201 The proposal's defeat meant privately run centers like McMartin continued to play an essential role to the community. After passing the House in July, Reagan signed the Prayer in School bill into law in August 1984. 202 a month later, Gerald Amirald was arrested. In 1977, PMRC was founded by the wives of some of the country's most prominent politicians. Based in Washington, D.C., the group's objective was to convince the music industry to place parental advisory labels on albums containing supposedly graphic content. 203 PMRC's main spokeswomen included Tipper Gore, wife of Senator Al Gore, and Susan Baker, wife of James Baker, who served as Ronald Reagan's Secretary of the Treasury. After introducing themselves on a 1985 episode of The Phil Donahue Show, Gore and Baker launched an intense media campaign on behalf of PMRC. 204 They publicly received endorsements from celebrities like Ann Landers, as well as the National Parent-Teacher Association and the American Medical Association. 205 The two women authored opinion pieces for magazines like Newsweek and were the subjects of several articles in publications like Time, Nation, and New Republic. 206 They appeared on several network nightly news broadcasts, local news, and other television shows, including both politically oriented and tabloid programs. They were present at a congressional hearing over album content held on September 19, 1985, by the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee. 207 Testimony opposing PMRC's agenda came from musicians Dee Snider of the metal band Twisted Sister, Frank Zappa, and John Denver, all of whom appeared in the media speaking out against the group. Zappa, for example, was featured on CNN's Cross Free in both 1986 and 1987 to protest their efforts. 208 In 1987, Gore heavily promoted her book, Raising PG Kids in an X-Rated Society, from religious publishing house Abingdon Press. 209. PMRC, which reportedly received over 10,000 letters from parents, targeted records with lyrics they deemed sexually explicit or that seemed to promote drug and alcohol use, suggesting they be marked with an X or D/A, respectively. 210 As Tipper Gore explained in a 1986 news segment on WDEF-TV, a local CBS affiliate based in Chattanooga, Tennessee, PMRC was opposed to topics such as glorified incest, rape, and sadomasochism. 211 However, they also went after songs about devil worship, recommending they be labeled with an O for content about the occult. 212 In Raising PG Kids in an X-Rated Society, Gore spends Chapter 6, titled Playing with Fire, Heavy Metal Satanism, arguing that occult-oriented entertainment, particularly music, rejects Judeo-Christian religion, turns good and evil upside down, and rebels against life itself. 213 She linked it directly to violence, claiming that the greatest danger of the occult boom is its association with teen suicide. 214 Songs on the PMRC's initial Filthy 15 list included Venom's Possessed and Merciful Fate's Into the Coven. 215 Both songs were produced in an increasingly popular heavy metal music genre that often included satanic themes. Into the Coven, for example, repeatedly beckoned listeners to come into my coven and become Lucifer's child and urged them to say after me, my soul belongs to Satan. 216 In her book, Gore targeted other successful metal bands such as Slayer, Black Sabbath, Motley Crue, and Iron Maiden, for using satanic symbols on the concert stage and album covers. 217 While a 1985 article in the San Diego Union Tribune argued that what some listeners construed as occult symbolism could convey an innocent or indifferent message to others, PMRC successfully lobbied the nation's top record companies, represented by the Recording Industry Association of America, to add labels warning consumers of explicit content. 218 Gore and PMRC also effectively coupled heavy metal music to devil worship, a theme that permeated throughout the rest of the decade and beyond. It played a crucial role in supporting Geraldo's claims of a satanic underground on his 1988 special. While ritual abuse cases occurred in an environment of news reports on devil worship in corporate logos, schools, and music, they were also directly connected to accounts that tied the practice to violent crimes. In 1983, when Judy Johnson FRST accused Ray Buckey of assaulting her son, news sources began running stories on the Green River Killer, an individual who had murdered several prostitutes in Washington state. The story was widely reported throughout the decade, with national network evening news collectively running several stories on the killer, who was eventually identified as Gary Ridgway in 2001. 219 Some sources suggested the killer was a devil worshipper, with one 1984 report including statements from Jim Voking, a self-described amateur occult archaeologist, that the killer may be an occult black magic worshipper, or be a band of such worshippers. 220 The victims' bodies formed a crescent moon pattern, which is required in the rite of devil worship, explained Voking. 221 A similar story involved the Night Stalker, who was identified in 1985 as Richard Ramirez. Ramirez, who resided in Los Angeles, killed over a dozen people throughout California. 222 After Ramirez was arrested in August 1985, KABC reporter Wayne Satz, who broke the McMartin story, claimed in an exclusive report that devil worship was a possible motive for the murders. 223 Ramirez had, according to Satz, practiced satanic rituals at his crime scenes. 224 A print report stated the link was triggered when police found a baseball cap with the logo for metal band AC/DC, who supposedly made references to devil worship in their music at one of the murder sites. 225 Satz disclosed the information despite police requests that he refrain. 226 According to Clifford L. Leyendecker in Night Stalker, a shocking story of Satanism, sex, and serial murder, newspaper and television reporters latched onto the Satan connection and played it for all it was worth. 227 In September 1985, the New York Times reported that unidentified sources quoted by the Los Angeles Times, as well as by local stations KABC and KCBS, claimed that FVE-pointed stars associated with witchcraft and devil worship were painted on the walls in homes of victims. 228 A year before Ramirez was identified, several news sources reported on a story connecting the homicide of 17-year-old Gary Lauers to a satanic cult in Northport, Long Island. According to a 1984 article in the Washington Post, the teenage killers of Lauers were part of a satanic cult called the Knights of the Black Circle. 229 The cult experimented with drugs like LSD, mescaline, and PCP, also known as angel dust, and spray-painted symbols such as pentagrams, inverted stars, and upside-down crucifixes in a neighborhood playground where they gathered. 230 In July 1984, NBC's Nightly News ran two stories on the murder of Lauers, the FRST of which alleged that the cult participated in sacrificial ceremonies, including animal torture, and described the murder of Lauers as a drug cult revenge. 231 In the second report, several other jurisdictions reported similar killings involving devil worship, and a social worker explained the teenage fascination with Satanism. 232 However, in December 1984, the New York Times reported that Lauers' death had off-chaly been ruled as part of his drug use and antisocial behavior and was not related to a cult. 233 While there were dozens of news stories during the decade citing a connection between violence and Satanism, the most prevalent was that of Charles Manson and his family. Manson's involvement in the murders of several high-profile individuals in the late 1960s, including actress Sharon Tate, coffee heiress Abigail Folger, and business owners Leno and Rosemary LaBianca, remained a powerful cultural touchstone in the 1980s. After record producer Terry Melcher failed to honor a scheduled meeting with Manson and his followers, who hoped to record a rock album, Manson allegedly ordered his group to kill everyone at Melcher's old house, where Tate and her husband, FLM director Roman Polanski, resided. The murders, which took place in the wealthy suburbs of Los Angeles, immediately became a point of media fascination, particularly on television. After the indictment of Manson and several members of his group in December 1969, National Network Evening News ran more than 140 segments on their trials. 234 regular coverage ended in October 1971 when family member Tex Watson, the ringleader in the killings at Sharon Tate's house, received the death penalty, joining Manson, Susan Atkins, Leslie Van Houten, and Patricia Krenwinkel on death row. The sentences were commuted to life terms when California abolished the death penalty in 1971. 235 in Helter Skelter, the 1974 true crime book on the case that eventually sold over 7 million copies. Author and Manson prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi claims that Manson's trial, which included the 3 women, was the longest and most expensive murder trial in American history, as well as one of the most publicized. 236 While media sources on the Manson murders drew attention to their brutality, they also began to explicitly link Charles Manson and his family to the 60s counterculture, equating the group's violence and occult practices with their alleged status as hippies. In a segment in December 1969, the Huntley-Brinkley Report, NBC's evening news program at the time, ran an interview with a Los Angeles Police Department inspector who described the Manson family as a hippie group but clarified that membership involved juvenile delinquency and sex crimes. 237 ABC's World News Tonight simultaneously explained that the suspects were part of a weird, sadistic hippie cult that specialized in religious killings. 238 A night later, ABC additionally reported that Manson interchangeably referred to himself as a cult leader, Jesus, and Satan and had a hypnotic effect on his cult. 239 According to a contemporary article in the New York Times, although Manson specifically rejected the name hippie, it was the designation given to him and his followers by the police and the news media. 240 Subsequent material on the murders, which included news reports, articles, interviews, movies, and documentaries, constantly pushed the connection between the group's experimentation with a hippie lifestyle, particularly communal living and psychedelic drug use, and their penchant for devil worship and violence. Vincent Bugliosi explains in Helter Skelter that Susan Atkins was drawn to Anton LaVey, head of the Church of Satan, before meeting Manson, and referred to this time of her life as her Satanic period. 241 A New Republic review of Helter Skelter in 1975 found that Bugliosi's arguments made it hard to escape the conclusion that the counterculture of the 1960s, despite its contributions, gave birth to Manson. 242 Manson, according to the reviewer, was a demon not possessed by one, was one. 243 An article that same year in Newsweek on Squeaky Fromm, published 10 days after she pointed a gun at President Gerald Ford in 1975, explained, life with Charles Manson was a far cry from the middle-class environment Squeaky knew as a child in the Los Angeles suburbs of Santa Monica, Westchester, and Redondo Beach. 244 The article suggested that Fromm, who had once been a majorette and a rope twirler, embraced Manson as part of a fundamental rejection of her suburban upbringing, which also included an interest in the demonic. She wrote letters to Manson in prison that often dealt with the occult and subjects like that. 245 In the 1980s, media depictions of the group as a hippie death cult became more common with the rise of infotainment. 246 News media kept the Manson family relevant throughout the decade by providing updates on their lives in prison, including Manson's release from solitary confinement in 1980, a possible prison escape 2 years later, and an inmate setting him on free in 1984, as well as the numerous times he and his family were denied parole. 247 sources described the Manson murders in more graphic terms than in the previous decades. They used words and phrases like grisly rampage, ritualistic slaughter, carnage, and blood orgy to describe the murders. 248 They also referred to the Manson family as misfits, runaways, drug users, and dropouts, rendering the relationship between the group's crimes and the counterculture more violent, depraved, and pronounced. 249 attempts to portray the extreme brutality of the Manson murders and push their connection to the hippie movement both embodied and encouraged tabloid media sensationalism, as well as conservative evangelical ideology that demonized 60s activists. Manson himself became a more integral part of such representations as the growth of infotainment helped turn him into a television star. In 1981, Charles Manson made his FRST network television appearance on NBC's Tomorrow Coast to Coast hosted by Tom Snyder, which furthered his celebrity status. 250 As stated by the program's executive producer, Roger Ailes, there are many young people today who unfortunately do not know who Charles Manson is or what the drug culture, taken to its extreme, can do to people. 251 Manson had apparently been besieged with interview requests and had previously made local television appearances, including on a station in Sacramento. 252 The NBC interview was a ratings success, bringing in triple the usual numbers for the Tomorrow Show, according to a report in the Washington Post. 253 Manson and stories about him did well among television viewers, with CBS's 1975 multi-part television movie Helter Skelter, based on Bugliosi's book, drawing some of the highest ratings of the season, which had otherwise been a poor one for the networks. 254 Geraldo Rivera took a particular interest in Charles Manson and made him a focal point of his 1988 Devil Worship special. Rivera labeled Manson a murderer who would have us believe he is the incarnation of the devil and described public sentiment as the frightening fascination verging on adoration. 255 Today's top satanic celebrity, continued Rivera, is revered by many modern-day devil worshippers after his involvement in several ritual murders. 256 A few years later, in an interview on CNN's Larry King Live, Rivera alleged that fans most often ask him about Charles Manson because as Satanists or, devil worshippers, or just ritual criminals they scared us to our core. 257 Subsequent news stories on cults and violent crimes in the wake of the Manson murders often used Charles Manson as a reference point. A CBS Evening News report on Jim Jones, a cult leader based in Guyana, Jonestown, who convinced the followers of his People's Temple to commit mass suicide in 1978, cited the Manson family as a comparable cult. 258 The People's Temple was previously based in San Francisco, which provided coverage of the story with a California backdrop. While devil worship was not an element of reports on Jonestown, several stories explored the possibility of child abuse. Jones adopted several children in foster care and was receiving money from the state of California at the time of the incident in Jonestown. 259 Also in 1978, a CBS Evening News report on the increasing violence at Synanon, a revolutionary therapeutic community based in Santa Monica, California, quoted Los Angeles attorney Paul Morantz comparing the group to the Manson family. 260 Leader of Synanon Charles Diedrich, as well as some of his followers, had attempted to murder Morantz and faced a criminal investigation. 261 In 1985, a police shootout with the Move cult in Philadelphia, led by John Africa, invited comparisons to Manson, which a member of Move denied. 262 The apparent credibility of ritual abuse cases in part rested on a legacy of news stories that connected crime with devil worship. Daycare center workers accused of satanic ritual abuse appeared similar to the Manson family and other allegedly demonic cults and killers. Reports that Ray Bucky and McMartin employees, as well as defendants in subsequent cases, sacrificed animals and committed violent acts resembled graphic depictions of the Manson murders and other allegedly ritualistic crimes that followed. The relationship between devil worship and the counterculture established through the Manson murders was also instrumental in rendering it plausible that daycare centers doubled as satanic cults. In ritual abuse cases, daycare centers appeared on the fringes of society, despite often being indispensable to the community. Ritual abuse accusations suggested that local businesses designed to assist working families actually acted against them. They became the Manson Desert Ranch in the Santa Susana Mountains where his family resided. 263 In many ritual abuse cases, accusations extended to other members of the community and suggested they were part of a larger conspiracy. The Paul Ingram case in particular encompassed several high-profile members of the community, including senior police investigator Jim Raby and Washington State Patrolman Ray Risch. 264 As Lawrence Wright explains in Remembering Satan, Ingram claimed Risch's girlfriend was a high priestess of a community-wide cult and that he had signed an oath in blood pledging his loyalty. 265 FBI Special Agent Kenneth Lanning, a behavioral science specialist who reviewed hundreds of cases of ritual abuse in the 1980s and early 1990s, stated in 1993 that American law enforcement had found little or no evidence for that portion of their allegations that deals with large-scale baby breeding, human sacrifice and organized satanic conspiracies. 266 However, such ideas were woven into accusations of ritual abuse and reinforced the satanic element of crime most explicitly forged during coverage of the Manson murders. Disturbing parallels. News stories on ritual abuse cases were potentially made more vivid and credible by their similarities to contemporary horror movies. As the horror genre grew in quantity and popularity during the decade, the increasing number of television news stories on supposedly demonic crime often used contemporary FLM clips to enhance reports, as did those on UFOs and other paranormal phenomena. Other times, reports drew parallels to a FLM with a similar theme or coincided with its release date. Stories of satanic ritual abuse were supported by the decade's dozens of successful horror movies that portrayed seemingly everyday people stalked and terrorized by demonic evil. Filming often took place in the Los Angeles area, generally in suburbs located within FFTY miles of Manhattan Beach. The device of using fictional visual material to enhance anecdotal or eyewitness testimony in news reports may have rendered the line between fact and fiction harder to discern. In the 1970s, news reports on paranormal activity sometimes coincided with the release of movies of the same topic. In the weeks before and after December 14, 1977, wide release date of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, network evening news offered a few reports on UFOs. 267 The trend became more pronounced in the 1980s with the increasing number of big-budget movies about supernatural phenomena. In February 1982, FVE months before the wide release of E.T., ABC's World News Tonight discussed the Supreme Court case Citizens Against UFO Secrecy v. U.S. Air Force. 268 The group had demanded the release of information about several alleged UFO landings in the United States in the 1950s and the release by the Air Force of 3 captured aliens alive or deceased. 269 In April 1985, CBS Evening News ran a segment on a Ghostbuster company run by a woman named Jane Ware. 270 Ware said the FLM Ghostbusters had contributed to her success. 271 The FLM was re-released in theaters in August 1985, a year after its premiere and a few months after the CBS report. 272 In November, the FLM was made available on VHS. 273 Ware was featured again in a 1987 CBS Evening News segment on ghosts allegedly living in Georgetown, South Carolina. Described as a parapsychologist, Ware claimed the town's ghosts were members of the family. 274 The report came after various news sources began announcing plans for a Ghostbusters 2. 275 Film clips from, or references to, popular movies provided news stories on paranormal activity with imagery that was usually absent due to the anecdotal or speculative nature of such encounters. The 1982 CBS report on Citizens Against UFO Secrecy incorporated clips from Close Encounters and The Day the Earth Stood Still. 276 Reports on devil worship often utilized horror FLMS, which grew in popularity throughout the 1970s. In 1976, a CBS Evening News report on the country's phenomenal interest in the devil included scenes from recent horror FLMS The Omen and The Exorcist. 277 The story also showed clips from Rosemary's Baby, which had supplied visual material for the Manson murders in 1969. Reports on the Manson case focused on the elements it shared with Rosemary's Baby. Both centered on blonde, pregnant newlyweds assaulted by demonic cults. They also both involved director Roman Polanski, who was married to Manson murder victim Sharon Tate. Dozens of subsequent articles and news reports on the murders mentioned Polanski, who at the time of Tate's death was best known for the FLM. A 1969 NBC Evening News report described Polanski as Tate's husband and movie director. 278 In Helter Skelter, Vincent Bugliosi introduces Tate as Mrs. Polanski. 279 When Polanski was under investigation for the alleged rape of a 13-year-old girl in 1977, an Associated Press article characterized him as the director of Rosemary's Baby, whose actress wife Sharon Tate was murdered by the Charles Manson family 7 years ago. 280 The numerous articles in the 1980s offering updates on the Manson clan also sometimes mentioned Polanski. Although not all reports on Tate referred to the FLM, they often highlighted the couple's connection to the movie industry, particularly Polanski's status as a director. Polanski FLMED scenes for Rosemary's Baby at Paramount Studios, which was located less than 10 miles from the home he shared with Tate. 281 Other components of media reports on the Manson murders that paralleled Rosemary's Baby included the Manson family's interest in devil worship, Sharon Tate's pregnancy, and her own alleged occult practices. Just as Rosemary Woodhouse becomes entangled in the devil-worshipping cult that takes her baby, Sharon Tate was posthumously accused of dabbling in the satanic arts. 282 A 1984 People article on Polanski explained, immediately after the murders, innuendos suggesting drug abuse, illicit sex, even voodoo practices were commonly circulated in the press about Sharon Tate, and, by extension, her husband. 283 Another article that same year on Polanski in the New York Times referred to rumors in Hollywood that the sinister practices of Tate and her friends were the reason they were killed. 284 While accusations of satanic ritual abuse in the 1980s mimicked descriptions of the Manson murders, they also replicated scenes from fictional movies like Rosemary's Baby. In Satan in America, The Devil We Know, Scott Poole argues the FLM borrowed depictions of devil worship from the American right, especially its fears of conspiracy. 285 Several years later, the FLM, which was available for television viewing by the mid-1980s, provided ritual abuse testimony with palpable imagery. 286 Roman Polanski's Macbeth, released in 1971, also drew similar comparisons to the Manson murders. Vincent Bugliosi notes the disturbing parallels critics drew between the Tate murders and Polanski's version of Shakespeare's Macbeth. 287 In his review of the FLM, Roger Ebert, a critic for the Chicago Sun-Times, stated, "I might as well be honest and say it is impossible to watch certain scenes without thinking of the Charles Manson case." 288 The terror and violence in Macbeth, stated a 1971 article on the FLM in the New York Times, almost inevitably invite references to the death of Miss Tate. 289 The Paul Ingram case in particular elicited vivid testimony that resembled scenes from such FLMs. Lawrence Wright in Remembering Satan states that one of Ingram's signed confessions began, very much like a movie script. 290 Ingram's depictions of community members raping his wife, as well as his daughter Erica's written statement that people would chant around an open pit, to which they offered sacrificed babies, replicated the violence of Macbeth and the content of Rosemary's Baby. 291 The latter FLM involves sacrifice, as Rosemary's Baby is unwillingly taken from her, and rape, when the devil takes Rosemary by force. Chanting is also an important component of the FLM. After Rosemary gives birth and the baby is brought to the cult, a member chants, "God is dead. Satan lives," while others repeatedly yell "Hail Satan." 292 The satanic ritual component of the Ingram case was not mentioned initially. It was introduced a few days after Ingram's arrest in the form of a question from one of the detectives and became a central component of testimony elicited from the Ingram family. 293 Ritual abuse cases occurred as the number of horror movies expanded dramatically, enjoying wider distribution than their predecessors and utilizing cutting-edge special effects. News reports did not generally mention FLMS directly, but, as the National Review noted in 1990 regarding the McMartin case, accusations were straight out of a horror movie. 294 McMartin and subsequent trials coincided with the release of dozens of horror FLMS, many of them based on the popular books of Stephen King. Movies in the 1980s adapted from King's novels included The Shining, Creepshow, Christine, Cujo, Children of the Corn, Firestarter, and Pet Sematary. Most of them featured King's standard possession narrative, in which children or young adults from a small town serve as either the hosts of a demonic entity or its prey. An article in a 1984 issue of Orange Coast magazine, which was circulated in Orange County, California, described King's formula as more familiar than the sitcom plot and more rigidly set than the format of a sonnet. 295 In The Shining, a young boy, Danny, is stalked by his axe-wielding father, who forms a destructive supernatural connection to the vacant hotel where the family resides for the winter. A contemporary article in the San Diego Union-Tribune described patriarch Jack Torrance, played by Jack Nicholson, as a demon-possessed writer. 296 scenes from the FLM include the family touring a meat locker when they first arrive and Danny's mother eventually locking maniacal patriarch Jack Torrance in a food pantry. When McMartin children testified they were terrorized in meat markets, the movie was available for television viewing on networks, cable, and, by 1986, VHS. 297 Both the FLM and book versions of Cujo and Pet Sematary, published in 1981 and 1983, respectively, contain graphic scenes of central characters violently killing possessed animals. 298 Testimony in ritual abuse cases included stories of animal sacrifice, with one child in the McMartin case claiming Ray Bucky and his mother killed a cat to frighten her into silence and another alleging Bucky had killed a rabbit. 299 A McMartin parent stated that his son had seen animal sacrifices and devil worship under a tree in a vacant lot. 300 In April 1985, the New York Times reported that a lot next to the McMartin preschool was excavated in search of slaughtered animal remains. 301 However, no evidence was found to support the children's claims. 302 In 1989, Erica Ingram issued a written statement that her father, Paul, had forced her to assault animals. 303 In Children of the Corn, a group of children are part of a cult that practices human sacrifice to worship a demonic god called He Who Walks Behind the Rose. A positive review of the FLM in the Washington Post referred to child preacher and cult leader, Isaac, as the Jim Jones of Corn, who convinces the other children of Gatlin, Nebraska, to make the adult population fertilizer. 304 Released in 1984, the movie was King's fourth that year to be adapted for FLM and his ninth total. 305 A month after the FLM's March premiere, a 10-year-old boy testified that McMartin students were forced to dig up bodies in a cemetery and then watch them be hacked to pieces. 306 Along with Pet Sematary, the FLM included a sequel released in the early 1990s. Although Stephen King usually set his popular horror novels of the era in his hometown of Bangor, Maine, many of the successful Hollywood movie versions were FLMED in suburban Los Angeles. While many of King's FLMS were popular during the decade, they did not experience the phenomenal commercial success of horror FLMS Halloween, Friday the 13th, and A Nightmare on Elm Street, as well as their numerous sequels. In 1978, Halloween, produced by Falcon International Productions, broke all profit records for a FLM made by an independent company. 307 The FLM centers on Michael Myers, a demonic, Masked anti-hero similar to Leatherface, the serial killer in the 1974 slasher FLM The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. 308 in 1980, 2 years after the release of Halloween, Paramount released Friday the 13th to absorb some of Halloween's success. The second FLM of the franchise, which came out in 1981, introduces Jason Voorhees, who is also masked, violent, and indestructible. According to Julie Turnick in editing and special/visual effects, both FLMS, which combine the creature effects in FLMS like Star Wars with the slasher FLM's gore effects, marked a high point in the use of elaborate makeup prosthetics and on-set live-action effects sequences. 309 The success of Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees set the stage for Freddy Krueger, a character created by director Wes Craven as the central antagonist in A Nightmare on Elm Street. The FLM followed Craven's previous hit movies The Last House on the Left, The Hills Have Eyes, and Swamp Thing, as well as several in the adult FLM industry where his career began. Released in November 1984 from independent company New Line Cinema and less than a year after the McMartin story was first reported by Wayne Satz, Elm Street acquainted audiences with Krueger, a convicted child murderer. 310 The FLM reveals that Krueger, formerly a school janitor, was burned to death by a group of community parents. The angry mob murdered him after he was released from prison, where he was serving charges for killing children. 311 In his posthumous demonic state, he haunts the mob's children in their dreams. Regarding the FLM, Sarah Risher, chair of New Line Products, stated, "You can never quite know whether events are happening in the real world or in the nightmare universe." 312 The popularity of Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, and Jason Voorhees spawned television shows, video games, action figures, books, trading cards, board games, Halloween costumes, and dozens of sequels over the next several decades. In 1987, Krueger's mask and hat had outsold all other Halloween costumes, according to a Time article. 313 By 1988, Jason, Freddy, Michael, and Leatherface had collectively starred in 17 FLMs that topped $500 million at the box office. 314 That year also saw the release of Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood, A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master, and Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. Elm Street 4 had the fourth biggest opening weekend of the year. 315 Hundreds of similar lower-budget slasher FLMs were released during the 1980s. Many featured masked or demonic serial killers including Terror Train, which starred Jamie Lee Curtis of Halloween, as well as Prom Night, Graduation Day, The Slumber Party Massacre, Satan's Blade, Blood Cult, Body Count, Killer Party, Blood Diner, Lucifer, Child's Play, Pumpkinhead, and Puppet Master. 316 In both the comedy horror FLM Blood Diner and the straight-to-video FLM Blood Cult, the killings are directly tied to a demonic cult's ritual sacrifice. 317 The decade also saw the release of Psycho 2 and Psycho 3, sequels to the 1955 Alfred Hitchcock classic slasher horror FLM Psycho, as well as 3 sequels to the Amityville Horror and a third installment of the Omen franchise. The Omen, which was released in 1976, deals with a family who adopts the Antichrist in the form of a child named Damien. In the third FLM, Damien is portrayed as an adult. Defendants in ritual abuse cases were accused of satanic ritual abuse as fictional demonic serial killers reached the height of their popularity. Ray Bucky and others appeared to inflict terror and harm in ways that resembled the violent actions of Myers, Voorhees, and Krueger. Myers, Voorhees, and Krueger in turn borrowed from the Charles Manson paradigm, standing as countercultural figures who exist on the fringes of society. Like Manson, the only connection they maintain with suburbia is their desire to destroy it. They mostly terrorized residents of suburban neighborhoods, often targeting kids from nuclear families. A 1985 article reviewing Manson, a documentary film tracking Manson's period as a fugitive in 1969 as well as his arrest, highlighted the similarities he bore to the decade's antiheroes. Films like Friday the 13th and other occult horror films, claimed the reviewer, pale into insignificance compared with the eerie madness of Charles Manson and the black arts practiced by his cult in the late 1960s. 318 The issue as to whether it made sense to compare a fictional scenario to a real one was not raised. Chapter 5. The Perils of Punky, Gender, Childhood, and the Occult. Me Dearest. As the Panic demonstrated, powerful conservative evangelicals had a substantial bearing on the culture by the 1980s. While other social groups influenced representations of family life in the decade's mass media, televangelists and other politicized evangelicals played an instrumental role in wedding it to white suburbia and the occult. As they mobilized alongside other conservative groups, they helped guarantee that their family ideal rested on an acute rejection of 60s activism, particularly feminism. By encouraging women to work or follow other pursuits outside the home, feminism allegedly undermined the sanctity and stability of the nuclear family fortress, which was elevated to mythic status. As an unprecedented number of women joined the workforce during the decade, conservative disdain was evident in the news media's depictions of daycare centers as breeding grounds for disease, negligence, and abuse. Reports of satanic ritual at daycare were an extension of these depictions and exposed the degree to which backlash politics hinged on notions of the devil. Anti-feminist sentiment was also exposed through entertainment. While stay-at-home moms were celebrated in movies and sitcoms, working women were vilified, particularly mothers. Beginning in the 1970s, FLMS like The Exorcist, Carrie, The Brood, Friday the 13th, Mommy Dearest, and Fatal Attraction. 160. Imposed demonic and destructive qualities on mothers or working women, often fusing together a bad-mothering narrative, conservative backlash toward feminism, and depictions of the occult. Ritual abuse cases depended on, and added to, these representations, demonizing the surrogate parents of daycare centers and victimizing the working women who utilized them. The pronounced anti-feminism of the 1980s was a major component of the era's backlash culture and politics. It was first detectable in the 1970s, when several emerging conservative political groups began voicing opposition to feminism. The strongest came from a partnership between televangelist organizations like Jerry Falwell's Moral Majority and members of Phyllis Schlafly's Stop Era campaign. The conservative-backed Stop Era movement aimed to halt state ratification of a proposed Equal Rights Amendment, designed to constitutionally guarantee that equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the state on account of sex. As feminist organizations played an influential role in pushing for ratification of the era, opponents confounded the two movements. Both feminism and the era were viewed as a collective threat to the traditional family and women's roles as mother and nurturer. In 1980 in Listen, America, Jerry Falwell claims that the era strikes at the foundation of our entire social structure because it would take away the marvelous legal rights of a woman to be a full-time wife and mother in the home supported by her husband. The era was a big attack on the rights of the homemaker, argued Schlafly, a conservative evangelical organizer who first launched her Stop Era campaign in 1972. In an 161 interview with Barbara Walters on the Today Show in 1972, she alleged that the era would force children of divorce to be split up between parents and make women eligible for the draft, one of her most adamant claims against the amendment. Schlafly appeared on several other television programs like Meet the Press and dozens of network news reports, making her a staple personality of the medium in the 1970s and early 1980s. One columnist argued Schlafly was a person created by the media in its relentless pursuit of what is called balance. When ratification of the era was successfully halted in 1982, even after a timeline extension, Schlafly was hailed as a conservative hero. In his 1986 book Men and Marriage, George Gilder, a conservative writer and economist who opposed feminism, compared Schlafly to conservative icons like Ronald Reagan, Barry Goldwater, and William Buckley, as a leader who made a decisive and permanent difference. 7. Schlafly changed the political landscape of her country, Gilder argued, an achievement made all the more commendable given the odds she faced and overcame. 8. Gilder's previous book, Wealth and Poverty, published in 1980, had sold over 1 million copies. 9. Although Schlafly visibly undermined the conservative definition of women as stay-at-home moms, she verbally supported it, which made her a welcome exception. She was an outspoken woman who cast her lot with conservative men, particularly evangelicals like Jerry Falwell. When Falwell died in 2007, Schlafly stated in a news interview, "He was the leader and he made it respectable for the Christians to come out and be involved in politics." 10. One of Stop Era's most successful campaigns was to conf8 feminism and working women. In her efforts, Schlafly joined a chorus of conservative allies who disparaged female roles outside the home. During the 1980s there was a significant rise in the number of women who joined the workforce. Continuing a trend that began to accelerate at the end of the 1960s, increasing numbers of women earned degrees, had full-time jobs, and owned or managed businesses. 11 women gained employment to supplement family and personal economy, particularly as men's wages declined. In her 1989 study The Second Shift, which examines the lives of contemporary working women, Arlie Russell Hochschild cites rising inflation, which erodes the earning power of the male wage, and the growing numbers of service sector jobs as major reasons for the staggering increase in women workers since the 1950s. 12. Despite economic recessions in the 1970s and 1980s, more than 10 million women gained full-time employment over the course of those decades. 13. Between 1940 and 1990, the number of women managers grew from 15 to 40%. 14. By 1984, the year Wayne Satz FRST reported on McMartin, Society magazine claimed that less than 15% of families depended solely on the male head of household for income. 15. In 1950, it had stood at 70%. 16. In many instances, stated a 1984 U.S. News and World Report special report, the woman is the main breadwinner of the family. 17. In 1988, an article in Advertising Age reported that half of American women were in the workforce, as opposed to 2FFTHS 10 years ago. 18. According to the article, more than 2 million women held down jobs in the Los Angeles area alone. 19. Judy Johnson had worked in a department store. 20. Virginia McMartin, who many had considered a pillar of the community, ran a successful business, as did some of the other women in ritual abuse cases. 21. She had received recognition 4 times for her outstanding community service, including the Rose and Scroll Award, the city's highest honor. 22. At the time of Johnson's accusations, the McMartin preschool had been in business almost 30 years and there was a 6 to 8 month waiting list for applicants. 23. Despite these trends, working women were increasingly demonized throughout the decade. This was done in a variety of ways. One was through the cultural elevation of the white suburban nuclear family unit, which relied on a woman's role as wife and mother. As conservatives gained power, televangelists in particular pushed the nuclear family unit as sacred and essential to a healthy society. For Jerry Falwell, the preservation of the American family was the most prominent theme in his politics, according to the Saturday Evening Post in 1980. 24. It was woven into his anti-abortion agenda, which he and other conservatives labeled pro-life or pro-family. In his 1986 novel entitled If I Should Die Before I Wake, Falwell explicitly links an anti-abortion stance with the success of the nuclear family. The book follows a young middle-class girl who becomes pregnant twice and decides to end the FRST with an abortion. The second time she stays at one of Falwell's maternity homes in Virginia and chooses to have the baby with help from her supportive boyfriend. The family is the God-ordained institution of the marriage of one man and one woman together for a lifetime with their biological or adopted children. 25. Falwell wrote in Listen, America. It is the fundamental building block and basic unit of our society. 26 Falwell was not alone in his sentiments. At hearings in 1984 to determine the platform for the Republican National Convention, he was joined by Jimmy Swaggart and James Robison to ensure that Republicans agreed to appoint judges who respected traditional family values. 27 In 1984, Oral Roberts wrote, "In the New Testament comes alive that marriage is totally sacred and anyone who breaks up that relationship is going to be judged severely." 28 In 1986, as Pat Robertson FO'd the idea of a 1988 presidential run, he met with the Committee for Freedom, which supported candidates who allegedly stood for traditional family values. 29 Robertson endorsed a tax credit for mothers who did not work and instead stayed at home with their children. 30 The nuclear family. As prominent members of the New Right DefNet, it became a centerpiece of several movies and television shows during the 1980s. The decade's blockbuster movies on the supernatural like Poltergeist, Gremlins, Back to the Future, and Beetlejuice revolve around white suburban nuclear families. In Back to the Future, the consummation of a nuclear family is the central plot device. In the FLM, main protagonist Marty McFly, played by Michael J. Fox, one of the decade's rising celebrities, accidentally travels back from 1985 to 1955 in a time machine. The time machine is the creation of Marty's friend Dr. Emmett Brown, an eccentric inventor whom Marty affectionately calls Document. When Marty accidentally befriends Lorraine, his mother, in 1955 and diverts her attention from George, his father, by instead becoming the object of her affections, he enlists a young Doc to help him get his parents together and return to 1985. Marty spends the duration of the FLM trying to put a spine in Dad and upscale the family. Explained a 1985 review in the San Diego Union Tribune. 31 After George stands up to the school bully and wins over Marty's mother, he is rewarded in the future with respect, wealth, and a successful career as an author. Before Marty traveled back in time, his family was in decline, explains Michael D. Dwyer in Back to the 50s, Nostalgia, Hollywood film and popular music of the 70s and 80s. 32 Marty's father is a doormat working at a dead-end job and his mother swills gin. 33 Marty returns to 1985 to find his father a competent, strong patriarch, qualities he once lacked and a reason Marty initially gravitated toward Doc. After Jerry Falwell claimed in 1980 that more television programs depict homes of divorced or single parents than depict the traditional family, the networks began introducing a host of sitcoms that focused exclusively on suburban nuclear family life. 34 Some of the most popular included Family Ties, The Cosby Show, Growing Pains, Alf, Family Matters, Married, with Children, Roseanne, and The Wonder Years. Helping to facilitate discussions of a return to the traditional family in the 1980s, a large number of family situation comedies replaced the prominent workplace sitcoms of the previous decade, explains Alice Leppert in Solving the Daycare Crisis, one episode at a time, Family Sitcoms and Privatized Childcare in the 1980s. 35 They aired on network primetime and in syndication. While The Cosby Show broke television boundaries by focusing on a wealthy African American family, it was the show's presentation of the nuclear family more than its racial makeup that network executives and Ronald Reagan, one of its most loyal fans, found so appealing, argues Susan Faludi in Backlash. 36 The Cosby Show also joined Family Ties, which starred Michael J. Fox of Back to the Future as the young son, in presenting a mother who worked, although these women served as exceptions and were rarely, if ever, shown actually working. Or all we see of their workaday lives, they might as well be full-time homemakers, griped a 1989 article in Newsweek. 37 Mothers were there to help nurture their families and provide stability and support. They enter the battlefield, such as a messy house, argued another article on the decade's top-rated TV families, and provide comfort and advice rather than lose their temper. 38 The success of these shows and the credibility of their stable nuclear families was contingent on a loyal and ever-present wife and mother. With the exception of The Cosby Show and Family Matters, which centered on African American families. Protagonists were mainly white suburbanites. The Huxtables of The Cosby Show and the Winslows of Family Matters were also exceptional in that they lived in urban areas, residing in the fictional Manhattan neighborhood of Brooklyn Heights and Chicago, respectively. 39 made-for-TV movies also worked to sanctify the nuclear family. Those dealing with incest and ritual abuse, like Something About Amelia and Do You Know the Muffin Man?, were particularly engaged in promoting the importance of family in difficult times. In Something About Amelia, the FNAL scenes left open the possibility that the family of four might recover after patriarch Stephen Bennett molested his young daughter. "Maybe someday we can all be together again," Stephen calmly states to his daughter while the family sits in a therapist's office near the conclusion of the FLM. 40 Not like before, Amelia responds quickly and quietly. 41 Oh no, no, of course not, no, it would have to better, a lot better, Stephen assures her. 42 Do you and Mom still love each other, Amelia asks her father. 43 Well, there's a question, he states before adding after a long pause and a glance at Gail, his tearful wife, well, maybe we love each other just enough to go on for now. 44 Stephen is then shown in group therapy with Gail while Amelia is shown in therapy with other children. A New York Times article criticized the FLM for pushing the idea that families could still go on after incest is committed. 45 The impetus to forgive Stephen lies with Amelia, but also with her mother, who must continue to serve as doting wife to keep the family together. The nuclear family in Do You Know the Muffin Man? Remains intact after Teddy Dollison, the youngest child, not only deals with ritual abuse at daycare but testifies against the accused in court. While the threat to the family was entirely external, the FLM was similar to Something About Amelia in promoting the idea that a strong nuclear family could survive any ordeal. In the FNAL scene of the movie, after the Dollisons' lawyer explains that the jurors might not be convinced of Teddy's testimony beyond a reasonable doubt, the family stands together waiting for the school bus to take Teddy and older brother Sandy to school. Once on the bus, Teddy asks Sandy why he eventually told of his own abuse at the daycare years earlier if he was unsure the accused would go to jail. "See, the evil would have been to let them destroy our family," Sandy responds, adding, "keeping quiet would have meant they owned us." 46 Nobody owns us, Teddy asserts, shaking his head. 47 Ritual abuse cases were tied to, and helped to reinforce, the popular idea that strong nuclear families needed to band together, particularly when the children were under duress. A threat that was supernatural or demonic in nature made the family bond even more essential because the threat was often violently destructive. In Poltergeist, Poltergeist 2, The Other Side, and Beetlejuice, various family members are held hostage or possessed by evil entities. The family's sanctity and goodness become the only way to stamp out evil. Toward the end of Poltergeist 2, which again focuses on the Freeling family of the FRST-FLM, patriarch Stephen is temporarily possessed by the beast. When Stephen begins angrily attacking and trying to rape his wife, Diane, she yells out, "I love you, believe me, I love you." 48 Stephen then vomits out the demon and they flee from the house with their 2 children. 49 Diane's declaration of love is enough to exorcise the beast from Stephen, and the family ultimately prevails. Not all families survived, particularly in horror FLMS. In The Shining, patriarch Jack Torrance freezes to death outside after going on a homicidal rampage. His wife and son are able to escape. 50 In Firestarter, pyrokinetic daughter Charlie is ultimately orphaned as both her telepathic parents are murdered during the course of the FLM. In Pet Sematary, the entire family of 3 is destroyed by the end of the movie. 51 However, in movies where they did survive, the nuclear family ends up closer and happier than before. Ritual abuse cases potentially offered a similar sense of nuclear family triumph through prolonged trials and, in most cases, guilty verdicts of the accused. Many media sources also presented cases as a struggle between the devil-worshipping accused and victimized families. of abuse at daycare. David Finkelhor's 1988 seminal text Nursery Crimes argues that even the most conscientious of parents could FND themselves facing this kind of nightmare. 52 The group of parents interviewed lived during Geraldo's Devil Worship special included mothers and fathers seated on and around a couch. After explaining that there were currently 1,200 molested children in Manhattan Beach from 8 area preschools, or 1/3 of the school system, the spokesperson for the group, a McMartin father, remarked that it was an outrage for these poor, unprotected kids. 53 This is the child molestation capital of the world, he stated in his closing comments, pushing the idea that hundreds of families were in crisis. 54 In a retrial by TV talk show, journalist Howard Rosenberg listed the overwhelming numerical advantage for the children and parents as one of the many features contributing to the biased coverage of McMartin on several talk shows following Ray Bucky's FRST acquittal. 55 Despite also FTing the suburban nuclear model, accused families like the McMartins and that of Gerald Amirault, who was the father of 3 children, were casualties of this crusade. 56 While the narrative of triumphant families ultimately failed in the McMartin case, it succeeded in all other major panic cases. The Ingram case was the exception, appearing to present an example of family destruction from within, evident in FLMS like The Shining and Pet Sematary. While idolizing the nuclear family was a means of demonizing working women, another more direct way was to openly stigmatize daycare centers. As more women joined the workforce than ever before, the number of daycare establishments grew from over 25,000 in 1980 to more than 51,000 by 1992. 57 According to a February 23, 1988, CBS Evening News report, the number of working women with small children had quadrupled in the past 30 years, with more than half placing their children in daycare. 58 Less than a week after the report, on February 26, NBC recognized these growing trends with the debut of its new primetime sitcom Day by Day about a couple who leave their successful jobs as a lawyer and stockbroker to run a daycare center out of their home. 59 Along with their 2 children, the couple added another idealized white suburban nuclear family to the television landscape. Despite the controversial decision to cut federal aid for child care early in the decade, Ronald Reagan's administration also recognized the growing popularity and necessity of daycare centers by making it easier for the middle and upper classes to own, work at, or utilize them. 60 They increased tax incentives for employee-operated daycares and provided income tax breaks based on the cost of child care. 61 Daycare centers became one of the ways that families, particularly female members, could own a business. However, throughout the 1980s the media most often portrayed them negatively as breeding grounds for abuse, delinquency, and disease. A show like Day by Day proved a rare exception and ultimately did not last, ending after just 2 seasons. Reports on McMartin and other similar cases were a part of, and worked to reinforce, the constant negative depictions of daycare in the media, which began to pick up pace in the early 1980s. In many ways, ritual abuse appeared as simply another problem plaguing an unregulated and rapidly expanding industry. Stories early in the decade focused mainly on the potential spread of infectious diseases. An NBC segment in January 1983, which ran under the headline Daycare Crisis, emphasized that diseases like hepatitis were pervasive. 62 Another report that month on CBS included an interview with a doctor expressing his concerns about the high disease rate at the nation's daycare centers. 63 A 1984 issue of the magazine Pediatrics ran an article titled Infectious Diseases and Child Daycare, and a report that same year in the American Journal of Public Health claimed that centers were a significant reservoir of infectious diseases. 64. According to the latter article, attention to the health risks posed at daycare centers was a result of the increase in child care facilities in the United States, where an estimated 11.4 million children spend a minimum of 10 hours per week. 65 The magnitude of the problem is apparent, concluded the article. 66 As these reports began to intersect with stories of ritual abuse, Daycare seemed to present a growing obstacle course of problems for parents and children. Finding competent childcare was problematic for working parents, argued an ABC segment in 1984. 67 There was a shortage of such services, echoed an NBC special segment later that year. 68 What price daycare, asked a 1984 Newsweek article. The demand for childcare programs is soaring, but parents face serious questions about quality and cost, the article continued. 69 Like the NBC special segment, it briefly mentioned McMartin as one of several issues plaguing the nation's growing number of centers. As stories of ritual abuse picked up pace, the focus of other reports on daycare shifted away from diseases and toward the idea that daycare potentially increased aggression in children and led to a number of other behavioral problems. 70 A 1988 cover story in National Review that asked "Is daycare good for kids?" cited research concluding that infants in daycare had more social problems than those enjoying maternal care, which could lead to drugs, alcohol, teen pregnancy, suicide. 71 By the late 1980s, an expert on another special segment on NBC was calling the situation a national crisis. 72 A three-part NBC Spotlight series under the headline Daycare Crisis in 1989 included arguments that daycare centers lack standards and could ultimately prove detrimental to the well-being of children. 73 A spokesperson for the Center for Parent Education claimed that young children should be raised by their families. 74 Ritual abuse accusations were an extension of the unflattering depictions of daycare in the media during the 1980s. While daycare was not without problems, particularly because of its rapid expansion and lack of federal oversight, its negative image became highly sensationalized, as ritual abuse cases demonstrated. Women still joined the workforce in record numbers, but they were constantly exposed to the idea that leaving their children at daycare had potentially catastrophic consequences. The longer a woman waits to go back to work after childbirth, the better for the child, insisted an expert on NBC's Spotlight series in 1989. 75 The demonization of working mothers via daycare was accompanied by a slew of fictional accounts that portrayed working women as incompetent, cold, cruel, or evil. In ritual abuse cases, these depictions were directly imposed onto the working women who operated daycare centers. The working mothers who used them, like Judy Johnson, also suffered through prolonged trials involving their children. Popular movies of the era offered some of the most potent criticisms of working women. Working mothers were heavily chastised in FLMS such as Kramer vs. Kramer, Mommy Dearest, Mr. Mom, and Three Men and a Baby. Billed as comedies, Mr. Mom and Three Men and a Baby focus on inexperienced fathers navigating parenthood while mothers choose careers over child rearing. Along with Kramer vs. Kramer, in which a mother walks out on her executive husband and son, these movies exclusively portray the father's blossoming relationship with his child or children. An article from 1982 in Working Mother magazine described bad mother Joanna Kramer in Kramer vs. Kramer as neglectful and selfish as well as completely dispensable. 76 She was part of a strong feminist backlash characterized by a desire to put women in general and mothers in particular back in their place, preferably their old-fashioned, domestic, self-sacrificing one. 77 However, another contemporary review of the FLM argued the picture was frank and unsensational and treats its characters fairly. 78 The mother in Three Men and a Baby, also a comedy, is arguably the most dispensable. She appears for a few minutes at the start of the FLM and then again at the very end, when she comes to the realization that she can both co-parent her daughter and maintain her career as an actress. 79 The bulk of the FLM follows the antics and struggles of Peter, Michael, and Jack, three bachelor roommates living in Manhattan as they try to raise Jack's young daughter. Jack was unaware of his daughter's existence until her mother leaves her on his doorstep. The women in these FLMs deny their maternity to pursue other interests, which appear less worthy and less interesting than the humble children and disoriented fathers left behind. However, the absentee working moms of these FLMs fared well when compared to the depiction of iconic FLM actress Joan Crawford in Mommy Dearest, described in Working Mother magazine as the baddest mother of them all, the very mother who is every child's nightmare. 80 The FLM, released in 1981, was based on the 1978 best-selling memoir of the same title by Christina Crawford, the adopted daughter of Joan. Published shortly after Joan had passed away, Newsweek reported that, by 1982, the book had sold almost 4 million copies. 81 According to a review in the Washington Post, what stands out are page after page of beatings and cruelty. 82 The book describes Christina's constant abuse from her mother, much of which took place in their Beverly Hills mansion, viewed as a home of glamorous bliss by unknowing, gawking tourists. 83 The FLM version was shot in several different locations throughout Los Angeles, which wed Christina's portrayal of abuse to the lush, sunlit Southern California suburbs that also served as the backdrop for many of the decade's FLMs on the supernatural, as well as the McMartin case. 84 A 1981 article in the New York Times asked of the FLM, "Is this American motherhood gone wrong? Or was Joan Crawford a one-of-a-kind and villain?" 85 On an hour-long appearance on Phil Donahue in 1978, Christina discussed her experiences with her mother. "We've had a philosophy I think for many years that children belong to their parents, that they are extensions of their parents and that the parents have the right to do anything they please," stated Christina, "and I think we have to rethink that." 86 Christina explained that she wrote the book through the perspective of a child, so that what happens is people actually have an experience when they're reading this book, and they feel some of the helplessness that the child feels, they feel some of the frustrations that a child feels. 87 Donahue then remarked, "You wonder how many doors you've opened for this," to which Christina replied, "It's just the beginning." 88 From the perspective of her daughter, Joan Crawford appeared to fully conform to a bad-mothering narrative that was made popular in Alfred Hitchcock's 1955 slasher FLM Psycho. In the FLM, matriarch Norma Bates had tormented and abused her son Norman as a child, which apparently explains why he terrorizes and kills innocent women in adulthood. Norman is so maladjusted he keeps his dead mother in the basement and regularly impersonates her while alone in his house. Although Norma only appears at the end of the FLM as a corpse, her influence on Norman's psychosis is discernible throughout the FLM. In addition to Joan's alleged cruelty, Christina also felt that the lack of a father caused problems in her own life. 89 As reported in the Washington Post review of the FLM, she claimed she had to take it upon herself to find a father image. 90 Despite questions surrounding Christina's motivations for the book since she was disinherited by her mother, her portrayal of Joan in Mommy Dearest was part of a trend that increasingly tied motherhood or working women to behavior that was remorselessly evil. 91 The elder Crawford served as a template for characters like Alex Forrest in Fatal Attraction, the second highest-grossing FLM of 1987. 92 The FLM's main antagonist is a single female publishing editor named Alex Forrest. Forrest violently stalks the family of Dan Gallagher, a married man, with whom she has a brief affair. After explaining that the FLM had grossed an astonishing $45.40 million in its first 3 weeks, a 1987 article in People described it as a psycho parable of a rejected woman wreaking havoc and bloody revenge on a one-weekend lover and his comfy family. 93 Like Joan Crawford, Forrest is a successful career woman but emotionally unstable in relationships. She provides a stark physical and emotional contrast to Dan's wife in the FLM. While Beth Gallagher supplies a clean home for her husband and devotedly watches the couple's daughter, Forrest relentlessly pines for Dan's attention. Her wild blonde hair becomes increasingly unkempt as she claims she is pregnant, slits her wrists, breaks into one of the family's homes, and boils the Gallagher's pet rabbit. At the end of the FLM, which was apparently rewritten from a suicide to a homicide to appease audiences, Alex is killed in the Gallagher family home by the dutiful wife, explains Susan Faludi in Backlash, with the family restored the Gallagher family anyway. 94 scenes from the FLM were shown during a CBS Evening News report in 1987 on the increased number of married women in adulterous relationships. 95 The news report partly relied on fictional material to establish a link between working women and infidelity. While characters like Joan Crawford and Alex Forrest behaved badly, they were not explicitly tied to the occult. Other FLMs of the era like The Exorcist, Carrie, The Brood, and Friday the 13th attempted to draw a clearer connection between working women or mothers and demonic evil. In The Exorcist, which became the highest-grossing feature of 1973, a single working mother desperately tries to help exorcise a demonic entity from her young daughter. 96 While Chris McNeil is not a cold or unkind mother, her busy schedule as a successful actress gives 12-year-old daughter Reagan plenty of time without adequate supervision. Early in the FLM, Reagan begins communicating with an entity through a Ouija board, which ultimately leads to her possession. The FLM achieved phenomenal success by scaring the bejesus out of viewers, argued Newsweek in 1977 upon the release of the FLM sequel, Exorcist II, The Heretic. 97 The second FLM reprised the main roles from the first FLM as daughter Reagan is now endowed with supernatural abilities. Released a few years after The Exorcist, Carrie centers on a telekinetic of the FLM's title who is raised alone by her single mother, a devout Christian named Margaret White. White is a cruel and abusive mother who constantly torments and bullies Carrie, as do the other students at Carrie's high school. Although Carrie is invited to the prom, White yells at her beforehand that she should stay home because everyone there will make fun of her. "They're all gonna laugh at you," she hysterically shouts. 98 When White's fears come true, suggesting that she may possess powers of her own and Carrie is humiliated at prom, Carrie locks the doors and sets Effrey to the gymnasium in an attempt to kill everyone except for herself. 99 She then returns home where White, fearful of her daughter's powers, dramatically tries to kill Carrie while comforting her. But now the devil has come home, she whispers before stabbing Carrie in the back, simultaneously reciting the Lord's Prayer. 100 As White raises the knife and smiles to strike again, Carrie exacts a FNAL revenge by telekinetically throwing several knives into her mother's body. 101 Carrie then kills herself, indicating that bad mothering can potentially push a child to homicidal violence and complete self-destruction. In the 1979 FLM The Brood, a woman's neurotic rage and hatred cause her to spawn a brood of mutant and murderous children who go after her husband and his little girl, explained a 1981 Newsweek article on the FLM. 102 According to the article, director David Cronenberg referred to it as My Kramer vs. Kramer, but he thinks his FLM is truer to the emotional realities underlying such a struggle. 103 A few years later, Cronenberg directed the cult classic Videodrome, in which a fictional cable network airs a live program called Videodrome that allegedly broadcasts rape and torture of female victims out of Malaysia. The plot reveals that the show is the creation of a professor of cultural theory, Brian Oblivion, who wants to use it to create a world where television completely replaces reality. Those who watch the program develop a brain tumor that cause realistic hallucinations of body parts transforming into both television and weapons technologies. There is nothing real outside our perception of reality, is there? Oblivion asks the network president Max Wren, played by James Woods, who later became an outspoken advocate of defendants in the McMartin case and starred in the HBO FLM indictment. 104 Wren, who has watched Videodrome and begins having hallucinations, is eventually reprogrammed by Oblivion's daughter to destroy everyone involved in the broadcast of the program, which reaches into the highest tiers of global corporate and political power. In the FNAL scene of the FLM, Wren apparently takes his own life, putting his hand to his head which has morphed into a gun and shouting death to Videodrome. Long live the new FS. 105 While The Brood worked to cement a link between bad mothering and the occult, Videodrome offered one of the decade's harshest criticisms of television's growing propensity for violence, misogyny, and sensationalism. In 1980, The FRST-FLM in the Friday the 13th franchise focuses on Pamela Voorhees, the mother of horror icon Jason Voorhees. Although the FLM does not reveal details about the relationship between Mrs. Voorhees and her deceased son, the former kills dozens of innocent camp counselors on Jason's behalf. Her bloodlust in his name marks their dynamic as highly unstable. In all of the sequels, an immortal, resurrected Jason replaces his mom as the primary serial murderer, suggesting that her bad parenting spawned a dangerous and evil son. Bad mothers were not relegated to horror, as demonstrated in the successful FLM The Goonies. The movie's main antagonists are a criminal family comprised of Mama Fratelli and her 3 adult children, one of whom is deformed and kept in chains. The dysfunctional clan remains in pursuit of the FLM's heroes, a band of young kids looking for buried treasure in order to save their suburban homes from demolition. Ritual abuse cases were embedded in a climate of open antagonism toward women who did not choose to stay at home and raise children. Judy Johnson was divorced and worked in a department store. Virginia McMartin was also a working mother, as were other women accused in ritual abuse cases. As they turned on one another, they became part of a media universe populated with hundreds of bad mothers. While male family members like Ray Buckey and Gerald Amirald were sometimes the FRST to be accused, their mothers, wives, and sisters were quickly targeted through revelations made by children in interviews with CII and other social workers. Like Ray Buckey, Gerald Amirald's mother and sister were also accused of satanic ritual abuse. Charges against Frank Fooster extended to his wife, Ileana. Margaret Kelly Michaels was indicted without an earlier male defendant present. The Panic was America's commercial news media transposing Norma Bates, Margaret White, Joan Crawford, and Pamela Voorhees onto real women. McMartin and other cases helped render fictional visual media legitimate and realize the darkest fears of evangelical conservatives, contributing to its shape. Although the Panic waned in the early 1990s, terrible mothers continued to parade through television and FLM. Audiences were introduced, for example, to Beverly Sutphin, a fictional suburban wife and mother in 1994's dark comedy Serial Mom. Sutphin, played by acclaimed actress Kathleen Turner, kills friends and neighbors for violating basic rules of social conduct in suburbia, like wearing white after Labor Day or interrupting her family's plans. 106 The feminist movement influenced a few movies that directly took on the Norma Bates trope, like 1975's The Stepford Wives. The FLM presented a critique of the negative ways in which women were treated in a culture where they were solely identified with motherhood. The message was F-eating, however, as the deregulated commercial environment in the next decade pushed Norma Bates back into the culture. Through ritual abuse cases, she was actually brought to life. Repressed memory syndrome, along with notions of bad mothering, ritual abuse accusations were fueled by another related cultural phenomenon of the 1980s, repressed memory syndrome. Predicated on the idea that traumatic memories of abuse could remain dormant for years, even decades, before being remembered, usually with the help of a therapist, repressed memory syndrome became a pervasive idea in the 1980s. While difficult to prove in most circumstances, it generally involved stories of forced satanic cult membership, animal and human sacrifice, and violent abuse. In the highly publicized instances in which bad mothering was directly to blame, repressed memory syndrome furthered the era's fundamental connection between pseudoscience, the occult, and feminist backlash. The centrality of repressed memories to several ritual abuse cases demonstrated how widely accepted the phenomenon had become. It would not be heavily challenged until the 1990s, when individuals began questioning its legitimacy and argued that it potentially encouraged people to conjure false or fabricated memories. Starting in the 1970s, repressed memory syndrome became the exclusive purview of therapists and social workers. Both professions rapidly expanded over the decade as part of a larger trend of women earning degrees in higher education or for professional purposes. 107 They were popular career choices for women, particularly as CAPTA was enacted and feminists worked to call attention to issues like abuse, rape, incest, and inequality. Social worker Key McFarlane, for example, was a lobbyist for the feminist-oriented National Organization for Women and a grant evaluator for the National Center for Child Abuse and Neglect, which was created through CAPTA, before joining CII. 108 They also grew as part of a dramatic shift away from the therapeutic practice of psychoanalysis starting in the late 1960s. The Freudian practice referred to as classic couch analysis in a 1981 Newsweek article because it often required patients to lie on a couch while answering the questions of an inscrutable sage had been rapidly falling out of favor. 109 Its emphasis on emotional neutrality and inner confict was being replaced by newer therapies in the 1970s and 1980 that encouraged deeper connections and a more pragmatic approach to personal problems. 110 Traditional orthodoxy that had dominated psychoanalysis for decades was scrutinized, challenged, and rejected. 111 The doctors and psychiatrists that once dominated the practice of psychotherapy were increasingly joined by social workers and psychologists, who sometimes offered cheaper services. 112 While this potentially opened the door to quackish quick fixes, psychiatry, explained Newsweek, was no longer the glamour specialty that it once was. As the number of medical school graduates in the FL dropped from 12% to just 2% between the mid-1960s and the early 1980s. 113 By the mid-1980s, there were as many as 60,000 practicing psychologists in the United States providing hundreds of thousands of hours of services weekly to as many as 3 million individuals. 114 These changes were mirrored in the radical revision in 1980 of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, published by the American Psychiatric Association. 115 Mental disorders were now described and diagnosed without reference to any specific cause. 116 Psychoanalysis was further discredited for being nonspecific and unscientific. 117 With therapy on the rise, phenomena like repressed memory syndrome became widespread. The original driving force behind it was psychiatrist Dr. Lawrence Pasdar and his female patient who later became his wife Michelle Smith. 118 Through their popular co-written book Michelle Remembers, published in 1980, Pasdar and Smith helped make unearthing repressed memories a standard practice for many individuals engaged in private therapy. According to an article in Christianity Today, thousands of people began remembering abuse immediately following the book's publication. 119 Another article reported that Pasdar also began organizing satanic cult crime seminars across the country and the theory built up a significant band of believers. 120 Michelle Remembers recounted Smith's therapy sessions with Pasdar in which, shortly after suffering a miscarriage, she began remembering her forced participation as a child in a satanic cult. 121 Placing the blame for her involvement on her deceased mother, Smith told of memories that brought together bad mothering, ritual abuse, and the quaint backdrop of a small city that would be echoed in the suburban landscapes of McMartin and other subsequent ritual abuse cases. The book was one of the first to introduce the concept of satanic ritual abuse, although the phrase is not used directly. 122 Set in the comfortable city of Victoria, British Columbia, it contains detailed descriptions of dark tunnels, demonic possession, torture, men and women clad in black robes, sexual assault, dead babies, various rituals involving snakes or chanting, and the presence of demonic entities, images that would later resurface in ritual abuse cases. 123 Smith's mother is portrayed as the ultimate villain, a disturbed, peculiar woman, who gradually initiates Smith into her satanic cult, preparing her for what is presented as the book's F-Nail, the Feast of the Beast. 124 The ceremony brings a young Smith into direct contact with Satan, described as a hideous presence with an empty black face. 125 In the model of sadistic mothers like Joan Crawford and Margaret White, Smith's mother abuses her, allows her to be ritually abused, and even attempts to kill her at one point. 126 According to the book, when Smith related these childhood scenes, she was not 27-year-old Michelle Smith speaking, but a child, in voice, in gesture, in language. 127 Initially, before the memories resurfaced, Pazder describes Smith as a pressure cooker with a blocked valve. 128 When she struggles to retrieve memories, he views her remembering as a kind of birth. 129 Pazder concludes that Satanists had used sophisticated techniques of psychological manipulation to try to inhibit Michelle, not merely to make her forget but, if she could remember, to make her not tell. 130 His idea that a satanic cult had brainwashed its alleged victim into silence became an integral part of many subsequent repressed memory and ritual abuse narratives. Ritual abuse allegations increasingly rested on the idea of mind control, achieved through brainwashing, drugs, and hypnosis, as a 1988 report on the phenomenon, issued by the Los Angeles County Commission for Women, explained. 131 The case of Frank and Ileana Fooster included accusations that they had given the children unspecified mind-altering drugs. 132 A January 1985 segment on ABC's 20/20 pushed the idea that McMartin children had been brainwashed. 133 When introducing the report, anchor Hugh Downs explained the McMartin children were potentially the victims of behavior modification, in effect, brainwashed into silence. 134 KABC in Los Angeles, the network on which Wayne Satz FRST reported on the case, did not air the episode to protect the identities of the 3 children who were interviewed. 135 A review in the New York Times called out the episode for relying entirely on the brainwashing explanation to present Ray Buckey as guilty. Intent on its argument, stated the review, 20/20's FNDS support where it will. 136 An article in February 1985 reported that a young boy who had originally denied being abused at McMartin claimed in his testimony that he had initially suppressed the memories. 137 During his interviews with CII, memories of individuals in black robes performing animal sacrifices came back. 138 Another report included children's allegations that they had been given drugs that made them sleepy. 139 Key McFarland's assertions that her job with the children was to uncork the bottle because they had not been able to describe things before they came to me closely resembled Pazder's descriptions of Michelle Smith as a blocked pressure cooker. 140 The steam had to burst out, Pazder wrote, or else the vessel would explode. 141 In 1985, Pazder and Smith traveled together to Manhattan Beach to talk with McMartin parents and compare their experiences. 142 In 1989 Oprah Winfrey interviewed Smith on her show. 143 Pazder's ideas regarding repressed memory and mind control were most explicitly on display in the 1988 case of Paul Ingram. On a church retreat in 1987, Ingram's daughter Erica claimed her father had molested her when she was a young girl. 144 A few weeks later, Erica's younger sister, Julie, also alleged that she was sexually abused by Ingram. 145 During subsequent interviews with law enforcement, their accusations began to include stories of satanic ritual abuse involving other family members, including their mother, Sandy, as well as several prominent individuals in their Olympia, Washington, community. Soon after being implicated by her daughters, Sandy began unearthing her own repressed memories of ritual abuse involving her husband and a community-wide satanic cult. When Dr. Richard Offshee, professor of psychology, University of California, Berkeley, visited Olympia to investigate the validity of Ingram's case, Sandy explained during an interview that her repressed memories were different from her other normal memories. 146 She then began to tremble, roll her eyes, talk in a high, quaking voice, and contort her face as she recounted these different memories. 147 One lawyer described a conversation with her as one of the most rattling experiences of his life. 148 Sandy vividly recalled having her clothes ripped off with a knife, being strapped down to a table where she was repeatedly assaulted, and watching friends and neighbors engage in sexual activity. 149 She insisted the memories were real because she felt the cult members touching me, holding me, and could smell them, feel them, and hear them. 150. However, Paul Ingram himself soon began to recount repressed memories of his alleged crimes, eventually admitting to everything he had been accused of by his wife and daughters. According to journalist Lawrence Wright, it was at this point that police hesitantly came up with the theory that for Ingram, the cult had interfered with the ordinary process of memory formation through drugs or chronic abuse. 151 When Drive Off She interviewed Ingram, he concluded that Ingram was a highly suggestible individual with a tendency to float in and out of trance states and a patent and rather dangerous eagerness to please authority. 152 Ingram remained in prison until 2003 despite She's conclusions. His testimony took place in a climate where claiming an idea as a memory could render it valid. Ingram's admission of guilt seemed to supply continuing evidence that repressed memories were legitimate and often directly tied to ritualistic cults. Along with ritual abuse cases like Paul Ingram's, a few influential texts of the decade supported repressed memory as it was originally articulated in Michelle Remembers, although in subsequent incarnations it was not always directly linked to Satanism. The Courage to Heal, a guide for women survivors of child sexual abuse, published in 1988, provides personal stories of childhood abuse from several women. One account includes repressed memories of abuse and torture at the hands of a cult headed by the town's chief of police. 153 In 1991, Elizabeth Loftus, a university professor of social ecology, law and cognitive science and vocal critic of repressed memory, explained The Courage to Heal was considered a Bible in the incest book industry and voiced her concern that the book might be implanting memories in its readers. 154 She argues, readers without any abuse memories of their own cannot escape the message that there is a strong likelihood that abuse occurred even in the absence of such memories. 155 Loftus cited other books that potentially encouraged the creation of memories including Secret Survivors, Uncovering Incest and Its Aftereffects in Women by E. Sue Bloom and Adult Children of Abusive Parents by Stephen Farmer. 156 David Finkelhor's Nursery Crimes, also published in 1988, argues that children may delay reporting abuse due to actual repression of the events for a period of weeks, months, or even years. 157 other texts legitimating repressed memory include Repressed Memory, A Journey to Recovery from Sexual Abuse, published in 1992 by Renee Fredrickson, and Don't Make Me Go Back, Mommy, a child's book about satanic ritual abuse, from 1990. By 1990, repressed memories were considered compelling enough evidence to single-handedly support a murder charge in the case of George Franklin, Sr. in Redwood City, California, near San Francisco. Franklin's daughter, Eileen, claimed to have repressed the memory of her father sexually assaulting and murdering an 8-year-old girl 20 years prior. The memory was believed by her therapist, members of her family, and the San Mateo County District Attorney's Office, which chose to prosecute her father, as well as the jury, which convicted George Franklin, Sr. of murder. 158 It was the first time in American history that a murder conviction was based entirely on a repressed memory. 159 In 1991, the state of Washington passed a law allowing individuals to sue at any time within 3 years of remembering abuse. 160 By 1994, 18 other states had followed suit. 161 Successful verdicts for plaintiffs included a case in Los Angeles where a woman was awarded $500,000 and another in Akron, Ohio, where a woman was awarded $5.15 million. 162 Repressed memory became a way for individuals, particularly women and children, to assert power through victimhood. In this sense, it was not unlike other claims that gained attention during the era like alien abduction, demon possession, or hauntings. The influence of feminism on the culture was apparent in stories where masculine aggressors terrorized women and children. They conveyed concepts of rape and domestic abuse that the women's movement had only recently brought attention to as a political issue. Many accusations were successfully aimed at white men, including powerful figures in the community like Paul Ingram. These stories also became increasingly popular throughout the 1970s and 1980s because of the growth of tabloid television content. Infotainment offered a powerful and far-reaching platform to those who believed themselves to be victims of supernatural or unexplained phenomena, lending them strength and credibility. It potentially may have played a role in fueling their stories. While the detailed information outlined in some alleged repressed memories was difficult to entirely disprove, Elizabeth Loftus believed it was likely derived from sources such as media reports, popular books, borrowed ideas, characters, myths, and accounts, as well as the suggestions of therapists. 163 She cautions professionals to be circumspect regarding uncorroborated repressed memories that return. 164 She also questions whether repressed memory cases were potentially another outlet for women's rage over sexual violence, since reports of rape, abuse, and incest had often been ignored or dismissed previously. 165 Also evident in the repressed memory phenomenon was the climate of backlash, as women and children became victims of their own memories. In ritual abuse cases, they suffered through traumatic therapy sessions, police interviews, and courtroom testimony. Families like the Ingrams were torn apart and communities were left permanently fractured. According to Elizabeth Loftus, even psychotherapists who question the authenticity of reports have been impressed with the honesty and intensity of the terror, rage, guilt, depression, and overall behavioral dysfunction accompanying the awareness of abuse. 166. The Beastmaster. Much like repressed memory syndrome, notions of childhood were often similarly intertwined with the devil. The decade's glorification of a white suburban nuclear family norm included a portrait of its children as both innocent and exceptionally vulnerable to corruption. Anxieties surrounding recently identified problems affecting young people intersected with tabloid news reports of devil worship and fictional representations of white suburban children and teens being terrorized by supernatural entities. Ritual abuse accusations were a consequence of that intersection and reinforced the relationship between children and demonic evil. Children's testimony in ritual abuse cases often closely mimicked scenes from movies and television shows in which young suburban teens and children were stalked and terrorized in the places where they frequently gathered, like amusement parks, campgrounds, slumber parties, school dances, and suburban neighborhoods. Many of the decade's burgeoning market of products exclusively designed for children, which included books, games, and toys, also focused on the occult. As conservatives came to power, children became one of the primary vehicles through which the devil might infiltrate white, suburban society. Ritual abuse cases added to the expanding narrative of children's encounters with the demonic. During the 1980s, depictions of children as victims of demonic evil increasingly pervaded the culture through a variety of sources. In movies, books, and television shows, children or young people ranging in age from infants to high school teenagers were stalked, possessed, and sometimes killed by demonic entities. The trend began in the late 1960s with horror movies like Rosemary's Baby, The Exorcist, The Omen, Carrie, Damien, Omen 2, and The Brood, which showed children either as the devil or possessed by demonic forces. While the infant child in Rosemary's Baby appears only at the end of the film and is not shown to the audience, the fact that he is the spawn of Satan is made clear when Rosemary, upon seeing her child for the first time, frantically yells out in horror, "What have you done to its eyes?" 167 Rosemary's elderly neighbor and an integral member of the devil-worshipping cult calmly explains to Rosemary that the child has his father's eyes. Some horror movies of the 1980s offered a direct continuation of the theme of demonic children, such as Sleepaway Camp, Children of the Corn, A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge, Hello Mary Lou, Prom Night 2, and Pet Sematary. The low-budget film Sleepaway Camp centers on Angela, a shy 14-year-old girl who attends a summer camp where campers and staff are getting murdered. In the movie's final twist, Angela is revealed to be not only the killer, but a young boy who has been posing as a girl. 168 While Angela's actions are not tied to any supernatural elements, the remorseless killing of her peers is not unlike Carrie's demonic revenge on prom night in Carrie. In the FNAL scene, Angela emits a long animalistic growling sound while standing naked and holding a knife. 169 The FLM became available on VHS and HBO in 1984 and spawned 2 sequels during the decade. 170 A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge, released in 1985 and FLMED in suburban Los Angeles, involves Freddy Krueger's possession of a high schooler named Jesse. 171 As with the teenagers in the FRST FLM, Krueger initially appears in Jesse's dreams, blurring the line between Jesse's reality and his imagination, which is being manipulated by an outside source. After interacting with Krueger in several nightmares, Jesse is fully possessed by Krueger and attempts to kill his friends and family. The grisly sequel was dubbed a surprise hit after a strong box office performance in its opening weekend. 172 Hello Mary Lou, Prom Night 2, the 1987 low-budget sequel to Prom Night, presented a similar plotline when teenager Vicky is possessed by an evil spirit named Mary Lou. Before Vicky as Mary Lou heads to her prom, she kills several of her friends and family. Pet Sematary built on the legacy of The Omen by also featuring a young boy as the demonic killer. In the FLM, a father buries his deceased son in a cursed pet cemetery after a fatal accident. When the child is resurrected as a demonic zombie, he goes on a murderous rampage, killing both his mother and a neighbor. In a 2019 reboot of the movie, the Los Angeles Times noted that filmmakers decided to add an older 8-year-old sister to the family and make her the antagonist, replacing the 2-year-old adorable murderous baby wielding a scalpel and terrorizing his adult family. 173 The original 1989 FLM was a box office success, winning the top spot in its opening weekend. 174 Horror FLMs of the 1980s continued to strengthen the relationship between children and demonic evil. However, with notable exceptions like Pet Sematary, they increasingly diverged from popular FLMs of the previous decade by presenting children more as unsuspecting victims than as the devil's emissaries or offspring. The shift was evident in the third installment of the Omen franchise, Omen 3, the final CONFICT, in which Antichrist Damien is no longer a young child as he was in the FRST2 FLMS. Instead, he is portrayed as a 32-year-old CEO who now kills other children, successfully ordering the murder of male infants in an attempt to prevent the second coming of Christ. 175 The power of evil is no longer in the hands of a child, states the narrator in the FLM's 1981 theatrical trailer. 176 Children are again casualties of a demonic crusade in Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, released the following year. Partly FLMED in the neighborhoods of Sierra Madre and Silmar in suburban Los Angeles, Halloween 3 replaces the franchise's main antagonist Michael Myers with Conal Cochran, founder of Silver Shamrock, a company that manufactures Halloween masks for children. 177 The plot follows protagonist Dr. Dan Chalice as he uncovers Cochran's diabolical plot to sacrifice children in honor of the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain or the real Halloween, according to Cochran. 178 The last great one took place 3,000 years ago when the hills ran red with the blood of animals and children, Cochran explains to a tied-up Chalice, to which Chalice replies, in acknowledgement, sacrifice. 179 A part of our world, our craft, continues Cochran, who explains that this witchcraft was a way of controlling our environment. 180 Ultimately, Chalice is unable to stop Cochran from airing a television commercial that causes children watching in Silver Shamrock masks to suddenly collapse and die. From beneath the mask, snakes and insects begin to seep out from their heads. 181 The Silver Shamrock masks became a central part of the FLM's merchandising. 182 In the weeks before the FLM's mid-October theatrical release, Its production company Universal Studios offered special promotions involving the masks. 183 As reported in the New York Times, children in Southern California who colored an advertisement for the mask could get a free tour of Universal Studios. 184 Other horror movies of the 1980s centered on young people getting stalked and killed by demonic entities, increasingly in the context of white suburbia. 5 of the 7 sequels to Friday the 13th released during the decade joined the FRST-FLM, as well as the Sleepaway Camp FLMS, in situating the location of terror at a summer camp FLLED with young white suburban kids. The decade's 4 sequels to both A Nightmare on Elm Street and Halloween, most of which were FLMED in suburban Los Angeles, show children and teens being stalked, tortured, and killed at parties, in school, on the school bus, and in financially comfortable suburban homes and neighborhoods. 185 movies like Prom Night, The Funhouse, Slumber Party Massacre, Death Screams, Fatal Games. Slumber Part Massacre 2, Hide and Go Shriek, The Last Slumber Party, The Gate, and Cutting Class, a few of which were also FLMED in the suburbs of LA, added school dances, locker rooms, sleepover parties, carnivals, and retail stores to the list of scenes of suburban terror. 186 While not all of the killers in these FLMS were explicitly supernatural, like the homicidal baseball coach in Death Screams, they all share the same insatiable desire to destroy young people. 187 Something is alive in the Funhouse, states the narrator in the trailer for the Funhouse, FLMED in Dade County, Florida. A few years before Frank Fooster's arrest, something that feeds off the flesh and blood of young innocents. 188 In the world of 1980s horror movies, no young person seemed safe, no facet of their suburban life untouched by violence and evil. In ritual abuse cases, the same ethos prevailed. In horror movies, the young protagonist was also sometimes the only survivor, suggesting that they alone could withstand the antagonist's path of suburban destruction. In Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, as Michael Myers spends the duration of the FLM stalking his 7-year-old niece, he kills many of the adults trying to help her. She manages to escape him twice since he returns to stalk her again in Halloween v. The Revenge of Michael Myers. The theme of terrorizing young people was not only relegated to horror FLMS. The meteoric rise of horror fiction for teens, or young adults as they were coined by the publishing industry during the 1980s, demonstrated that kids had a ravenous hunger for horror, explain Grady Hendrix and Will Erickson in Paperbacks from Hell, The Twisted History of 70s and 80s Horror Fiction. 189 According to Hendrix and Erickson, horror hit its stride with a hungry teenage audience in the 80s, FRST with slasher FLMS and then with books. 190 As reported in the Los Angeles Times. In 1990, children's books in general represented the fastest growing segment of the publishing industry, having doubled since the early 80s to about 4,500 new titles a year. 191 Some of the most popular horror series of the 1980s included publisher Dell's Twilight series introduced in 1982, publisher Bantam's Dark Forces series from 1983, author R.L. Stein's Fear Street series started in 1989. And works churned out regularly by authors like John Bel Ayres and Lois Duncan, who both began publishing in the 1970s, as well as Christopher Pike. 192 The Twilight series included the subheading Where Darkness Begins. By 1988 these gritty thrillers, as they were described in the New York Times, had collectively replaced romance as the leading sales category among young teenagers. 193 books in the young adult horror genre mimicked and supplemented the ominous, predatory, and often supernatural environment of the decade's popular horror movies. They generally focus on teens facing off against increasingly recognizable horror-type stalkers, murderers, and evil entities like ghosts, witches, and demons. Many deal with the familiar trope of demonic possession. Teens FGHT off evil spirits or the devil vying for their soul in several works, including Twilight's Blood Red Roses and The Warning, Dark Forces the Game, Unnatural Talent, The Companion, and Devil Wind, John Belair's The Revenge of the Wizard's Ghost, and Lois Duncan's Stranger with My Face. In Duncan's popular 1974 horror novel Down a Dark Hall, female students at a small boarding school are forced to connect with the spirits of deceased artists and writers. The girls manage to escape before the connections become stabilized and the spirits take full possession of them. 194. Although published in the 1970s, the book continued to FND success in subsequent decades. After Duncan passed away in 2016, an article in the New York Times stated that her books were practically a rite of passage for many young readers. 195. A movie version of the book was released in 2018. While many of these books are not explicitly set in suburbia, their characters echo the social dynamics and material ease found in most contemporary representations of white suburban neighborhoods. They navigate a world of ski resorts, campgrounds, prep schools, parties, sleepovers, and extracurricular activities, as well as friendships, romantic relationships, and family life. The Ashton Horror and Beat the Devil in the Dark Forces series feature personal computers, which were increasingly becoming a staple technology of the suburban home. Not unlike the horror movies set at summer camps, these books help to expand the parameters of suburbia's ideological environment, as its value system of racial homogeneity, financial comfort, and a nuclear family norm as well as the terrifying threat of demonic evil was imposed on a wide array of locations. The theme of terrorized children also extended beyond the horror genre into movies, television shows, and games marketed to children. Content tailored exclusively to young consumers often transported them to strange worlds where suburbia seemed remote and inaccessible. In these foreign lands, the demonic villains of horror FLMS were loosely replicated without skepticism or objection, perhaps because they appeared to be tied to another reality. They were also mostly defeated, which marked a departure from the often immortal enemies of horror movies who were constantly resurrected in sequels. Through these fantasy worlds, children were successfully sold fictional stories of ritual sacrifice, abduction, and demonic possession of other children. This was especially the case with movies during the decade oriented toward families or children given a PG rating by the Motion Picture Association of America, which meant that there were no restrictions on who could view the FLM. The Beastmaster, a PG-rated adventure fantasy FLM, follows the journey of adult protagonist Dar, who can communicate with various animals, as he seeks to exact revenge on evil ruler Mox, who has usurped the throne of Uruk from Dar. As king, Mox regularly sacrifices Uruk's young children to his god, Ar. In one scene, after holding a crying child over his head and then tossing him into a pit of Efri below, Mox tells the crowd of terrified townspeople before him that Ar is not yet satisfied. 196. Mox's henchmen known as the Junes then pull another screaming child from the crowd for sacrifice, but Dar's eagle friend comes to the rescue and saves the young girl. 197. The precarious treatment of children in the FLM potentially extended to the environment behind the scenes. In 1987, an on-set source revealed that, during filming, a child actor was put in real danger when forced to FLM a scene with an unleashed tiger. 198. The story was part of an article that discussed the deaths of two child actors in 1983 on the set of the horror FLM Twilight Zone, the movie, which had challenged the industry to put child safety ahead of box office receipts. 199. The FLM received mostly tepid reviews at the time of its release. 200. A lukewarm review in the New York Times criticized the FLM for its unnecessarily explicit violence and some partial nudity, but offered minimal praise for making Southern California, where it was FLMED, appear like Spain or Yugoslavia. 201. It looks both big and cheap, concluded the review. 202. However, some positive commentary on the FLM in Newsweek deemed it an astonishingly silly but undeniably entertaining amalgam of Conan the Barbarian, Tarzan and Saturday matinee cliffhangers. 203. Released in 1982, a few months before The Beastmaster. Conan the Barbarian takes place in a mythical land where Conan journeys to avenge the death of his parents at the hands of Thule-Zadum, an evil sorcerer and leader of a cult that worships the snake god, Set. 204 The FLM cast former bodybuilder Arnold Schwarzenegger as Conan, launching his career as one of the most successful action stars of the decade. While The Beastmaster proved not to be a box office success like Conan the Barbarian, it achieved cult status due to its endless syndication on US television, according to a 2021 article in British daily newspaper The Telegraph on the death of the FLM's main female actress, Tanya Roberts. 205 Apparently, contemporary comedic actor Billy Crystal once joked that HBO stood for Hey, Beastmasters on. 206 In 1999, the movie was turned into a television series that aired for 3 seasons. Other PG-FLMs of the decade featuring children in peril at the hands of evil wizards or demonic cults included Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Labyrinth, in which a teenage girl navigates a dangerous, supernatural labyrinth to save her kidnapped baby stepbrother from the evil Goblin King, played by famed musician and contemporary pop icon David Bowie, and Ghostbusters 2. In the latter FLM, the Ghostbusters of the FRST movie helped their friend Dana Barrett rescue her baby, Oscar, from a medieval sorcerer named Vigo the Carpathian. Vigo, who is trapped in a museum painting, needs to possess a baby so that he might live again. 207 Now is the season of evil, he proclaims through the painting to his disciple and one of Dana's work colleagues Dr. Janaz Poha. 208 In one of the FLM's FNAL scenes, Vigo begins the process of possessing Oscar, who lies on an altar surrounded by candles, but is ultimately stopped by the Ghostbusters. 209 Like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, the FLM was a box office success and one of the top FLMs of the year. 210 Although Labyrinth was initially a commercial disappointment, it went on to become a cult classic. 211 The soundtrack, part of which featured original songs written and recorded by Bowie, was remastered in 2017 for the album's 30th anniversary edition. 212 Television programming during the decade also endorsed the narrative of terrorized children by regularly airing movies like The Beastmaster, which additionally became available on VHS in 1983. 213 KTLA Los Angeles ran the FLM as one of its evening movies in February 1986 and 1989. 214 In 1984, the network was one of more than 100 independent stations that had purchased a package of 24 MGM/UAFLMs, which included The Beastmaster, and agreed to run one FLM twice each month. 215 Television also offered demonic villains through original programming for children, particularly cartoon shows, which multiplied exponentially in number during the 1980s as the FCC eased restrictions on commercial content. While the antagonists of cartoons did not generally go after children, they were integral to shows targeted to young audiences and were often based on toys and action figures marketed primarily to kids. An evil sorcerer named Skeletor is the main enemy in He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, a cartoon show based on toy company Mattel's top-selling plastic dolls created in 1981. 216 According to a 1984 article in the New York Times, Mattel sold $350 million worth of Masters of the Universe toys that year, rivaling Barbie as the most successful product line in the company's history. 217 A year after its 1983 debut, the cartoon show had a weekly audience of almost 9 million, comprised mostly of boys and girls between 4 and 8 years old. 218 By 1985, the series was broadcast in 37 foreign countries and on more than 166 stations nationally. 219 In the FRST episode, which aired on September 26, 1983, viewers were introduced to He-Man, the most powerful man in the universe, also described in the 1984 New York Times article as a blonde, Herculean hero, and his nemesis Skeletor, who resides in a castle with a serpent wrapped around it called Snake Mountain. 220 He-Man's objective throughout the series, as stated in the show's opening sequence, is to work with his allies to defend Castle Grayskull from the evil forces of Skeletor. 221 Skeletor's demonic impulses are indicated through his physical appearance as a skeleton wearing a hooded robe, which strongly resembled cultural representations of the Grim Reaper, or Death, as well as his ultimate goal of taking over Castle Grayskull and conquering Eternia, the world where they all reside. He also exerts mind control over people for destructive purposes. In She-Demon of Phantos, an episode in the FRST season that aired on October 6, 1983, He-Man's ally Queen Elmora of the Moon Phantos becomes a slave to Skeletor's demands. 222 You will do my bidding, Skeletor repeatedly commands Elmora as she initially struggles to resist his power. 223 As you wish, Skeletor, she soon helplessly concedes, her appearance becoming slumped and haggard to indicate her new allegiance to Skeletor. 224 A 1987 live-action He-Man movie titled Masters of the Universe was a commercial and critical disappointment except for the superb villainy of Frank Langella, who plays the evil Skeletor, stated a contemporary review in South Florida Sun-Sentinel. Langella's Skeletor is clever and interesting, continued the review, while He-Man is a big dolt. 225 other similarly demonic bad guys of the decade's popular cartoons include Gargamel and his cat Azrael from the Smurfs, Dr. Claw and his cat in Inspector Gadget, Serpentor from G.I. Joe, a real American hero, Mum R.A. in Thundercats, No Heart and his sidekick Beastly from the Care Bears family, and Hordak in She-Ra, Princess of Power, a show about He-Man's twin sister. Despite variations in physical appearance, these villains share the same agenda of regularly attempting to destroy the protagonists and achieve world domination. I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time, is the angry exclamation from Dr. Claw, head of an underground criminal organization known as MAD, at the end of each episode of Inspector Gadget as his plans are once again foiled. 226 Dr. Claw, whose face is never shown, only his metallic gloved arms, is one of the few cartoon antagonists who does not possess supernatural abilities, instead using high-tech weapons. While Inspector Gadget utilizes his own arsenal of high-tech gadgetry, like a hat that turns into a helicopter, it is usually his young niece Penny and her dog Brain who solve the episode's mystery and stop the agents of MAD. Serpentor on G.I. Joe also controls a criminal organization known as Cobra Command. As it's described in the show's opening theme song, Cobra is a ruthless terrorist organization determined to rule the world. 227 Serpentor was crafted over a FVE episode arc in the second season. Both G.I. Joe and Inspector Gadget pushed the idea of a vast network of conspiratorial evil criminals working together for global destruction. The villains from the other shows are all evil sorcerers. Occasionally children's programs like sitcoms also brought in demonic villains. The second season of popular sitcom Punky Brewster aired a two-part Halloween episode in 1985 called The Perils of Punky. The series follows the antics and adventures of Punky, a young girl who is adopted by a widower named Henry Warnemont after her mother abandons her in a shopping mall. During the episode, Punky and her four friends go on a camping trip and wander into a cave after they get lost searching for Efri wood. Once inside, they discover a cave painting of themselves, which prompts Punky to ominously observe that it was almost like whoever drew those pictures was waiting for us. 228 Since everyone admits to being afraid, they decide to have some fun with their fear and tell ghost stories. As Punky begins to tell a story, three Indians emerge, one of whom explains that an evil spirit who feeds on fear dwells within the cave and only Punky and her friends can defeat him. They accept the challenge and go deeper into the cave in search of the spirit, where they encounter the dismembered body parts of a talking man, a smoldering pit of Efri, and a massive spider who tries to kill Punky while trapping her friends in its giant web. Punky is able to kill it by hacking it to death with a magic tomahawk. Punky's friends then begin to slowly disappear. When she demands that the evil spirit give them back, they all suddenly emerge as distorted, demonic, cackling heads, one of whom has glowing red eyes and another whose head sits on a skeleton. Punky's dog Brandon, who has been on the journey with them, also turns into a skeleton. The evil spirit materializes to confront Punky, manifesting as a black, glowing creature with red eyes and giant hands with long, knife-like fingers. "You must die," the spirit tells her. 229 When she argues, he declares, "You will burn," as Effrey emerges from the ground. 230 Punky ultimately defeats the spirit by overcoming her fear, embracing love and pitying him rather than hating him. Her friends reappear, and the dismembered man whom Punky had named Mr. Pieces emerges in one piece. The episode leaves open whether the experience was real or just a story that Punky began telling at the beginning of the episode. A 2020 article in the pop culture magazine Rolling Stone on the show's reboot called The Perils of Punky the most terrifying episode of TV of all time. 231. The decade also included the rise of games and toys with occult overtones, like Ouija boards and magic crystals. One of the most controversial was the role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons, which was first released in 1974. After a young player committed suicide in 1980, accusations arose that devil worship was promoted through the game. There was speculation that 17-year-old James Dallas Egbert may have run into foul play while engaged in a real-life version of the game, which pits players against obstacles, wizards, and monsters, reported the New York Times after Egbert's death. 232 The suicide of Egbert and another high school student 2 years later prompted accusations that the game fostered demon worship and a belief in witchcraft and magic, reported another New York Times retrospective report in 2016. 233 As Jeffrey S. Victor explains in Satanic Panic, the creation of a contemporary legend, concerns over the game that were still vocalized in the 1990s alleged that the fantasy game leads some unsuspecting youth into occult beliefs, then into black magic and satanic ritualism, and eventually into ritualistic crimes. 234 However, argues Victor, it can't automatically be assumed that fantasy role-playing games have any significant effects on players. 235 Regardless of controversy surrounding the game, allegations of devil worship and reports of suicide did not negatively impact sales, which soared in the 1980s, with the number of players leaping from the thousands into the millions. 236 At the time of Victor's book, published in 1993, the game has sold over 10 million copies globally. 237 Video games also presented occult themes and often delivered them into the domestic space. Pac-Man, one of the most successful video games of the decade, included 4 enemies initially called monsters in the arcade version and later changed to ghosts for home consoles. 238. Pac-Man Fever, which saw the release of merchandise ranging from air fresheners to bed sheets to costumes, also included a breakfast cereal with marshmallow ghosts. 239 Dozens of other video games released throughout the decade, including top-selling games like those from the Super Mario Bros. And Legend of Zelda franchises, featured supernatural enemies or protagonists. In 1982, Atari released Demon Attack, a horror game that placed players against demonic wing-fapping aliens, as they were described in an article in the New York Times. 240 At the time, it was one of the 10 best-selling games in the country and went on to become one of Atari's all-time top sellers. Along with E.T. and Pac-Man, 241 ritual abuse cases emerged within a context of an increasing number of fictional demonic entities stalking children or being manufactured to them through television shows, movies, video games, and toys. Children were regularly exposed to ritual sacrifices, mind control, demonic possession, predatory supernatural villains, and conspiracies of vast networks of ruthless criminals through the decades prevailing and expanding entertainment media. Ray Bucky and other defendants joined a media universe of demonic villains like Mox from the Beastmaster or Skeletor form He-Man, who were not only aimed directly at children, but often existed exclusively to terrify them. The culture of the 1980s was steeped in messages like the one from the 1984 trailer for A Nightmare on Elm Street, which warned, "The kids of Elm Street don't know it yet, but something is coming to get them." 242. Chapter 6. Stay tuned, The Panic and Its Legacies. Mansons with Machine Guns. The panic receded dramatically after 1990, when Ray Buckey was acquitted of all charges in a third criminal trial against him. In the immediate aftermath, several high-profile print sources, as well as non-profit public television broadcaster Public Broadcasting Service, condemned the panic as a witch hunt. Exposés published in papers like the New York Times and the Washington Post hastened the release of every major panic defendant over the course of the next 2 decades except for Frank Fuster and Arnold Friedman, who committed suicide in prison. Many journalists and lawyers viewed satanic ritual abuse at suburban daycare centers as an episode of national hysteria. While ideas of devil worship still plagued a few subsequent national criminal cases in the 1990s, most young male defendants in these trials were not tied to daycare centers and faced charges for recent homicides that had been committed. The changing climate indicated that the conservative influence on media and culture was evolving. In some ways, it became more entrenched and, in others, more open to scrutiny, criticism, and ridicule. Despite devastating scandals involving sexual infidelity and fraud that ruined their peers, the reputations and media empires of conservative evangelicals like Pat Robertson, Jerry Falwell, and Billy Graham remained intact. They continued to exert powerful political influence as Ronald. 216. Reagan's vice president, George H. W. Bush, took off CE in 1988, followed by Bill Clinton in 1992. Although Clinton was a Democrat, he co-opted Republican positions on family values, crime, welfare reform, and a balanced budget. He expanded on some of Reagan's deregulatory policies that benefited conservatives. In 1996 he signed the Telecommunications Act, which sought to remove unnecessary regulation and open the way for freer markets, explained Clinton when signing the act into law on February 8. It included increasing the cap on the reach of a television station owned by one entity from 20 FVE to 30 FVE% and removing the ban on owning a cable system and broadcast station in the same local market. 3. The act thoroughly overturned radio broadcasting, argues Robert W. McChesney in Rich Media, Poor Democracy, Communication Politics in Dubious Times, by allowing a FRM to own up to 8 stations in a single market. 4. In the months following the law's enactment, there were over 1,000 mergers in the radio industry. 5. Although it was uncoupled from daycare, satanic ritual abuse remained a national issue into the mid-1990s. In 1993, the National Conference on Crimes Against Children, held in Washington, D.C., addressed it as a major concern. 6. It was simultaneously criminalized in state laws passed in Idaho, Illinois, and California. 7. The Idaho law, passed in 1990, made it a felony to use a child as part of a ceremony, rite, or any similar observance, including sacrifice of any warm-blooded animal or human being. 8. Demonic themes remained a highly visible part of the culture through the numerous sequels to the horror movies of the 1980s, as well as their imitators. Horror FLMS enjoyed even heavier promotion, more advanced special effects, and wider availability than in the previous decade. Movie theaters experienced a building boom in the 1990s, continuing to expand in quantity and size. 9. The number of screens increased from 27,000 in the mid-1990s to almost 38,000 by the decade's end. 10. Theater design focused on stadium seating, rocking chairs with cup holders, and improved digital sound systems. 11. Both Sony and MCA/Universal introduced digital format sound systems to compete with Dolby, arguing that viewers were more likely to go to theaters with such technologies because they match or exceed state-of-the-art home theater systems. 12. During the decade, theaters and malls began to introduce IMAX screens, which were massive and available in 3D formats. In 1996, a Utah FRM planned to build a 10-acre IMAX shopping complex with a 400-screen theater and 6-story high IMAX screen in Florida City, Florida. 13. The FRM had already developed IMAX theaters in the Grand Canyon, Niagara Falls, Yellowstone National Park, Seattle, and Waikiki, Hawaii. 14. IMAX Systems, which was based in Toronto, was one of several companies promoting 3D technology in the 1990s. 15. 3D video games, holographic images, camcorders, and cameras also became available during the decade due to a series of advances in 3D technologies. 16. In 1991, the release of Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, the sixth FLM in the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, included a cross-promotion with Barq's Beverage Company, the FLM's off-chail sponsor. 17. With the purchase of its products, Barq's offered Freddy Krueger merchandise, including 3D glasses for the FLM, which was partly shot in a new 3D process called Freddy Vision, according to New Line Cinema's founder Bob Shea. 18. The FLM reportedly had the largest budget in the franchise and featured cameos by comedian Roseanne Barr and musician Alice Cooper. 19. Cooper's role as Freddy's dad came a few months after his national tour with several other rock bands. 20. During an interview on CBS This Morning a week before the FLM's release, Robert Englund, who played Krueger, stated that horror movies had been on a steady sort of upswing since Rosemary's Baby. 21. Although Krueger was killed off in the FLM, 2 more FLMs followed in 1994 and 2003. 22. As of 1996, Variety magazine ranked the FLM 10th on a list of New Line Cinema's top-grossing movies of all time. 23. New Line was also responsible for the 1994 horror FLM In the Mouth of Madness, directed by John Carpenter of Halloween fame, in which readers of a book go insane. 24. Like the Elm Street movies, In the Mouth of Madness promoted the idea that the line between reality and imagination is permeable. In 1998, after leaving the role of Laurie Strode following Halloween 2 in 1981, Jamie Lee Curtis returned in Halloween, age 20 years later. 25. Successful rapper LL Cool J also starred in the FLM as a security guard. 26. The previous year, the rapper had FLMED commercials for The Gap and Coca-Cola, reprised his television show for a third season, and recorded his 7th album. 27. The movie was the second of 2 Halloween sequels released during the decade. While Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday was the only FLM of the Friday the 13th franchise released in the 1990s, it was followed by Jason X and Freddy vs. Jason in the New Millennium. In 2009, Marcus Nispel directed a remake of the original classic. 28. Several Stephen King movies were also released in the 1990s, including FVE sequels to Children of the Corn, as well as Pet Sematary 2 and The Rage, Carrie 2, demonstrating the continued popularity of the horror author's earlier material. King novels newly adapted for the screen in the 1990s included Misery, Sleepwalkers, The Lawnmower Man, Dolores Claiborne, Thinner, and Lawnmower Man 2, Beyond Cyberspace, all of which maintained demonic themes. In 1995, an article in Entertainment Weekly reported that 40 of King's books had been produced as FLMS or made-for-TV movies to that date. 29. While some horror FLMS kept white suburban nuclear families or their children as the protagonists, others explored alternative settings and character dynamics, including single parents. In Halloween age 20, Laurie Strode has a boyfriend and a son from a previous relationship. In Stephen King's Sleepwalkers, a single mother and her son move to a small Indiana town and reveal themselves to be shape-shifting vampires who feed off of virgin women. High school student Tanya serves as the heroine who kills vampire Charles and aids in the death of his mother. 30. Misery features a sadistic female fan who captures and tortures her favorite male author in a remote Colorado cabin. In The Lawnmower Man, a gardener takes on supernatural powers after participating in government-sponsored experiments involving virtual reality and brain-stimulating drugs. However, the FLM was still set in white suburbia and continued the horror movie theme made popular in A Nightmare on Elm Street of blurring the line between fact and fantasy. The imaginary becomes real, states the FLM's 1992 theatrical trailer, and reality is all in your mind. 31. Although some horror FLMs in the 1990s began to stray from placing white suburban families at their center, several sitcoms continued to revolve around them. Popular new sitcoms in the 1990s about family life included Blossom, Step by Step, Boy Meets World, and Seventh Heaven. The successful sitcom The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air features an African-American family living in a wealthy neighborhood of Los Angeles. The family's nephew and cousin, Will Smith, also the star of the show, is from West Philadelphia but quickly adopts the lifestyle of his rich relatives. Smith's aunt and uncle were allegedly activists in the 1960s, with Uncle Philip Banks telling Smith in the pilot episode that he once heard Malcolm X speak. 32. However, the former political identity of Smith's caregivers rarely resurfaces and becomes increasingly irrelevant as Smith appropriates their lavish way of living. When Smith FRST moves in, Ronald Reagan lives in the neighborhood played on the show by an impersonator and even stops by to approve of the family's decorations during the season 1 Christmas episode. 33. Similar to some of its sitcom predecessors in the 1980s, Fresh Prince occasionally explored supernatural themes. On an episode that aired in 1993 called Hex and the Single Guy, daughter Hillary takes the family to a psychic for a seance to conjure her recently deceased aunts. The psychic, named Ralph Scorpius, puts a curse on the family after Will suggests he is a fraud. 34. The actor who played the role of Scorpius, Glenn Shaddix, was also the spiritual medium Otho in Beetlejuice. 35. A growing number of shows during the decade center exclusively on the paranormal or focus on individuals, many of them female, with supernatural abilities. Twin Peaks, Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, The X-Files, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Charmed, and Angel were some of the most successful. The protagonists of these shows are often young, white suburbanites who battled demonic forces, demonstrating that trends made popular in the previous decade continued to expand. Twin Peaks centers on FBI agent Dale Cooper and his investigation into the murder of homecoming Queen Laura Palmer in a Washington community. The popular show weaves paranormal visions, perverted fantasies, and demonic serial killers into the fabric of small-town life. It was a place where dark secrets lurk beneath happy exteriors, wrote a 1990 article in Newsweek. 36. It Wander into the Ludicrously Macabre, added a positive review in the St. Petersburg Times. 37. Palmer is the only daughter of white, middle-class parents in a town of many similar family units. While the show only lasted 3 seasons, it built up a cult following during its run on ABC, in part due to its unprecedented similarity to real life, speculated an article on a contemporary viewer trend it coined Twin Peaks fever. 38. The profitability and ongoing expansion of tabloid television continued to push the direction of news toward live sensationalism. Networks added more talk shows, actuality programs, rolling news networks, and local news, and expanded the number of judge shows which taped regular citizens battling over finances and other personal disputes in a court of law. The trend started in 1981 with the People's Court, in which Judge Joseph Wapner presided over small claims cases in a California studio. 39. It was followed in 1984 with Divorce Court, and by the next decade included Judge Judy, Judge Joe Brown, Judge Mathis, and a reboot of both the People's Court and Divorce Court. In 1990, a year after it had been bought by HBO, Los Angeles-based cable service Movie Time relaunched as E! Entertainment Television, a 24-hour celebrity-friendly channel offering entertainment news, gossip, and interviews. 40. In its FRST 3 weeks, E! was on cable systems made available in 15 million homes nationwide. 41. 2 popular talk shows new to the decade, Maury and The Jerry Springer Show, included hosts who had previously worked on tabloid programs. After serving as mayor of Cincinnati from 1977 to 1982, Jerry Springer became an anchor and managing editor at WLWT Cincinnati when it was last in the ratings. 42 Within 2 years, the station had moved to FRST Place, partly because of Springer's commentary segment Final Thoughts, which formed the basis of the Jerry Springer Show. 43 In 1991, the show debuted in Cincinnati and FVE other markets and was sold into national syndication 2 years later. 44 Before also debuting his talk show in 1991, Maury Povich had served as the host of A Current Affair, stating when he initially took the job that all news was a circus delivered by clowns and dancing bears and should be taken with a lot of serious skepticism. 45 An article from 1991 in the Los Angeles Times claimed that on his talk show, Povich was doing little more than aping the Oprah Winfrey Show, Donahue, Sally Jesse Raphael and Geraldo. 46 The article, titled Look Who's Talking XXIV, was written by Howard Rosenberg, who a year earlier had scathingly criticized the treatment of McMartin by talk show hosts in a retrial by TV talk show. Rosenberg's cynical commentary in Look Who's Talking XXIV explained that Springer and Povich joined several new talk show hosts entering the television landscape in the 1990s. The article demonstrated the extent to which devil worship and Satanism remained prevalent topics of the genre, with Rosenberg joking, "If you're a cross-dressing, sex-addicted, alcoholic victim of sexual and physical abuse by a satanic white supremacist, you may be courted by 24 talk shows, many of them adept at creating the fantasy of intimacy." 47 Maury, which premiered with the biggest Prof. L.E., given the stardom acquired by its host on A Current Affair, claimed Rosenberg, was launched by syndicator Paramount Domestic Television, which merged with Viacom in 1993. 48 The merger included all television entities owned by Paramount and Viacom, as well as cable networks like MTV, Showtime, Nickelodeon, and USA, publishing companies such as Simon & Schuster, Pocket Books, and Prentice Hall, and indoor arena stadium Madison Square Garden. 49 Following the trend of the previous decade, an increasing number of shows went into syndication in the 1990s, allowing them to air on the networks and cable channels several times a day. The new talk shows of the 1990s were broadcast in an environment of even more aggressive media saturation than the 1980s, as Americans bought more sets that displayed sharper, higher resolution images. By 1999, a study from the Annenberg Public Policy Center at the University of Pennsylvania, as reported in the Austin American-Statesman, claimed almost 90% of U.S. homes had multiple television sets and 77% had a cable hookup. 50 The home theater was an increasingly affordable concept, stated a 1992 article from the Associated Press. 51 A typical theater included a large screen TV, FVE speakers, a VCR, and an audio decoder. 52 That year, Brian Klosterman, president of Sony Consumer Television Products, explained, "The most expensive televisions are selling the fastest," which included Sony's high-end Trinitron televisions starting at $1,900. 53 While cathode ray tube technology still dominated television set design, as it had from the medium's inception, high-definition television, already available in other countries, became more prevalent, along with projection and widescreen television sets. In May 1996, the FCC voted to adopt a digital television standard, known as the Grand Alliance Standard, mandating that television sets and broadcasts transition from analog to digital. 54 The Grand Alliance was comprised of electronics manufacturers and academic institutions including General Instrument Corporation, Lucent Technologies Incorporated, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Philips Electronics North America Corporation, Sarnoff Corporation, Thomson Consumer Electronics, and Zenith Electronics, LLC. DTV allowed for the transmission of high-speed data, as well as clear widescreen pictures and digital surround sound. 55 It can display FVE times the picture information of today's analog pictures, claimed an article in 1998, and work with or incorporate computers. 56 A few months after the FCC's vote, WRAL-TV of Raleigh, North Carolina, owned by Capital Broadcasting, was the FRST station to FLE for a license with the FCC to operate an HD-TV station. 57 Simultaneously, Japanese company Mitsubishi and U.S. company Lucent began jointly developing HD-TV receiver chips that would be available to American consumers by 1998. 58 In the late 1990s, companies began offering flat-panel liquid crystal display and plasma monitors for corporate and consumer use. In 1997, Japanese electronics companies Sony and Sharp jointly developed Plasmatron sets, a hybrid of plasma and LCD technology. 59 A year later, in 1998, Mitsubishi made high-priced LCD and plasma monitors available to corporate, medical, government and financial institutions. 60 Also in 1998, Dutch electronics company Philips introduced flat TV plasma television. 61 Initially sold exclusively at Sears and Circuit City for $15,000, the set had a 4.5-inch thick monitor and 42-inch screen. 62 Plasma screen sales for both television and computers were expected to skyrocket from $177 million in 1996 to $2.3 billion by 2003. 63 Throughout the 1990s, both movies and the tabloid news stories that often seemed to validate their imagery were available on constantly and rapidly evolving television technology. Television news kept pace with technological changes by providing more live coverage and reaching more viewers than ever before. As Greg McLaughlin explains in The War Correspondent, with advances in satellite and cable television technology in the 1990s, the live broadcast from our own correspondent on the spot transformed from novelty or special feature to the deafening quality of a news outlet's credibility. 64 In 1992, when rioting erupted in Los Angeles following the acquittal in Simi Valley, California, of 4 police officers in the videotaped beating of an African-American citizen named Rodney King, both CNN and KCAL-TV, a subsidiary of CBS, carried a phone interview with CNN reporter Robert Vito live on the scene. Vito described the situation in detail as a helicopter provided live aerial footage. "We've seen dumpster FRS, we've seen people throwing what looked like Molotov cocktails, horns are blowing," Vito explained, adding, "We haven't seen any police." 65 Live footage on ABC and CBS showed looting, FRS, and clouds of smoke above the city. 66 The constant presence of journalists and cameras during the rioting, along with the initial absence of police, led an interview subject for an academic study to suggest that news coverage of the riots may have helped to incite them. The subject recalled that a reporter for KABC Los Angeles interviewed only the loudest participants and ignored those who were singing peacefully. 67 The subject believed sensationalistic media coverage and a lack of community leadership allowed things to get out of hand. 68 Live coverage of the riots helped usher in a decade in which the diminishing distinction between television news sources and the live events being reported on further collapsed. Breaking news that cut into regularly scheduled network and cable programming became a much more common event. 69 The riots also reflected the news media's growing trend of shifting news content more heavily toward crime. 70 In the 1990s, the number of reports on the environment, policy making, and international affairs receded. 71 In particular, news stories of personal scandal increasingly took center stage, experiencing unprecedented coverage and demonstrating the ultimate triumph of tabloid content. One of the most prolific was the 1994 to 1995 trial of former football star and Monday Night Football announcer O.J. Simpson for the murder of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend Ron Goldman. The trial came after a live high-speed chase down Interstate 5 in Los Angeles that involved dozens of helicopters and was watched by 90 million viewers across the nation, one of the largest television audiences in U.S. history. 72 The trial was covered live daily by Court TV, which had the only camera permitted in the courtroom. 73 Court TV, a cable channel launched in 1991, was a joint venture among Time Warner Enterprises, Cablevision, and American Lawyer Media LP that offered entire trials, with anchors offering commentary. 74 Speculating on the station's potential for success, a cable analyst stated, "A good trial is like a real-life soap opera." 75 Court TV fed its footage of the O.J. trial to CNN, ESPN, KTLA Los Angeles, and the networks including Fox, which had all increased their courtroom coverage due to Court TV's high ratings. 76 Since 1991. The number of Court TV subscribers had reportedly increased from 2.5 million to more than 14 million, with the Simpson trial boosting viewership for both Court TV and CNN. 77 The October 5, 1995, verdict, in which Simpson was found not guilty, drew an estimated audience of 150 million people, making it the most watched event in television history, according to reports. 78 A CNN headline called the O.J. trial a manna from heaven for media. 79 The popularity of the trial, which maintained the wealthy white suburban Southern California backdrop of the McMartin case, demonstrated the extent to which the culture was now immersed in tabloid news content that had been shaped in the 1980s. Other major popular news stories of personal scandal in the 1990s included the 1993 trial of the Menendez brothers, two wealthy white brothers who murdered their parents in Beverly Hills in 1989, the 1996 murder of JonBenet Ramsey, a 6-year-old beauty pageant participant from the suburbs of Boulder, Colorado, and President Bill Clinton's impeachment hearings in 1998 to 1999 for lying under oath about his affair with a young intern named Monica Lewinsky. However, the supernatural material that had been a major feature of several news stories in the 1980s mostly receded in the 1990s. As the decade progressed, references to devil worship in the news became increasingly scarce. There were notable exceptions, like the case of the West Memphis Three, a group of 3 teenagers in West Memphis, Arkansas, who were tried in 1994 for the death of 3 8-year-old boys in 1993. The murders of Stephen Branch, Michael Moore, and Christopher Byers were quickly linked to devil worship after the main suspect, Damian Eccles, reportedly told police that the killings were part of a satanic cult ritual. 80 According to one article, Eccles carried a cat's skull, wrote satanic poems, and called himself Damien, which was not his birth name. 81 A second suspect, Jesse Lloyd Miskelly, apparently frightened friends with hints of devil worship and fascination with the occult, reported the New York Times. 82 During their trial, prosecutors argued that Eccles was a devil worshipper, and a third suspect, Jason Baldwin, his loyal follower. 83 Eccles received the death penalty, Baldwin and Miskelly were given life terms. 84 However, they were all released in 2011 after DNA testing in 2007 cleared them from the crime scene, and several celebrities began advocating for their release after the 1996 HBO documentary Paradise Lost. The child murders at Robin Hood Hills. 85 Along with a sequel, the FLM cast doubt on the guilt of the 3 men. John Mark Byers, stepfather of victim Christopher Byers, also began pushing for their release in 2007. 86 I know they're innocent, he stated, and that they did not kill my son. 87 The trial and conviction of the West Memphis Three in 1994 for ritual murder demonstrated that the Charles Manson trope, which Ray Buckey and other defendants had perpetuated in the previous decade, continued its prominence. Many reports in 1994 referenced a psychologist's claims that Eccles saw himself as another Charles Manson. 88 However, as the decade progressed, the Manson type was increasingly stripped of any connection to devil worship. The notoriety of Manson and his followers was surpassed by individuals presented as updated, non-demonic variations of Manson and his family. In 1993, the leader of an isolated sect of Seventh-day Adventists, known as the Branch Davidians, emerged as an example of a contemporary version of Charles Manson. The cult compound, headed by David Koresh, burned to the ground at the end of a FFTY-08 siege undertaken by federal law enforcement. The details surrounding the FRE, as well as Korsh's death from a gunshot wound, were unclear, despite a subsequent investigation. As news stories daily reported on events once the siege began on February 28, 1993, they offered descriptions of David Korsh and his followers. A Newsweek cover story published amid the siege in March allowed for potential comparisons to Charles Manson by also describing Korsh as a would-be rock musician. 89 Like Manson, Korsh had total control over the lives of his followers who believe his message, the apocalypse is nigh. 90 An ABC World News Tonight segment drew more direct comparisons by describing Korsh as a classic cult leader like Charles Manson and Jim Jones. 91 The point was reaffirmed in April, when a former cult member likened Korsh to Manson. 92 Korsh's propensity for violence was accentuated through discussion of the cult's extensive gun arsenal. The compound was heavily armed and fortified, stated a cover article in the New York Times. 93 An ATF spokesperson claimed at the start of the siege that agents were outgunned. 94 On day 27 of the siege, CBS Evening News focused on a banner hanging on a compound wall that read "Rodney King We Understand," which connected one of the decade's other major news stories, the LA riots, to the Branch Davidians. 95 While reports of the Branch Davidians conjured images of the Manson family and other cult stories from news and fiction of earlier decades, Korsh and his followers were not directly linked to devil worship in any major news reports, indicating that by the early 1990s it was a fading component of the Manson trope. News media continued to paint the Charles Manson type as one of the most consistent threats to white suburbia in the 1990s. David Korsh joined the Unabomber, a reclusive former MIT professor arrested in 1994 for sending mail bombs to colleagues, Timothy McVeigh, who was convicted and executed in 1995 for bombing a federal building in Oklahoma, and Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, two young boys who killed fellow classmates in 1999 at Columbine High School in suburban Littleton, Colorado, as the most recent incarnations of Charles Manson. Like Manson, they appeared to operate on the fringes of society in order to destroy it. They were sometimes compared with one another, as when a 1995 article in the Christian Science Monitor stated, Oklahoma City was terrorism wholesale. The Unabomber practiced terrorism retail. 96 Both instances raised the question of whether we are witnessing some extreme form of white male rage. 97 News reports following the mass killing at Columbine High School by Harris and Klebold were one of the most watched events in television history. 98 While the crimes of Harris and Klebold were not tied to Satanism, the news media placed blame on the somber music of rocker Marilyn Manson and the dark subculture of goth, which involved black clothing and embraced elements of the occult. 99 Harris and Klebold were described as members of the Trench Coat Mafia, a group of about 10 students who wear long black coats, keep to themselves and follow shock rocker Marilyn Manson, explained one report. 100 They may have been part of a dark, underground national phenomenon known as the Gothic movement, stated Diane Sawyer on an episode of 2020's on Columbine, before adding, some of these goths may have killed before. 101 Ritual abuse cases were one stage of an evolving cultural practice that employed live news to render individuals in Charles Manson's image. By the 1990s, the practice became more pronounced and widespread, with Manson types of varying ages constantly on display. Conservatism in cyberspace. However, the 1990s were not identical to the 1980s. Although many media sources continued to reinforce conservative evangelical values, others began to openly challenge them. In the 1990s, as voices of protest against ritual abuse became louder, the media's voices of dissent against various aspects of the commercial system became more widespread. Their expanding presence was tied to evolving computer technology and new consumer products available on the market, which simultaneously changed television's function and content. As conglomerates continued to grow and the suburban landscape added even more movie theaters, malls, and retail space, the growing virtual world potentially offered an alternative view of reality. An influential difference between the 1990s and previous decades was that consumer access to information and technology greatly expanded. Between 1984 and 1994, the percentage of households with a personal computer went up from 8 to 24%. 102 by 1998, it had reached 42%. 103 internet access climbed from 0 to 26% over the same years. 104 contemporary media sources regularly voiced concern over America's entrance into on the digital age, as the era was coined. The dramatic evolution of technology and its increased availability to consumers led critics and legislators to express cynicism about the power of cyberspace. As laws in the 1980s and 1990s targeted online child pornography, hacking, wiretapping, fraud, piracy, bomb threats, scams, and hoaxes, dozens of media sources emphasized the potential dangers of the Internet. 105 in 1993, an article in the San Jose Mercury News focused on 4 police officers in San Jose who policed Silicon Valley's mean streets, investigating everything from hackers to theft of computer chips. 106 A 1994 Newsweek article warned that electronic stores and information services could be exploited by government agencies to keep tabs on a consumer's personal life, or open up a consumer to a greater onslaught of catalogs and junk mail. 107 in 1997. NBC Nightly News examined the spread of misinformation and cyber hoaxes. 108 CNN reported on the continued government crackdown of pirated computer software under the headline Cyber Strike. 109 A year later, the network visited the issue of hacking and discussed a cyber attack on the Pentagon. 110 The report included an Air Force captain warning of the vulnerability of passwords. 111 However, families with children were the most likely to purchase PCs and Internet services, demonstrating that laws and corresponding news reports of online dangers did not generally act as a deterrent from computer use. 112 While engaging with computer technology involved real risks, the media attention it received indicated its growing cultural influence. It not only provided consumers with new products, but by allowing consumers to create and participate in online communities, it potentially offered a challenge to prevailing conservative ideology. Social networks directed at a wide variety of interests and behaviors demonstrated that individuals could use the technology to their purposes, argue Andrew Feinberg and Maria Baker Java in Community in the Digital Age, Philosophy and Practice. 113 They could expand their interests beyond the parameters of white suburban norms. While online networks were complex, dynamic, and sometimes problematic spaces, they could also potentially encourage free speech, universal participation, mutual aid, and information sharing. 114 For some individuals, the communities created through online networks provided alternative ways of understanding and engaging with their physical environment. A 1995 Los Angeles Times article on early tech culture explored communal living in Santa Cruz, California, where groups of techno-savvy young people, mostly in their 20s, were drawn together in part by shared interests that range from alternative music, FLM and underground literature and comics to role-playing games, neo-paganism, and Renaissance festivals. 115 Their lives reportedly revolved around the online world of social computing. 116 The Internet was a powerful consumer tool that could influence and change the way people engaged with one another. It allowed them to conceptualize relationships different from those portrayed in other dominant media, like television. The simultaneous growth of video game consoles likewise changed the way individuals interacted with technology in their homes. After a market crash in 1983, video game sales began to escalate again in the late 1980s, experiencing only occasional downturns during the next decades. 117 Video games, which operated on both television sets and PCs, significantly expanded the consumer's choice of visual content, especially for the children and young adults they targeted. They allowed game players to interface with, and manipulate, the images on screen, many of which did not always explicitly support prevailing conservative ideologies. In 1985, the game industry revived when the Japanese company Nintendo released the Nintendo Entertainment System, along with the game Super Mario Bros., to Western consumers. 118 in 2010, 20 FVE years after its release, it was the most successful gaming franchise of all time with cumulative global sales of over 240 million units. 119 NES replaced Atari as the market leader. 120 by 1988, NES had captured 70% of the US market. 121, it helped bridge the gap between arcade games and home video game systems. 122 for the first time in history, games for a home console, declared dead during the 1983 crash, were redesigned for the arcade. 123 while aspects of the main characters in Super Mario Bros. Were changed for American gamers, like Mario's original moniker, Jumpman, enemies, and plotlines frequently did not recognizably conform to stereotypes prevalent in other American media. 124 Although Mario and his brother, Luigi, displayed many traits consistently associated with stereotypes of Italian Americans, including dark mustaches and jobs as plumbers, their opponents resembled plants and animals and bore original names like Koopa Troop and Goomba. 125 Since the origins of most of the enemies were not explained in the game, they did not always easily fit into existing racial, gender, and ethnic tropes. Games from companies like Nintendo were available at arcades, but through the sale of consoles, they became more prolific in homes throughout the United States during the late 1980s and 1990s. Like Super Mario Bros., other successful games for home systems cast players in a multitude of roles such as warriors, street fighters, superheroes, hedgehogs, gorillas, race car drivers, pilots, boxers, golfers, bikers, tennis pros, and professional sports teams. A few revolved around solving puzzles, which absolved the need for heroes or antagonists. The net effect of the availability and popularity of video games was to render domestic television and computer technology more dynamic and less rooted in any single ideology. During the 1990s, television's monopoly over the domestic space was continually transforming. Personal computers likewise evolved. PCs increasingly offered larger color monitors, higher resolution images, smaller hard drives, faster internet access, more websites, databases, and chat rooms, as well as interactive features like cameras and microphones that help them more successfully compete with television. Plasma and LCD computer monitors were also available by the late 1990s. However, adults still spent more time each day with television, which provided viewers with new products like Laserdisc and DVDs, as well as more services like an increasing number of cable, premium, and pay-per-view channels. 126 In the late 1980s, the consumer base for premium channels, which at the time included Home Box Office, their sister station Cinemax, and their rivals, Showtime and the Movie Channel, dramatically expanded amid a writers' strike that temporarily halted the possibility of new material on basic cable stations and the networks. 127 Consumers found premium channels appealing because they had recently incorporated both 24-hour programming and original content. 128 During the 1990s, cable services also divided into basic and premium packages, providing viewers with more control over the amount and type of channels they received. 129 Premium channel packages required an additional fee and included stations like HBO, the Movie Channel, and the Disney Channel. 130 They potentially provided television with a viewpoint that was different from most other commercial stations. For example, in 1995, HBO aired its original FLM Indictment, which examined the McMartin case, as well as the Panic, from the perspective of the defense attorneys involved. Toward the end of the decade, HBO introduced successful original programs like Oz, Sex and the City, and The Sopranos, which focus on characters who do not operate within the confines of the typical suburban nuclear unit. Oz explores the lives of inmates in a fictional prison, while Sex and the City follows the relationships of 4 single female friends, all of whom were over the age of 30 and lived in Manhattan. The Sopranos, which held the title of HBO's most watched series until the introduction of the globally successful show Game of Thrones, is located in a New Jersey suburb, but focuses on a corrupt mafia family. 131 While North Caldwell, where Tony Soprano and his family live, is like the town of Twin Peaks, existing as both a safe haven and criminal backdrop, the shady activities of its inhabitants is not tied to supernatural phenomena. The threats against Tony Soprano and his family are directly connected to his corrupt mob life. As a nod to popular mafia movies like The Godfather and Goodfellas, The Sopranos offered a view of suburbia that was entirely different from any other representation of it on television. It helped to challenge the preponderance of wholesome white suburban families on TV. While the material on video game consoles, internet services, cable, satellite, and premium networks was still mostly commercial in the 1990s, it increasingly offered alternative viewpoints to various aspects of conservative ideology that had prevailed in the previous decade. Suburbia as satire. Voices of dissent in the 1990s against the conservative ideology of the previous decade additionally came through the expanding presence of irony and satire in the media, particularly on television. While the use of parody suggested that a circumstance identical to the Satanic Panic was not likely to happen again without media scrutiny, the cultural resurgence of satire was not unproblematic. The main issue was that white men who mocked the system also benefited from it, rendering their irony itself ironic. Satire also coincided with the rise of reality television, which became incredibly popular with viewers. While it was contrived, employing actors, scripts, sets, and cameras, Tabloid and other media sources took reality television seriously, affirming that its world of mostly white suburbanites was real. As reality shows began to crop up about paranormal activity in suburban neighborhoods, they demonstrated that the panic had helped create a media universe that was convincing and sustainable in the next decades. Although the panic ended in the early 1990s and the worldview in which it was embedded subjected to louder criticism, its white suburban backdrop remained real. The 1990s were rife with shows that not only challenged white suburban norms, but also heavily ridiculed them. Since its inception, television had consistently offered programs that satirized societal conventions and norms, often through comedy. Popular comedic satire of the past was conveyed on programs like The Ed Sullivan Show, The Steve Allen Show, The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson, That Was the Week That Was, The Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour, Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In, and Monty Python's Flying Circus. 132 Although their numbers dwindled throughout the late 1970s and early 1980s, continuing comedy shows like Saturday Night Live and The Tonight Show, which updated its hosts, became part of a revival of television satire that began at the end of the 1980s. 133 Satirical fare collectively offered a direct challenge to conventional media wisdom on family life. In contrast to suburban family sitcoms like Family Ties and Growing Pains, those launched in the late 1980s like Married, with Children, Roseanne, and animated series The Simpsons made fun of, to varying degrees, the nuclear family norms they displayed. They not only acknowledged the financial difficulty of maintaining suburban standards, but also laughed at white patriarchy by presenting deliberately odd father characters. Respective patriarchs Al Bundy, Dan Connor, and Homer Simpson echoed famed television characters from past eras like Jackie Gleason and Archie Bunker, who repeatedly bungled their attempts to assert authority over other family members. Both The Honeymooners, which starred Gleason, and All in the Family, which starred Bunker, were examples of earlier sitcom satire. It made occasional appearances on television until the late 1980s, when it F-footed the medium. On updated satirical family sitcoms, patriarchal F-girls and their hefty weight, drank copious amounts of beer, ridiculed children, and begrudgingly submitted to their wives. On a 1993 episode of Married, with Children, for example, Al Bundy and his friends form the National Organization of Men Against Amazonian Masterhood, known as No Ma'am. The goal of the group is to protest the fact that their wives have taken over their bowling night. 134 While characters on Roseanne and The Simpsons did sometimes try to impart serious lessons to viewers, the varying incompetence of family patriarchs often made their advice merely humorous. They contributed to a noticeable shift in television content away from the wholesome family-oriented programs of the 1980s toward those that parroted their earlier model of domestic life. Running throughout the day in syndication, and available on DVD later in the decade, they provided a direct competitor to sensational tabloid fare. The popularity of satirical sitcoms coincided with other comedy programs that used the same sardonic humor to ridicule ideals that prevailed during most of the 1980s. These included sketch comedy shows, The Tracy Ullman Show, In Living Color, and MAD-TV, sitcoms, It's Garry Shandling's Show and The Larry Sanders Show, comedy news shows, TV Nation and The Daily Show, and animated series, The Ren and Stimpy Show, Beavis and Butthead, The Critic, Daria, King of the Hill, South Park, Home Movies, Family Guy and Futurama. A few remained rooted in suburbia, like Beavis and Butthead, King of the Hill, The Simpsons and South Park, but often did so to examine it cynically. While the resurgence of satire that began to heavily encroach in the late 1980s still showcased certain conventions of the decade regarding race, class, and gender, it helped to reorient many dominant media sources away from idealizing suburban family life. The suburban ideal was also challenged in the 1990s on a host of sitcoms that deliberately focused on alternative adult living arrangements. On successful shows like Murphy Brown, Seinfeld, Mad About You, Martin, Frasier, Living Single, Ellen, Friends, and Will and Grace, adults were shown living alone or with other adults who were only sometimes their spouses, in small apartments most often located in New York City. Will and Grace broke ground on television by featuring a straight female living with her gay male roommate. A review of the show in the New York Times ahead of its debut commended it for avoiding stereotypes and participating in the growing trend of gay male characters who are productive, well-adjusted men who've accepted their sexuality with apparent ease. 135 Although there were exceptions, these programs generally avoided providing explicit moral lessons on family life because, like Sex and the City, they focused on dating, friendships, and adult lives without children. Murphy Brown focuses on liberal and feminist lead character Brown, played by Candice Bergen, as a TV journalist for the fictional FYI News Network. 136 According to a contemporary article, the show brought real-life news broadcasters into the fictional newsroom and consistently draws its scripts from headline stories. 137 The show's several notable intersections with the real world peaked in 1992 when Vice President Dan Quayle publicly derided Brown's choice on the show to become a single mother. 138 He claimed it was irresponsible and mocked the importance of fathers. 139 The backlash Quayle received was a testament to changing times and Brown subsequently addressed him directly on the show, chastising his view that a family could only have one acceptable definition as painfully unfair. 140 Unlike their 1980s counterparts, these programs did not always explicitly encourage a nuclear family ideal, as Dan Quayle angrily pointed out in the case of Murphy Brown, and mostly focused on careers, friendships, and dating. Seinfeld was known as the show about nothing because it attempted to highlight the absurdities of white middle-class conventions. On the FRST episode of the 1992 season, Jerry and his best friend George Costanza come up with an idea for a TV comedy where we'll do nothing. 141 An article in USA Today reporting on the episode concluded, "Thus begins a venture in unexplored turf, putting on a show about nothing within a show about next to nothing." 142 However, the irony lay, according to the article, in the fact that Seinfeld is now a show about something. 143 Other episodes revolve around dealing with mundane issues like ordering soup, showering under low-pressure showery ads, and talking with people who converse too quietly or too close. Suburbia and its norm of the two-parent, financially comfortable nuclear family were geographically and ideologically distant on such shows. While they did not usually discuss finances or the exorbitant cost of renting an apartment in Manhattan, characters resided in homes that appeared modest. Jerry Seinfeld's Upper West Side living room was shabby compared to that of suburban homes on many other simultaneous network family shows. However, characters were generally white, with popular sitcoms like Martin, starring comedian Martin Lawrence, and Living Single, which featured an African American cast, providing the few exceptions. Across different genres, an increasing number of television shows in the 1990s competed with wholesome family fare and content that alleged to take itself seriously. This was especially the case with popular mock news programs like Comedy Central's The Daily Show and SNL's Weekend Update segment, which throughout the 1990s joined a growing number of shows like South Park that consistently ridiculed local news. These programs used humor to satirize news content and deem newsworthy the information sometimes ignored by television and print news sources. In 1990, an SNL sketch parodied the McMartin trial after it came to a close. In the skit, Peggy McMartin Bucky hears the jury's verdict as, "Mrs. Bucky molesting her eye," when someone was simply describing a picture of wiping a tear from her eye. 144 other trials and news stories of the decade were similarly ridiculed, including the Bill Clinton scandal and the O.J. Simpson trial. The prevalence of satire in the media of the decade undercut the seriousness of white, patriarchal suburban norms and the news stories that placed them in peril. Comedic satire was supplemented by several successful movie dramas that painted suburban ideals as artificial, invasive, and potentially destructive. Films like Welcome to the Dollhouse, Lolita, The Truman Show, Pleasantville, and American Beauty attempt to demonstrate that maintaining the appearance of nuclear family tranquility in suburbia actually wreaked havoc on the emotional health and stability of its residents. In the case of American Beauty, that mental instability turns fatal when a Nazi-obsessed suburban neighbor, who is sexually confused and in an unfulfilling marriage, shoots and kills protagonist Lester Burnham, played by actor Kevin Spacey. Burnham himself is in a dysfunctional marriage and briefly engages in a sexual relationship with his teenage daughter's best friend. The FLM characterized financially comfortable white suburbs as teeming with superficial materialism and repressed desires, including pedophilia and homosexuality, as well as violence, depression, and morbid fantasies. It exposed as an illusion the wholesomeness displayed in 1980s family sitcoms. In a 1999 Today Show interview with Spacey conducted by Matt Lauer, Lauer described Burnham as the guy that exists beyond or behind the closed doors in American families. 145 lot of people will recognize his journey, added Spacey. The FLM was a success at the box office and won FVE Academy Awards, including Best Picture. 146 In The Truman Show, an insurance adjuster named Truman Burbank, played by actor Jim Carrey, comes to realize that his suburban life is a facade. His job, marriage, friendships, and personal experiences are manufactured by network executives, who FLM his life as a live reality show. An article on the FLM in the Toronto Star described Burbank's televised reality on an idyllic island called Sea Haven as an artificial paradise. 147 Truman lives in a jail he doesn't know exists. 148 In an interview with Al Roker on The Today Show in 1998, Carrey claimed he was drawn to the script because he understood all the media saturation. 149 The final scene of the movie shows Burbank walking out of the studio set door, potentially liberating himself from both the pristine suburban environment he inhabits and the television cameras that help to manufacture it. The Truman Show offered a critique of suburbia as well as of the live, sensational, reality-based television that FZAT on it. It was also part of a trend in FLM that employed irony to suggest that characters resided within a hyper-reality. Movies like Stay Tuned, Johnny Mnemonic, The Net, Strange Days, Dark City, Enemy of the State, Pi, The 13th Floor, and The Matrix place protagonists inside simulated environments that operate without their consent or control, but initially appear authentic and manageable to them. Although located in dark urban environments, these FLMS contributed to an emerging media vision of consumer-oriented society as a false one. The benevolence of material comfort proves to be a lie created through manipulation. The real emotions of the characters in these movies are always deeply repressed. Protagonists are only capable of liberation when they understand the extent to which they have been misled. The FLM Pleasantville, which takes place within a hyper-reality, provided one of the most obvious representations of this liberation. Set in the 1950s, characters are transformed from black and white to color when they finally recognize and embrace their true feelings. In The Matrix, humans can only find freedom by unplugging themselves from a computer program that mimics reality. In the FLM's dystopian future, humans are used as batteries to power advanced machines that have taken over Earth. An early scene in the FLM, which takes place inside the Matrix, features main character Neo opening a copy of Baudrillard's Simulacra and Simulation, although the chapter on nihilism has been replaced by storage space for computer software. 150 The FLM does not make clear how Baudrillard's work on a simulated reality has come to exist within a simulated reality. Released at the end of March, The Matrix had the biggest box office opening weekend of 1999 to that date. 151 While the simulated environment in most of these FLMS often descends protagonists into a hellish landscape of chaos, fear, and deception, only Stay Tuned explicitly ties that landscape to the devil. In the FLM, married couple Roy and Helen Nabel are sucked into Hell Vision, a demonic television underworld. Roy, a plumbing supply salesman and hopeless TV addict, agrees to a free trial of Hell Vision after a salesman named Spike shows up at his door one night and pitches it to him as the ultimate television adventure. 152 Its 666 channels of heart-pounding, skull-blasting entertainment, snatched from the ether and slammed into your brand new 44-inch, 900-line resolution, 3-way expanded matrix Dolby Stereo TV, he explains to an eagerly attentive Roy. 153 Later on, as Roy and Helen are arguing over Roy's addiction to TV and his alleged envy of his wife's success as an advertising executive, they are pulled into Hell Vision through the large satellite dish that Spike set up in the backyard. They are then given 24 hours to survive or the devil gets their souls. Spike is revealed as Hell Vision's sadistic network chief who zaps Roy and Helen around from one perilous channel to another, explained a positive article on the FLM in USA Today. 154 While running the network from a control room FLLED with staff, Spike tells a new intern, "Here at Hell Vision we've turned the process of soul acquisition into an entertainment extravaganza, and all for the benefit of one very demanding viewer below." 155 The FLM subsequently follows Roy and Helen's forced participation in interactive television shows which in reality were parodies of the era's popular entertainment. Shows on Hell Vision include Three Men and Rosemary's Baby, Meet the Mansons, Saturday Night Dead, and an aerobics program called The Exorcist. Roy is eventually saved by the couple's two children, who discover them on TV and use a smaller satellite dish to communicate with them. Roy, in turn, becomes the brave hero and saves his wife, defeating Spike in the process. While the FLM does not satirize the nuclear family unit, which is ultimately restored and improved at the end of the movie, it critiques the white suburban environment around it that seemingly encourages an insatiable appetite for bigger TV sets, more channels, and destructive binge-watching, linking them all directly to the devil. The Nabels are swept into Hell Vision after Spike pays a visit to their neighbors, an older suburban couple named the Seidenbaums, who are also glued to the TV set. Television itself receives the sharpest criticism, showcased as an endless parade of vapid content that fuels Roy's inadequacies as a husband and father. The FLM also pokes fun at popular horror movies like Rosemary's Baby, The Exorcist, and Silence of the Lambs, a contemporary FLM featuring a jailed serial killer named Hannibal Lecter who is employed to help capture another killer named Buffalo Bill. In Stay Tuned, face masks resembling the one worn by Lecter are suddenly placed on children singing loudly in the back seat of a car and advertised by a male narrator as a product called the Silencer of the Lambs. "It was for those long tedious car trips," states the narrator, adding driving will never be the same as the camera pans to the smiling faces of two previously exasperated parents in the front seat. 156 The FLM helped launch a trend of satirizing the horror genre, as well as its demonic villains, who were increasingly portrayed as useless, incompetent, and unthreatening. The devil in Stay Tuned uses television entertainment to collect souls. His emissaries like Spike are backstabbing, arrogant television executives self-shly vying for control. As summarized in a review of the FLM in the New York Times, through his creepy grins and FTS of apoplexy, Spike suggests a sneaky television executive gone bonkers from all the competitive pressure. 157 Such depictions were a far cry from earlier and concurrent representations of demonic entities as strong, merciless, and vengeful. In 1998, the popular animated series South Park provided a similarly satirical view of the devil. The show, which revolves around four boys living in suburban South Park, Colorado, debuted the character of Satan on a Season 1 episode in which he faces off with Jesus in a boxing match. 158 Within the episode, a television advertisement runs for the $49.95 pay-per-view event live from the South Park Forum on Saturday, which causes dismay for Cartman, one of the four main characters, because it falls on the same day as his birthday party. 159 Although Satan loses the bout in At the Mountain with Jesus, he wins money by being the only one to bet on Jesus and subsequently became a recurring character on the show. South Park was an immediate success and brought a surge in ratings for Comedy Central, the cable network on which it aired. 160 Its FRST season Thanksgiving episode was the highest-rated entertainment show of that week in all of cable television, reported the New York Times in December 1997, ahead of a Christmas episode in which Comedy Central executives promised even higher ratings. 161 In terms of comedy, the show is pushing the envelope, explained Doug Herzog, who at the time was CEO and president of Comedy Central. 162 Satan made a much longer appearance a year later as part of an essential subplot in the South Park feature FLM, South Park, Bigger, Longer and Uncut. The FLM shows Satan and Saddam Hussein, who at the time was president of Iraq, as squabbling lovers in hell. 163 When war breaks out between the United States and Canada, all Saddam can think about is sex and world domination, explained a contemporary review of the FLM in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and Satan turns out to be the sensitive one. 164 An early scene in the FLM shows a distraught Satan telling Hussein. 247 Well, sometimes I think you don't have any respect for me. 165 Who's my cream puff? Hussein then asks while snuggling up to a disgruntled Satan, to which Satan sheepishly responds, I am. 166 Despite controversy and an R rating, which prevented many of the show's young fans from attending the FLM's theatrical release, the movie was a critical and commercial success. 167 Other parodies of the demonic included the movies Little Nicky and Scary Movie, both released at the turn of the new millennium. In Little Nicky, the devil has 3 children with an angel that he got drunk with at a heaven-hell mixer, one of whom is the incompetent Nicky. The FRST Scary Movie FLM features an inept serial killer named Doofy. The FLM launched a successful franchise that included 4 sequels. Delivering irony and satire of elements of the larger corporate system through commercial media, however, was not without problems. While it invited questions about the intrusive nature of consumer culture, as well as white suburbia's prevailing norms and the role of the media in manufacturing those norms, it generally ended up supporting many of the points it sought to critique. Stay Tuned stars John Ritter, an actor who became famous on the hit television series Three's Company. As one review of the FLM pointed out, television, which has fed John Ritter munificently over the past 15 years, gets severely bitten in Ritter's new movie. 168 In response to accusations that he was biting the hand that fed him by satirizing his livelihood, Ritter explained in an interview that television deserves a little bite now and then. 169 The FLM also rested the success of its satire on the assumption that viewers had previously viewed most of the material being satirized. This would require several hours of sitting in front of a screen, which is exactly what the FLM seeks to condemn. Think of it as a movie for couch potatoes, stated CNN Showbiz Today host Jim Marrett in a 1992 interview with Ritter. 170 In the 1997 horror FLM Scream 2, a sequel to the 1996 original, character dialogue is employed to satirize conventions of the genre. The Scream FLMs comprised Wes Craven's second successful franchise following the Friday the 13th movies. They combined comedy and horror to poke fun at certain tropes while still utilizing them to scare audiences. The FRST FLM was a major box office success, grossing over $100 million. 171 At the start of the second FLM, an African-American couple purchased tickets to see Stab, the latest horror movie in theaters. While in line, the female character, played by Jada Pinkett Smith, complains to her male date, played by Omar Epps, that the horror genre is historical for excluding the African American element. 172 However, both characters are killed within the FRST 10 minutes of the movie. A cast of white actors quickly replaces them. While the producer of Scream, Miramax co-chairman Bob Weinstein, told the magazine Entertainment Weekly that the FLM crosses every boundary, it followed the standard horror convention of centering on a group of white suburban teens. 173 Like Stay Tuned and Wes Craven's Scream movies, most attempts to satirize the culture came from a white, male perspective that allowed it to persist. Their collective effect made it appear that white men with real power, many of whom controlled and produced media content, were cynical about that power. Their satire was in many ways superficial. This unacknowledged problem caused attempts at irony or parody in the 1990s to mostly come across as cynicism. Pointing out what was ironic within the system did not amount to a fundamental rejection of it. The conundrum was evidenced in singer Alanis Morissette's 1995 hit song entitled Ironic, which focused on bad coincidences. Morissette includes examples like Rain on Your Wedding Day, a traffic jam when you're already late, and the good advice that you just didn't take. 174 Morissette took her share of ribbing for the song, according to an article in Rolling Stone in 1996, because her examples of irony don't quite fit the dictionary's definition of the term. 175 A 1997 article in the Dayton Daily News on the song titled Ironic that Alanis is deafening the word argued not an irony in the bunch, unfortunately. 176 It was one of several that publicly criticized the song for its inaccuracy. In 2002, Morissette defended her lyrics by claiming, "The irony about ironic is that are not ironic." 177 However, her statement still conceded that the song does not actually carry examples of irony. One of the starkest examples of substituting cynicism for irony was embodied in the heavy metal music genre, which continued to gain global popularity until it began to diversify at the end of the decade. 178 Although devil worship remained a component of the genre, it increasingly risked seeming trite. As critics began doubting the authenticity of heavy metal bands, who copied underworld themes or satanic gestures, explains Robert McParland in Myth and Magic in Heavy Metal Music, bands increasingly directed their concern and disdain at the contemporary world. 179 Songs of the 1990s by popular bands like Guns N' Roses, Tesla, Def Leppard, and Queensryche were steeped in lyrics of resentment, anger, frustration, and oppression. One of the most successful metal bands of the decade was Metallica, who formed in 1981 as part of the booming glam metal scene in Los Angeles. 180 They joined other bands of the thrash metal genre that arose in the 1980s like Slayer, Anthrax, Pantera, and Megadeth. 181 In Metallica's hit ballad The Unforgiven, from their 1991 self-titled album, lead singer James Hetfield laments, "New blood joins this earth and quickly is subdued." 182 He continues, "Through constant pain disgrace, the young boy learns their rules." 183 Toward the end of the song, Hetfield reveals that the boy, now a bitter old man, is me. He prepares to die regretfully after the Unforgiven have dedicated their lives to running all of his. 184 As the typical metal fan was an adolescent, Caucasian male from a lower-class background in an urban or suburban area, the song marketed dissatisfaction with white, male hegemony to young white men. 185 Though a wealthy rock musician, Hetfield complained of constantly waging a FGHT he cannot win. 186 Bands like Metallica, comprised mostly of white men, convincingly painted themselves as marginal, and wear their marginality as both badge and marketing banner, claimed a contemporary article in the New York Times. 187 By 1997, the album, which was initially bolstered by a world tour that included 300 shows, had sold 12 million copies. 188 Challenges to corporate culture in heavy metal music were always presented within the system in order to benefit it. At metal concerts, white male fans violently slammed into one another in mosh pits. The display exhibited the inherent self-destruction of cynicism presented as irony. Instead of exposing the class disparities that white male power generated, the genre concealed and supported them. In Running with the Devil, Power, Gender, and Madness in Heavy Metal Music, Robert Walser endorses metal, claiming it mediates social tensions and works to provide its fans with a sense of spiritual depth and social integration. 189 However, like the similarly white male-dominated grunge genre that emerged in the 1990s with bands like Nirvana, Pearl Jam, and Soundgarden, it indicated a dissatisfaction with dominant identities and institutions to which all successful commercial metal bands were tied. 190 Alongside the success of efforts to convey irony through commercial media, tabloid television remained highly competitive. It also generated reality TV, which centered on documenting aspects of people's daily lives with cameras. 191 Reality television was cheap to produce and offered neatly packaged staged spectacles that seemed to promote the idea that anyone could become a television star. 192 Some of the FRST popular examples include The Real World on MTV, as well as network shows like Big Brother and Survivor. The genre initially appeared democratic, seeming to offer anyone the possibility of becoming a celebrity. 193 Its participants also potentially failed to adhere to the era's prevailing conservative media stereotypes. To market them as real people, reality stars had to at least seem unpredictable, which sometimes made it hard for them to fit into existing types. To gain ratings, many early shows followed the format established on The Real World of putting strangers together in a house to find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real, as The Real World's opening monologue explained. 194 On such programs, less recognizable characters that defied easy categorization made for more entertaining television, allowing unconventional types to begin to pervade the television universe. In 1994, the third season of MTV's The Real World introduced viewers to a young gay man living with HIV in San Francisco named Pedro Zamora. Zamora, a Cuban immigrant, was an uncompromising political radical and one of the few openly gay men on television at the time. 195 His popularity was evident in Bill Clinton's statement that, in Zamora, young America saw a peer living with HIV. 196 While there were few media characters as unique as Zamora on reality television, the genre offered the potential for unfamiliar types of people to enter America's living rooms. Despite its democratizing potential, however, The influx of reality shows in the 1990s and beyond often became self-conscious parodies of their original premise. 197 They also carried on tabloid television's tradition of generally avoiding the issue of social class. Like most infotainment, reality shows presented a world separated from any economic context. Cast members discussed a wide variety of personal issues except for finances, which were made irrelevant because shows usually housed their participants in lavish quarters, Survivor being one of the few exceptions. An increasing number of shows in the new millennium, many of them taped in California, displayed images of wealthy white suburban neighborhoods. Ritzy reality show communities, reminiscent of images of suburbia in 1980s FLM and television, were dubbed real. Veteran programs like Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous joined The Anna Nicole Show, The Osbournes, The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, The Surreal Life, Laguna Beach, My Super Sweet 16, The Hills, Flavor of Love, and Keeping Up with the Kardashians in following around wealthy suburban residents as they threw parties, dated, went to beaches and shopping malls, ate at expensive restaurants, and hung out at nightclubs. The Osbournes features Satanic musician Ozzy Osbourne and his family moving into a Beverly Hills mansion. By the show's FFTH episode, it was MTV's all-time highest-rated regular series and regularly brought in more than 6 million viewers. 198 In order to succeed, explains Derek Compare in Extraordinarily Ordinary, The Osbournes as an American family, the Osbournes had to engage with established normative codes of genre and family. 199 The controversial rock musician, who had defended the satanic messages of his music on Geraldo's live special, had successfully conformed to conservative ideals of suburban family life. A Time article from 2002 claimed the Osbournes were delightfully functional. 200 A Newsweek article ahead of the show's debut described the family as wholesome and just your average family. 201 An Entertainment Weekly article, titled Osbourne Again, a nod to evangelical values, claimed they were downright heartwarming. 202 Reality television transformed the image of Osbourne into a loving husband and father and helped spawn the global careers of celebrity socialites Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian, who, like the reality programs to which they were tied, appeared to confirm that suburban wealth was everywhere. 203 A real world devoid of any political or economic context was a direct outgrowth of tabloid television, which was in part made possible by the panic. In the 1980s, the Satanic Panic was born out of powerful intersecting conservative ideologies that influenced legislation and heavily infiltrated the media, especially television. The panic destroyed the lives of many people who became embodiments of a number of perceived conservative threats, mainly articulated and brought together throughout the 1970s and 1980s by evangelicals, libertarians, neoconservatives, and commercial interests. Representations of Ray Buckey and other panic defendants appeared to confirm that white suburbia and its resident nuclear families, which represented the epicenter of the conservative universe, was in peril. As much as panic cases appeared to prove the existence and accuracy of the threats that conservatives described, however, they also signaled a society that was rapidly transforming. The panic-exploded scale throughout the 1980s and quick decline in 1990 demonstrated that power and technology were not static. Although conservatives once again came to power in 2000 with the election of George W. Bush, their representations of white suburban ideals were forced to keep pace with the changing times and find new ways of appealing to viewers. Advanced machines that could organize and analyze unprecedented amounts of information became available to hundreds of millions of consumers, pushing older technologies to diversify their applications and content. The white suburban world that the panic had helped reinforce was both intact and fading away, still potent but less recognizable. The demonic elements that once appeared a powerful threat were increasingly susceptible to mockery.